They're not in a hall because the man sat here and told you that they're in a building, some kind of administrative building or municipal building. Got it, dude?
Well,
do you understand?
Like, I live in New Jersey right now, and the state of New Jersey sets curriculum, sets rules and governance for local school districts. So, like, if the state is setting the rules, then I don't understand what rules the school board is doing.
Oh, boy. Brother, watch this. The word auspices. You know what that means? Let that sink in your head. If you're up under that, everything else follows. So if the state has rules, that means the school board has to follow or implement state rules, so on and so forth, and community standards and all that other stuff. There's a community standards manual as well, or you might need to read that. It talks about what they do in the community, who and why they serve, or who they work with, such as putting together security plans and all kinds of other things for the school.
I don't know. It sounds like we're paying people for doing nothing.
Well, you know what? Vote to dismantle yours. Wherever the fuck you at, I want you to goddamn advocate for dismantling the school board where you at and see how the fuck that work out for you.
Well, my mayor is a Democrat.
Drunk and not knowing what the hell they talking about. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Okay.
Retard.
No, we don't say the R word.
Retard ass motherfucker.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I said that.
He said it again. Hey, auspices, actually, isn't that some kind of a bird? Auspices?
Shit.
You know, the ostrich. The ostrich is basically a bird.
You talking about an osprey.
No, an ostrich. It's pronounced ostrich.
Bro, there's other animals that start with the letter O other than an ostrich. You probably don't know because you don't even know what the fuck a school board is.
Yes, an ostrich also start with an O, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Wait, this guy is no shit. David, you don't know none of this shit.
Well, he just like a kid.
I do have 2 PhDs.
Hey, you don't know what a school board is.
What the fuck? No, but think of this. Kendall, think of this though. You have 2 PhDs and don't know simple shit.
Yo, can I chime in? Yes. Donald Trump needs to resign absolutely, right? He is being controlled by Israel, and he's being controlled because he's a pedophile. Yeah. That guy needs
Allegedly, you have to say
this is America first. Yes. This is America first. Yes. Fuck MAGA. We are done with MAGA because MAGA just sucks on Israel. Wow. We are done with Israel. We are done with MC Elite. We are America.
You want to take this on no
It's Epstein. It's Epstein.
Why do you have to yell, Alpha? We can hear you.
Because I'm a passionate patriot. I love my country. I love my country, boy.
What country is that?
America.
No, it's pronounced America.
No, your country. Hold on. Look out. I'll hold him. Your country is Somalia, and they're suffering a crisis at an unhumanitarian rate, and it's beyond human.
That's not nice.
And you know it's Zionist. You are a Zionist pedophile, boy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Alpha. Look, man, before you criticize America, do something about your country. Thank you. Have a good day.
I mean, we gave you guys Somaliland.
Yes. Do they have television?
You didn't give shit, motherfucker. Yeah, but you're not a part of that. You're not a part of any kind of administration or authority in this country. So we didn't do shit.
You didn't know David is high ranking in the government?
I mean, I give a lot of money to them.
I hope he's not knowing what a school board is. I promise you, if he's a fucking official,
I think you're was. I just said I don't understand the purpose of the school board.
You don't know what it does. Bro, you don't know the functionality. You barely understand. You probably know what the word school board means, but if you don't know what the function is, you don't know what the fuck.
I said functionality, Dave, of the auspices.
I sit on a board, but we do more important things than whatever the school board people do.
What's more important than understanding?
I'm not gonna say.
Creating all kinds of operations and bullshit. Fucking people. Is that what you do?
We make money for a lot of people.
Like who?
I'm not gonna say.
Like the Federal Reserve? Like the Federal Reserve?
I'm not a fact chair right now.
Quick question. How come you claim to be FBA, but you coon so much? Why?
That nigga ain't FBA.
So most people who sit here,
Don't say the N-word.
That's the other
Don't
nigga.
say the N-word.
are the biggest coons on the God's planet. I bet you voted for Kamala times.
I never voted for no Kamala Harris, you faggot.
Yeah, I have like one or two black friends, and they all didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Oh my God!
He thinks because I live in Seattle that somehow everybody in Seattle is liberal. Like I don't follow this political paradigm, Nathan. Just answer the question: why are you such a coon that you claim to be FBA?
Seattle butt naked. That's what you do in Seattle. You ride around.
Oh no, I've never done that shit. But then here it is though. Nathan, you claim to be FBA, but you cool so much on this app.
Can I try to make you
Dick riding a pedophile piece of shit.
Oh my God, what did they come back to?
Allegedly.
Molested or something like that.
I've never been molested. You see cats that are molested, they sound like Nathan.
You got to support a pedophile.
My name is Nathan, and I really think that Donald Trump is the best thing in the history of this country. What is your real name? That's not your name. His name is Barbosa. I remember you, bro.
They need a code forever. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Forever today, but you're FBA. Make that make sense.
Who are you? I don't even know who you, brother. You changed.
There are foundational Black Americans that can be called or considered coons.
Well, you're looking at one right now. His name is Nathan the Great, and he even got that coon ass smile that a lot of these niggas have. They smile on the camera. No fucking. Nah, but think of this though. You have no beard on your fucking face. Smooth face, smiling with your teeth. That's what Sambos do, man.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
You know what it is?
Actually, friends.
I take my tomahawk and scalp the fuck out of him.
You know your ex-wife, right? The man who took it, right? He probably looks like me. That's why you hate me so much.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Ex-wife, but then you call him a man. Ain't that a bitch? That's how you know this dude got weird fucking fantasies. You transgender loving ass motherfucker.
So what got you guys into this strife? How'd you guys start arguing?
He's a coon. I can't stand this dude. Every time he's in one of these rooms, he's always doing some sambo, handkerchief head, that shit. Every time in these rooms.
Did you say handkerchief head?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're not saying anything. We can debate about it, but all that you're doing is acting like a little girl. That's all
I'm a little girl. I'm just calling you out.
I'm doing name calling.
Just
calling people names.
You said
Little boys call people names as well.
You can't even have a real debate. Because I out-debate you and it hurt your feelings.
He never out-debate me. So, okay, you want to lay out a topic? What's happening?
I'll call you names, you call me names. So,
no, I just don't like race traders like you. You know what I mean? But then, wait, it's like the black cops community, right? Them niggas are a bunch of fucking FBI informants. But then here it is, they call themselves black cops and they for the black people. They're locking up black people.
So you guys have had run-ins before.
You know what I mean? Like,
I really don't really know him. I think I kind of roasted him one time. He got his
you never roasted me before. You've been roasted 20 times over.
I make him look stupid.
You always go up in 48 in a mule, acting an ass, and I have to check your retarded ass.
Oh no, don't say that word.
Yeah, say retard, okay.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, bro. You make yourself look bad. You from Seattle, you should know better.
You make it sound like that, you know, you're from Seattle.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Man, I know you voted for Kamala. This is crazy. This nigga talking about
Why the fuck would I vote for Kamala? Why?
Just be a man, bro. Just be a man.
I mean, voting for Kamala Harris means what? Because I never voted a day in my life because I know the shit is rigged.
Oh my God. Now you found somebody that can.
This shit is, what do you mean? This whole fucking political party system, all this shit is fucking, these are selections, not election, motherfucker.
Selections.
My voting was selected years in advance.
Char, you don't. Is it Char?
Yes, it's like Charlie Show.
Oh, Char like Charmander?
Yeah, call him Charmander. I'm just saying no Pokemon. Yeah. You know what Charmander if you like
Something about anime.
Wait, hold up. You watch some anime. You said it too good. I know you. Wait, hold up. You watch anime. You don't even know who this character is. That's
I
funny.
never know that day in my life.
No, yeah, I don't know who it is.
Who is it?
It's somebody from Gundam. Yeah, Gundam is for the Earth.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Gundam guy. So like, you don't even vote.
I drop a comment on the Earth too. You know, a lot of these people need to die. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hey, Gundam man, you don't vote in local elections either.
No. I mean, because I found that they're rigged as well. Like, you know, look, when it comes to the mayors, when it comes to the with governors, man, she stopped listening after that. I ain't gonna lie.
You can choose for me. I was listening to.
I mean, you can look. You can vote in your school board leader and whatnot. You can do all that, but when it comes to like people who have the federal government under the tentacle, no, I just don't believe in it. I've seen through it. I've done my research, and I see that this is nothing but a charade. It's an act.
Okay.
You know, I mean, and you have, you know, clowns like Nathan who believe in characters and actors named Trump who doesn't really run this country. You know,
He doesn't run the council.
he really don't love Nate. Fight back, love Nate. He don't vote, love Nate. Hey, no, nigga, so if you own the company, you know that the president of the company doesn't own the company, right? You understand that, right, Nate? You understand that the president doesn't own a company, it's just a title, right? Like, when the real rulers were called kings and pharaohs and all this other shit, or sultans and shit. In today's time, you have prime ministers and you have presidents. That doesn't mean that you dictate parts of the country, bro. All you are is a stand-in. You're like it's like a ventriloquist that has a doll, and you're the doll that the ventriloquist use, right?
No, dude. No, they are the dolls.
Hold on, let Nate hit on it. Let Nate remember he don't vote.
In the last 90 days, how many drugs have you taken?
Never took no drugs in my life.
Remember me? This dude, like,
Bro, I never told you the alley-oop and you talking about drugs. Like, come on, man. You can't help this dumbass, man. I'm a simple nigga, man.
Okay, so like, Charlie, like in your community, do you care about things changing, or like if you do, like how do you enact change in your community without?
I look at it from a biblical, prophetic aspect. This country is Babylon the Great. In this place, I mean, according to the scriptures, right, there's going to be nukes off the face of Earth by different countries. And one of the countries that is the one that is the country that they're going to war with right now. But it's going to be a coalition. So, I mean, my thing is, look, they said what this world's about. I'm just going to live my life. And then when things shut down, like, you know, the power grid going out and blackouts happening, martial law happening, I mean, yo, hopefully the Most High save me about it. That's the only thing I'm looking for. If I have one, I'm not going to say it to a federal agent like David.
Zombies are coming too. You gotta watch out for them.
Zombies. You know, oh no, there's going to be literal zombies.
watched The Walking Dead, and I was like, oh, maybe
It's crazy. You know, you claim to be a Jew, but what happened in 70 AD? Motherfuckers were eating their zombies.
In 70 AD. Am I getting more?
I think Norm is Jewish.
Norm is an Ashkenaz /
No, I'm not
Ottoman Turk.
Ashkenaz. No, I'm a Jew.
You're an Ottoman Turk. And you're
I'm not an Ottoman Turk.
Wait, is Ashkenaz
You're from the house of Esau now.
We killed Amalek. You don't
Is that a bad house? Is that a bad house?
Amalek is still living. What do you mean? Char's a black Israelite. I've never heard of the term black Israelite ever used by a Hebrew Israelite.
Black Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, you're an
That's what the
Israelite.
FBI calls it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. You have the bunch. Yeah, that's people.
Black people.
My father's native and my mother's black. So totally, yeah. I mean,
Your father's native. Running bullshit.
yeah, your father's is Amalek.
Wow.
Your father's Amalek, and the chief house of Esau that the Most High has an indignation forever and a day.
My dad is.
Yeah, you're a
Father's name is Stephen.
Don't call me.
What's that now?
What's that now?
Oh, sorry.
You know, normal.
Yes, sitting bullshit.
You're nothing.
I know.
You're nothing to write home about.
Be nice.
Yeah, hey, Shmay, Rob, Bomb, Lavo.
Oh, why? So wait, if I don't be nice, you're gonna report me to the FBI? Oh no, I'm scared of the FBI. Faggot Boys Incorporated.
Oh boy.
Wow, you shouldn't say that. You should say that.
Now fuck the FBI, man. I think they're all. I've had these pieces of shit. You know what I'm saying? Try to send agents my way, and I fucking blew them off now. You know what I mean?
You're a tough guy.
You know, like I mean, shit. If you don't send motherfucking agents, at least have motherfuckers that actually know how to fucking and know the real.
You know, I want to be you when I grow up.
Yeah, the FBI is a scumbag organization.
I mean, I like the name my parents gave me. David, I think is a good name.
It's a good one.
It's kind of generic.
Well, my parents said they named me because of for biblical reasons. So.
Yes,
Like
an easy way out.
The author of the shit.
As a Catholic, we have different interpretations of.
You agree that King David wrote the Psalms?
King David was a good person, yes.
Such curious people in
Yeah,
this
I remember
room.
doesn't understand that David didn't write.
Yeah, because like you know, yeah. Well, Norm, like I believe in the Pope. I believe in the Pope. Even our current, more liberal Pope. But yeah,
His name?
What's
yeah, of course, Pope Leo. Yeah, of course.
Oh, just say his name.
First black pope.
He's not black.
Yeah, he is.
He really isn't.
He's from Chicago, but he's not black. No. Is he really Creole?
Yes.
The Rosa.
Wow, I thought he was born in Chicago or just lived in
I
Chicago.
was born in New Orleans.
Okay,
He moved to Chicago.
you know,
Definitely isn't black, though.
when I was in New Orleans, there was like some of these voodoo people, and they definitely freaked me out.
Why? If you believe in your Catholic God, you should have nothing to fear, right?
You know who the God of the Catholic Church is?
The same God as everybody else's God. It's only one.
Oh no, it's not. It's not the God of the Bible. It's not the God of the Torah, the Old Testament, New
Don't
Testament.
they have one God? You believe in more
The
than one
God that they worship is David.
Yeah, like they
The God that they worship,
believe in more than one God.
the God that they worship is David.
Really?
Right?
David,
The
is
fish
that
head
right?
God, which is the reason why the damn Pope wears the same fish head.
Well, first of all, don't say the D word.
That's
Don't
crazy.
say the D word when it comes
Fish
to
head is crazy.
Dagon? Dagon is who they worship. They worship a lot of
You said
Babylonian deities.
you said DAM
like lit.
David, check this out. According to genealogical research, Pope Leo the 15th, David, born Robert Prevost, has documented African American roots. Research by historian Jari Honora indicates that his maternal grandparents identified as black or quote unquote.
Well, that's
Howard Nathan.
Still not black.
okay. With all due respect,
The sirens are calling you out.
with all due respect, if
No, I said the sirens are calling you out.
okay, I gotta go. No, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. No, if our Pope, who I do respect, is black, that's okay. That's change my feelings. Yes,
That's okay.
of course.
It's crazy.
Come on,
Yes, he's. God chose him to be our Pope, so it's okay. So whether he's black or not black or whatever, Harry Connick Jr., who's very white, is also from New Orleans.
Yes.
He's my favorite singer.
Does he have black ancestry? Like Pope Leo?
No.
Oh shit, Marshall's here. What's
Well,
up?
like, not genetically.
Oh, it's Charlie. How's it going?
Oddly enough, his dad was pretty
Harry Connick?
racist, interesting man.
Who's racist?
Harry Connick Jr.?
Yeah.
He played a role in a World War II movie about B-17s called Memphis Belle.
Was that in a Durkin? Or was that Durka?
I don't know what you're saying, David.
No, no, Marshall's right. He played that actor in that one movie.
He's in a lot of movies. Hope Floats, Copycat, Independence Day.
But he's also like a musician.
He is a fantastic jazz vocalist. That is correct.
Norm, you appreciate this. I was in I was at the Birdland Jazz Room in New York City, off Times Square, and your boy came in and did a set, a quick set.
Who's his boy?
Harry Connick. This is years ago though.
Is that your boy?
We don't talk about that. So I was there seeing Pharaoh Sanders, and then I went down to his what do you call it room? His green room? What do you call it thing? Anyway, went down there tiny, and it was filled with smoke. They were all getting high. This was Pharaoh Sanders, this great jazz saxophonist. So his agent was saying, listen, man, you gotta lower your fees, man. There's like a recession going on. And Pharaoh said, don't tell me about no session. Don't apply to me.
So when I was there, I love playing the piano. So whenever there was like a jazz session with a piano, it definitely riles me up. And
Because you get to play. Is it a jam?
No, I wasn't playing. No. But I just appreciate because I used to
jazz piano.
No, but I used to growing up. I'm not trying to flex, but yeah, we had a grand piano.
Don't worry, I'm not impressed. Musicians are cool, bro.
Yeah, so my parents forced me to learn piano, and then I took it's like.
Are you Asian?
No.
Okay.
He's a small head.
What is a small head?
Catholic.
Yes, I'm Roman Catholic. I like the Pope.
Roman Catholic
It's a racist way of referring to Jews because we cover our heads.
How's that racist?
Oh, was it yarmulke?
Yeah, that is racist. It's not called a yarmulke. It's called a kippah, right?
Well, kippah is one word and yarmulke is another.
Or how about this? I call them Saturn worshippers because that's what they
Wow.
The word Saturn.
Saturn is my planet.
Can you imagine this guy can't even say the word say? Now that's the level of dumbness we have.
Is that what you're trying to say?
What is he talking about? This dude's dumb. So Xerxes, the reason why I called him
Well,
Xerxes was because that black cube represents the god of death, which when you're dealing with Saturn in Roman mythology, that's what he is.
Okay,
Whenever you see that, see a black cube or see cube, and that's what these.
That's so interesting. So there's a movie, and I don't know, Norm, if you've seen this movie, but it's quite old. What is it called? It's called Pie. No, it's called Pie.
I know Darren Aaron.
Pie's good.
Yeah. So,
everybody.
Char, I think you should watch that movie. You probably be like, yo, see, I fucking told you. It's a good movie.
It's called Pie?
Yeah, so like the thing that you just described, the little cube thing, the only way that I know that this is related to Jewish people in any way is from this movie.
It's not related to Jewish people in any way. Hey.
It's not? What's the cube thing that they have in the movie?
I don't even know the movie
They like put it on their head.
What I'm saying.
Wow.
Whoa, David, you didn't know that? Whoa.
That's not for Jewish people.
No. Why is your voice going lower?
David, why are you so effeminate?
He's not. He's very masculine.
She has like kind of a little bit of a tiny voice, a little bit.
Oh, that's funny.
Growing up, I had a linguist as a teacher.
So when you were young.
No, but my parents wanted to make it, so yeah, I had a linguist.
Oh, that sucks. New York
But now
accents are cool.
Well, sometimes sound like it, but yeah, but now my accent is very neutral.
Kind of.
I don't know. I don't know. Norm, are you from the East Coast?
I'm from New York, man.
Yeah. Can you tell
New York.
in him? Can you hear it in him? Yeah.
Could you not tell by his accent?
Who? Norm's?
Have an accent.
Norm.
Y'all that have an accent.
No, honey, you super do have an accent. Ain't nobody's talking to you, David. Stop trying to insert yourself. It's okay.
Yeah, it was super short. I think
Who are you, Anthony Bourdain?
No, it's just my PTR.
I know, I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of his.
So was
I was.
There are a couple of biographies of it which are worth looking at, and I don't know. Have you seen everything he's ever made? It's almost every single episode.
Norm, can I ask you a personal question?
I watched a lot of his content.
Norm, have you ever been to his French restaurant in Leon?
Sure.
Yeah.
Way back, yeah.
Yeah. Can you give us like a quick synopsis? Was it good? Was it like
It was
anything?
okay. It was not special.
And this was before he was famous, right?
Correct. He was a recovering heroin addict.
Who's restaurant?
Anthony Bourdain.
I've never actually been to did he have any really after when he became famous, did he have any notable restaurants?
No, he was glad to stop doing that. He was more of like a
Travel artist. He was a travel artist, a travel writer, and a travel show.
yeah.
Maybe some
But it's not like next level. It's like cinema. It's really well done.
Yeah, I remember so I've been to Le Bedadin, and that was one of his good friends.
Eric Repair, yeah.
Yeah, and it's amazing, by the way. I definitely recommend it. But yeah, I've never.
The Bernard is amazing.
No, but I was gonna say I would never have gone there.
Hot dogs, and then when you're not with me, you go to Le Bernardin. Okay.
Yeah, but I would never have gone there without knowing, what.
Hello, after David, I have a question for Norman. Norman.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
what grade would you currently? So this morning in Politically Correct, they were saying 30% of the country don't approve of the war in Iran. And I'm like, bro, or Trump's approval rating, or I don't know what it was. I was like, well, that means 7%.
He has one big thing. His approval rating has never dipped below George W.'s. George W. has, I think, the lowest approval rating on record for any modern president. And Donald Trump sits between like 39 and 45%, if I'm recalling correctly. When did he hit that lowest? Is it because it was like after ABAC? So second term when the stock market started to shake.
Oh, the financial.
And the so prior to the 06 surge, the 06 surge took a year. So during all of 06. He had a slight reprieve in 07 until the last part of 07. The presidential race gets going between McCain and Obama, but he's dealing with the collapse of the economy, TARP and HARP, Troubled Asset Recovery Program, and
he went down. He went from like 90% down to way low.
You remember when? My point was, people think Trump is his approval rating has never slipped below George W. And that's a true low water mark. So if you're looking at approval ratings on a metric, then he probably has done better in this first part of his term than George W. Bush did in this part of his second. I think having people like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Christine Nome as heads of agencies was a real sort of.
Wait a minute, hold on. Kash Patel has almost has put a huge dent in the FBI. I don't know why.
That's not why.
Who's talking over me?
I say
I
why.
can't get a sentence out.
I say why because that identified his willingness to get out in front of microphones based on how many patches he had on his jacket, and based on the fact that which I don't think is good. It's like Purdue misusing resources in the first administration to like go to dinner and fly to places and pick up his laundry. Those are all personal expenses. Right, so I blame them for the same reason.
And the fact that he's captured many on the FBI's most wanted list, the fact that he's coordinated with other agencies to find sex and child sex trafficking rings.
There's not a the Trump Center.
Really? That's crazy. Okay, all right. I just want to give Trump and Trump's administration a great.
What would you give it, Monica? I'm genuinely curious.
I would give it an A minus.
I would give it a B minus. I'm kind of in the B minus camp. All right. Obama's lowest approval rating was 38%. Has Trump ever gone below that?
Well, Norm, you remember like after September 11th when Bush got like a 90% approval rating? It was like
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, it was like the highest in the history of like polling, correct?
I didn't know that, but I remember that 90-something percent.
Yeah.
Let's see what the lowest approval rating was of Biden.
That's what I was surprised when someone said that Bush polls were lower than
the Quinnipiac or the Monmouth. There was the polls that I always get referenced. Quinnipiac and the Monmouth, right?
Winnipeg is a college that has polls for they're alleged allegedly pretty decent ones.
Here's what's interesting. No matter how low these guys go, Democrat or Republican, it seems that they always command about a third of the electorate. I think that's interesting. It's all 38, 36. Obama was 38, Biden was 36. What was Bush's lowest one? Same?
28.
Oh, really? That's low.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? Like, at least Trump's public approval rating is stuck between the high 30s and the low 40s. Right? He has a base of people that just don't bottom out. Which, like, I feel, Norm, if you look and say the kingfish population.
He was killed, assassinated.
He was assassinated, but Huey P. Long was far closer to Eugene Debs than FDR was. Despite the fact that FDR pushed through the New Deal, which lots of Republicans, in fact, I think the majority of Republicans at the time disagreed with.
What do you think our country would look like had Kamala Harris won the presidency?
California.
Honestly, I don't think her general stuff would have been a whole lot different. I think the people she holds in as cabinet secretaries would be good. She wanted to haul in Linda Sarsour to like Health and Human Services or something.
Yeah, she's a racist. Go ahead.
I wasn't gonna say that, but I more meant like my worry was that she. My worry was that she was racist.
No, I'm not
Hold on,
racist.
my
Who's
worry-
asking me?
Wait, who's asking Monica that question? Because I'm
Monica,
future her.
Monica is.
Oh, that's Yabba Dabba Doo. Yeah, you have block. Spin on the app on the stage.
Oh my God, shit. Like my bad, Marshall. I just had to call her out on that shit. Yeah, you're gonna call somebody racist when you're a racist. So that's like me. It's like this. I'm racist. So do I? Do I sit up here and cry when other people say racist shit?
I don't know why we have to send them to you. We were having a discussion on Trump and his administration. Do you mind?
All right. I like the racism stuff though too.
I like talking about race.
I find that stuff repulsive.
What
Those talks I find saying absolutely Nazi.
But I want to find out something. Charles, in your racism, what form does it take? Do you believe that black folks are better than white folks?
Oh God, no! Don't do this.
Wait, no, let's do it. I'm interested.
No.
Marshall.
Because I don't want to have a conversation.
But I just
Like,
want
I'm
to hear
just-
from Char.
I'm just.
Char, what do you
Char,
think?
please go ahead with your answer, but like, be known, I don't want to tread down this path very much.
Because I already know what they're trying to do. I really don't care.
You said you were proud racist.
I mean, what's wrong with being racist? That just means we're wrong.
What form does it take?
I mean, shit, your people sit up here and say do racist shit. You think you're the cream of the crop. What's wrong with that?
Nobody said anybody was any cream of anything. What form does your racism
That's
take?
what you believe.
I never said that. Why? You don't be schizophrenic.
We need to find the peace for this. Leave it to Jews and Israel right now. Or the
Again?
just like
You said how he is racist.
Wait,
You said that he thinks his
I'm
people
the
are better
only
than
Jew
everybody else.
I'm the only Jew on the stage. What are you talking about? Willie?
Yeah, David's a Jew.
David,
No, I'm not Jewish. I'm Roman
David,
Catholic.
David.
Wow, so Catholics are. You know what? Never mind. I'm not about that.
You're not
You fucking fuck.
No, what did you mean? Did you mean black folks are better than white folks?
Let's see, considering blacks and original people. Go back to the 12 tribes, and the 12 tribes are the best people on earth. Yeah. But, yeah, so based off of that, yeah. What's wrong with that?
We're not having the HBI conversation. Hey, it ain't right. God damn it.
Marshall, when they do, I'm interested to see what's wrong. But we can move on now. I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's fine. So, the crazy thing about the Kamala Harris administration, I think, was Tim Walz.
First of all, she didn't have an administration.
I'm sorry, were you done talking?
Yeah, but
you talking or was I talking?
I apologize.
Don't just say about people don't like that.
Yeah, it's rude. You good, David?
He's fine, and some people don't mind it. You mind it, we get it. Go ahead. What did you want to say?
So no, the Tim administration would have been terrifying for this country. So,
dude, the tampon administration would have been.
It makes him upset. Just let him finish, and then you go.
No, it's fine. He's a moderator. He can interrupt me.
No, man, I shouldn't have interrupted you. You're good.
No,
You should apologize. You should apologize, David. Do I? Let me ask you a question. In this journey of moderation, do I need any help from you, or don't I? Is it a rhetorical question or a real question? It's a rhetorical one because, of course, I can, but I don't need more help. You're welcome.
I never hear Marshall go sarcastic. This is a new thing.
I know. This is we're turning over new ground here. But yeah. Anyways, tampon Tim.
My therapist said. Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Nah, you gotta finish that sentence. My therapist said one.
You're more than welcome.
Because my therapist has said many things to me.
What do you got?
No, go ahead.
No, you're fine. No.
No. With all due respect, I would love you to go first.
You've been super respectful, David.
See, I would love if you told me what the therapist said, and if we rehashed your appointment, right? We could talk all about you, man. We could talk all about you, David. We could make it the David room, put you on the couch.
Can we start at David's childhood?
Does nobody get that I'm joking? Of course I don't want David on the couch. I was doing that to make David think I was doing that to make David think he was super important before dapping his hopes and saying, we're not doing that. Oh, David, if you would like to talk privately about your therapist, you can always message me. I see one too. It's okay. My mommy and daddy think I'm important.
Marshall, you're so nice that even when you're being mean, you're nice.
Oh no. Marshall's not always nice. No. They're get off his square for sure.
He yelled at me, and then I said, I apologized to him. I said, I was wrong, and I apologize. And he said, don't worry, I don't even care. He was so nice about it.
It depends on Marshall's level of sauce. Sorry, Marshall, I don't mean to call you out.
No, he can be sober, and there's certain clubhousers that he does not respect, value, or appreciate, and he will absolutely let them know. I've seen it.
I didn't mean to call you.
But on the whole, he is
of sauciness.
pretty cordial. Anyone else want to give their Trump grades? Seeing as how we have a
Call it what it is. He's a
title.
gentleman.
Should Trump?
Not meant to be real, really.
Oh, I thought Scott felt that way for real.
I read the article. It's such a silly article.
God has become, I would say, a bit anti-Trump. I don't know what else to call it. Although I believe he grew up as a Republican. But, there are some Republican never-Trumper types.
Yeah, I've more conservative Republicans as friends growing up, and
I didn't know any. I think in my whole life I only knew 2 Republicans.
Yeah, but they don't like Trump. There are Republicans that don't like Trump, basically. Yeah.
I never understood them. In my family, Republican was not kosher. It was trace. No offense.
Well, I grew up in a town where everyone was Republican. So
GOAT in Politically Correct is super confident that the Democrats have discerned the will of the people and he's using the fact that they performed well in the primaries and in small, low turnout elections. Is that fair to say?
No, this is what I do. I think it's fair to say the Democrats and their specials, when they did well, which I don't know if you ever heard the saying, but they're saying campaigns.
The economy's stupid?
No, people needed their pocketbooks.
When was the last time Goat ever picked against the Democrats? When is the last time he's like, yeah, I think they're going to underperform? I think the Democrats are out of touch with the American people. I don't mean to insult you, Monica. You know how I feel about you. You're pretty cool. But like, Goat is so full of shit. Yes, you all know what I think of Goat too. So.
The Democrat. In 2024, the Democrats are out of touch. In 2028, it sounds like they're gaining momentum here.
In the midterms, traditionally the party might hold, but maybe not. And then, it's all good information, right? We use the tools that we're provided to make the best possible outcome.
I think the Republicans lose in midterms, but I think a lot of how bad they lose in midterms depends on the situation in Iran and gas prices. I think it's hard for the Democrats to shout affordability if gas prices come down radically. Even if they're not quite at pre-Iran war levels, I think it's still hard for the Democrats. Like if you see a 50-cent decline in gas prices or something like that in the lead up to the election, in the lead up to the midterms, I think it's hard for Democrats. So
Can you do me a quick favor, Norm? Can you make me a David, so I can invite some great thinkers from the GOO on stage, and I promise
I'll
to
do it.
mod
Just put
myself.
their names in the chat and I'll have them.
Well, there's a lot, but that's okay.
We don't need a lot.
Guys, if y'all wanna join the stage, you know who you are. Go ahead and raise your hand so no one can bring you up. Well, I like to hear from baseball. I like to hear from Edward Lynn. I like to hear from Coco. I like to hear from Albert.
Hang on, don't get greedy. Okay, there's baseball. Who else?
Wait, I didn't know I was ranking them in order of your invite.
Who's the next one? Kosi has his hand up, so okay. And who else?
Mr. Edward.
One more.
We all love Mr. Edward.
Mr. Edward? I don't see them.
Dewey?
What's that?
I don't see Dewey, Louie, or Huey in the.
E. Liddy has got to join the stage.
Wait, are those the ducks? Like the Huey, Dewey, and Louie?
Yeah, they said Dewey, so I said I don't see Huey, Louie, or Dewey.
I didn't
That's
say.
Okay, I invited him up. Edward Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, I invited him up. Okay, I invited him up.
That's Edward the Neat.
Thanks, David.
Okay.
Who's more Trump?
And Wallace, William, and Coco, and blah, blah. Yoav. I invited Yoav many times.
They're voting Democrat in the midterms, and I was hoping that they could share why and where. Local, state, or federal, like that kind of, not doxing. I don't do the doxing thing.
Well, I mean, the House is gone, but the big one is the Senate. If the Democrats win...
Wait, hold on. With all due respect, Norm, are you assuming the House is already...
A lost cause?
The House is gone. We maintain the majority of the singular vote.
Yeah. Come on, guys. I'll take the House. All right, but I want to go to the Senate. If the Democrats win the Senate, and there's a real chance that happens, and say Alito or Thomas retire, then there's a series.
Well, Alito said he wants to retire, right?
Yeah. So
I think Alito and blanking. Come on.
Alito and Thomas. So
They should both retire in the next couple of months.
If that happens, then the Senate will sit McConnell did in whatever year that was, 2015. They won't even bring it. They'll just copy what the Republicans did.
Okay, so let me tell why I'm not quite sure that the House is gone. I'm not ready to give up on the House, y'all, and I'll tell you why.
I'm totally down to hear your rationale. What is it?
Right, because we've learned a lot from the 2020 election. We saw what happened in 2024. The Voter ID Act is incredibly popular. 70 to 80% of all U.S. citizens think that having some form of voter ID is important. Isn't the Supreme Court, have they decided, is there a ballot or a mail-in ballot thing being discussed too? Or am I not remembering?
There may be a challenge to mail-in balloting, but I have not heard it be put on the docket of the Supreme Court for this upcoming election.
Okay, and my third point is as unpopular as the methods or the public relations have been for have been deporting illegal immigrants. And if our country is safer because the people that would have been killed by illegals are still alive, I think that might resonate with my fellow Americans and have them understand how important it is that we have, the conservatives have a little longer control at the wheel.
How does one know if they would have been killed?
I'm not. So
like, what does that statement mean?
In all fairness to her, I think what she means is there will be people who are thinking about this and will say, golly, I'm safe, so I'll go with the Republican Party. Now, I think that the angel parent, the angel moms are a percentage of the vote, but I am still very skeptical. A 1-vote majority in the House, a 3-vote majority in the Senate, the possibility in Texas of losing the Texas House lockup, that's a really good indicator that things are not as healthy as they seem. If Texas is having trouble, then probably other states are having trouble too, and we just haven't heard about it as much. But to your point, there will be districts who will vote red because of local politics. The Greek candidate I'm working for example, she's a Republican, and she has emphasized local over national. So what she's done is say, hey, my district is what's important. And when they've tried to tie her in the press to like national politics, her answer has kind of been, no, I have folks on my area. Right? So is, given the majority, likely is it that we hold on? And at least the money in DC, like so I don't mind saying this is a relatively small place. My little brother's girlfriend works for Jim Jordan. And Jim Jordan is thinking there are any losses in the House, just to the extent that they'll be in the minority. Right? If Jordan, such a conservative warrior, is thinking that, then how, granted the Congress may be just pessimistic. So I can't tell you what I will tell you is, in my knocking at doors for Republican congresswomen in a heavily Democratic area, I get more yeses than I get nos. So maybe that's an indicator. I am not entirely sure. My intention here is not to dismiss your opinion in whole, more to say I think it's a little bit different, but we will see.
You are more on the optimistic side than I am on this one. I unfortunately am very pessimistic.
Also, let's be real here. The art of politics is not just getting people to vote for you. It's the art of getting people to stay home on your opponent. Particularly presidential elections. Midterms here, ain't nobody on the Democratic side is staying home. They're not. They're motivated to vote against the Trump administration. Obviously, we know that Trump is technically not on the ballot, but to the earlier points, he might as well be.
Well, I think it depends on how closely you wedge your campaign to national politics versus how closely you wedge your campaign to your district.
And there's not a single Democrat out there that's not tying their campaign to Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Like I would be the bulwark to stand in the way of the Trump administration. Like that's literally every single one. And Trump doesn't have the luxury of having Kamala Harris on the ballot this time around. She was an awful candidate. People are voting for their local representatives and people that they actually want to vote for in this election, and they're voting against Donald Trump, who's somebody they want to vote.
Do you know what the saving grace of the Republican Party is? Despite all of our flaws,
they're off. The Democrats are off their freaking rockers.
The Democratic Party, exactly.
It's
like we may be dysfunctional, but people have perceived us in the last 10-ish years as less dysfunctional than the Democratic Party.
Which is the Republican Party.
Which people have seen you though?
I mean, when they asked them the question, like,
no. Hold on. That's a good question. When I think of that, the examples in my head are Texas. So you're right; they're probably not all that applicable to the rest of the nation. So I shouldn't have said all. I should have said Texas. Thank you for the correction.
Should be at an all-time low with both parties.
They just,
What?
Which party do you think is fine?
The Republican Party is fine.
Really?
Yes.
So you think all the kids, and mind you, I'm not a part of the conservative half of the country, but you think all of the kids that were proselytized by the online influencer pundits during the last election just stop listening to them because their tone has changed?
I don't think Gen Z.
Joe.
I don't think. Hold on. I don't think.
Why are you saying hold on when you interrupted me, bro?
I'm saying hold on because I wanted to review the online influencers that you're so enamored by.
I was naming
have
them.
Such a big influence on Gen Z. I don't think Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are it. Now maybe Theo Vaughn. I don't know. But I don't think Gen Z cares about Candace or Tucker.
I think you'd be wrong. I think, anyway, I'm just going to finish what I was saying. I also think, the people breaking away for the, under 55 crowd of the conservatives, right? So, a slightly weaker voting bloc than 55 plus, which is the strongest vote bloc for conservatives. I think that the people that they listen to, some of them may be breaking away as well. They also are, among some of the people who are experiencing success during this administration. So, just, more things to consider than just, you guys are okay.
Sorry, bro. No, you're good. I'm confused by what you're saying. So you're saying that the older demographic bloc for conservatives are the ones that vote the most?
They're the largest voting body by demographic, by age demographic, yeah.
Sure.
And they are the most consistent and locked in. They are fully they're in.
No, then that's fine.
It's the Christian.
I'm so sorry.
Would you also say that the younger demographic, who would you The older demographic is. I'll just skip to the punchline. The older demographic is watching Fox News. The younger demographic.
This is the thing wrong with Fox News. Fox News is the number one.
David, I don't know why I'm still not done yet.
David, wait till folks finish, especially people who attended it.
It's maddening. It really is.
No mic discipline. Dude, you must have sucked at kindergarten, dude. Like, seriously.
Wow, you don't have to make a personal attack.
That's against the terms of service.
That's a very
Just make it point.
This is a Super Bowl joke. My point being is the low propensity voters. Low propensity voters are people that would listen to a Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens. So while I agree with you that I don't think that so Nick Fuentes came out and said that his people should vote Democrat. That's fine, whatever. I don't think that many people are listening to. I don't think a high propensity voter, like somebody a reliable voting bloc, listening to freaking Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, of course.
But with that being said, I don't think that Tucker Carlson's obvious disdain for President Trump is going to help Republicans at the voting. I don't think it's going to.
I don't think so.
I don't think that it's going to. David, come on, buddy. I'm almost done.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
I'm not your pal. God, I don't know what the line is. I forget what the line is.
I'm not your guy, buddy.
I'm not your guy, friend. I forget. What is that? I forgot. What is that from?
It's from South Park.
South Park, I was going to say. Family Guy or South Park. But again, I do think that in the midterms, I don't think it's going to hurt. I don't think it's going to hurt the Republicans that much, I guess, is my point.
I think also, just to pontificate, and this could be for both sides as well, because it kind of hurt, I think, the Democrats in the national election. I think the youth detachment, might be real strong indicator. The youth are to vote in the midterms. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do, but I also think that I think it's going to help Democrats in the sense that I think a lot of low propensity voters for Democrats are going to vote. Like, this is where I think the youth vote does make a difference. I think a lot of low propensity voters are going to vote in droves for Democrats, as much as they do in the midterms. Like, let's be real, the midterms are usually. Marshall's not on the stage. He could fact check me on this. You usually get a lot less people voting in midterms.
Yeah.
But in my home state here in Maine, it's looking like it's going to be Graham Plattner, who's a literal Nazi, or he had a Nazi tattoo up until a couple of months ago on his chest.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's an actual thing. You can look it up. In fact, J.D. Vance called him out recently. He was like, "Hey, Maine's running a Nazi," and then he got caught with it, and an old video surfaced, and he's like, "Oh, I get it removed," and I had no idea it was a Nazi tattoo. Yeah, sure you did, buddy. And I see his ads on TV all the time. He's running against everything. He's running on everything except for his record. Like he's running left of our current governor, who's running for Senate because her terms are up, and Janet Mills. So, anyways, but it's a Senate seat that could very well flip for a longtime Republican Susan Collins. But again, getting back to the propensity voter comment, I just think that a lot of lower propensity voters on the Democratic side are younger voters, and so I think they're much more motivated. So I think you're going to see a youth might decide this election. I just don't think it's going to be on the Republican side.
I got a question. And this is a big one, maybe. It's going to hit on a religion, but my biggest thing is right now, midterms. Do you believe there's going to be a big push from the Muslims to vote Democratic? Because they say they will not vote Republican because the Democrats actually push some gay rights and some certain things, and basically abortion, even though they won't have abortions and they don't believe in gays, but they'll vote that way so that eventually they get in office.
What?
So I actually do know what you're saying. So
there are videos out there stating of Muslim leaders saying we will never vote Republican, we will always vote Democrat because they vote gay, they vote for this, and we'll usually get in office if we run.
Oh, they're voting on identity politics, you mean? Okay, got it.
Yeah, where they actually understand what you're saying. So a lot of Muslims are attaching themselves to the deconstructionist left. People like Ilhan Omar, they're basically the squad. And so it makes for an awkward thing in elections where Democrats have to signal to both their more moderate base. They have to signal support for, it's just the whole thing with Israel and everything else. But I actually do get what you're saying. And so a lot of times, it sounds what Cool C is trying to say is Muslims will signal not support for gay marriage or trans rights or any of that stuff, but they'll go along with it in order to sort of gain a leg up in the deconstructionist left.
Yeah, to basically eventually try and get Sharia law in here, try and do certain things where they get elected. There have been many videos posted recently about that. That's why I'm asking, because they seem to want to push the Democratic side only so that they get eventually elected, or things happen in the world that potentially more Muslims and all that.
I mean, the mayor of New York City is a Muslim.
I mean, I think like this isn't.
That's what I'm saying, Cool. See, I'm echoing what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm echoing what you're saying. Just to be clear, I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not against people being people, but they will heavily lean that way just to get ultimately their goal, even though they will never, ever, unless emergency, have an abortion, or never, ever admit openly to be gay. They'll go for those leftist points that the leftists promote on purpose so that it weakens everything in the way.
It's deconstructionism.
I don't know if I believe that is just like, I don't know, like that is the intention of a lot of people who would vote for the Democrats, I think. Like, the last 2 years, people have had identities attacked. Like, they personally understand it as their identity being attacked. So, you know, for the party that's been attacking your identity, I don't think that's like, you know, a special case for just Muslims.
I could try and grab a Muslim leader speaking on that video somewhere on YouTube for you. But
Muslims are not going to vote Republican. I don't think that's not okay. Like,
yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that there's a lot of people included in that bucket.
Yeah.
But their turnout's going to be high, probably midterm, and that's what they're hoping for with the illegal immigrants coming in.
The fascinating part for me, going back to what you were saying earlier, is just talking about Tucker Carlson. Like, Tucker Carlson is signaling super hard at Muslims recently, which is surprised if you see who he hangs out with. Like, it's a very, very fascinating.
I mean, like, yeah, everything is kind of like awkwardly topsy-turvy. Like, as a person, like I said earlier, I don't know if you're in here, Ben, but like, as a person who's not like I'm not like a political theorist or economist or anything like that, but I have watched a lot of the history of the world, a lot. It's interesting to see how floppy everybody is when they're pressed a little bit, when there's a little bit of pressure applied. And that's not just now, that's like over the last like decade. You know, like, people who think that one side will, like, you know, obviously and ultimately incentivize their existence, and then learning, you know, the cruel joke of American politics is that, you know, the emphasis is the sanctity and survival of the state, and the people are secondary or tertiary. Just like switching sides, hopping over, and this is not, you know, this is not an assassination of anybody's intentions or characters. It's just an observation of things that I see happening. Like, I was talking to, my best friend is Korean, and maybe 6 years ago we had a conversation about why his parents, despite being naturalized, don't vote in our local elections, which our naturalized citizens can. And why they're like largely apolitical. They dissuade him from being political or even like processing political thought at the time. And he was just like, well, like they don't want to do anything to provoke any kind of action from the government that says that they have to leave. And I'm like, well, they're naturalized. They can't really do that, can they? And then fast forward 6 years later, I mean, like, government can do whatever based on whatever, and who knows the rules, and the rules can be anything, and so I get it, but their position as older citizens now has also changed, where it's not just like, oh, we are provoked into like a fear space, like they're provoked into a space of like, nah, something has to happen, action has to happen. I don't know how they're voting, but that's the vibe that he said they're giving now. So it's all interesting to see how people are processing this and trying to pontificate on what should or will be done.
I was surprised at Tucker, right? I thought he was very hard Republican. I thought maybe I read him wrong because when he went to Putin and did all that, and some of the things I have now seen that lately that he's gone away from Trump. And,
him and Trump are in a feud right now.
And I don't get that. Like,
aren't there like two lines of Republican though? It's like MAGA Republican and then old school GOP.
Well, so what some would call neocon.
Yeah.
I don't think that I think MAGA is the default right now, and then you have a few of the and there's an argument online of who is the most I think it's the vocal minority who are the Tucker Carlson deconstructionist right. So I think it's I think that there's a couple of different ways to approach this. I think Charlie Kirk dying is one of the worst things to ever happen to the Republican movement. If we take away just the fact that this man was a husband and a father and all that kind of stuff. If we just take away the fact that he was a husband and a father, if we actually look at what he meant to the Republican movement, Charlie Kirk held a lot of people together. He wasn't just a conservative movement; he held a lot of different factions together. He also held a lot of water at bay as well, and some of that water that he held at bay is now coming home, and it's starting to lap on them.
just rely on something to just ease the feeling of, yo, once it's done, it's done.
If you, let's say that for shits and giggles, the past life thing is real, right? And you start to remember stuff. And once you start remembering things, the correlation to remembrance is also you start to recognize things that are happening and you can connect the dots. And so it helps you to move smarter, right? And people wonder, like, how did you know that?
Arabia supporting this group. Jamaat and Nusrat is Iran not supporting them. Number 2. Number 3 is Tahrik of Taliban Pakistan, Iran not supporting them. Number 4 is Al-Shabaab, Iran is Horn of Africa, Iran not supporting them. Number 5 is Balochistan Liberation Army, BLA, Iran not supporting them. Number 6 is ISWAP, Iran not supporting them. Number 7, all of these UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia supporting them. Number 6 is, I told you. Number 7 is Boko Haram, Iran not supporting them. Number 8 is Hamas, Qatar is supporting them more than Iran. Now, I think Iran.
Are you talking about support, or are you talking about direct, like Iran?
No. I'm talking about the direct support with money and everything. So number 9, it doesn't matter. Again, Iran. Number 10 is Hezbollah. Okay. So you go search about it. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, they are spending more money, but they need to demonize Iran. They do the worse than Iran. They're supporting the terrorist groups. But the groups Iran supports, they are resistance group. Iran didn't create them. But ISIS created by the United States. Or other of these groups I told you, they created by Saudi Arabia. Iran didn't create Hezbollah. Iran didn't create Hamas. Or the one in Yemen, what it's called.
But here's the thing, though. Let me just say, and I actually saw this today. Hezbollah is the largest private military organization in the world. It's unbelievable. And I mean, it's the largest private military organization. It's bigger than all the ones that you've combined together. They don't match Hezbollah's size, strength, capability. Now, I don't know how weak it is now, but at one point it was unreal. Like the way they were doing the stats on this thing, I was shocked, actually. I didn't know how powerful it was until I started looking at the numbers. So I think the fact that the ones that you mentioned, I don't know directly how these governments are declaring them in terms of support, but Iran has direct proxy support. I mean, it's
the reason Hezbollah created because Israel occupied the south of Lebanon, and they fought. This group Hezbollah created, and they fought for 18 years or something like that, and then they able to overthrow and just push the Israel back. So the main reason for Hezbollah is that, and it's not like risk group. Yeah, in the media they can call it and they put the name as a risk group, but they're a resistant group. So if you search deeply about this group, don't believe me, just go search about them. You see the money and support came from the other countries, even the United States is even more than Iran.
Well, I would just say that Iran, I see your point on that, but I would say that if there's a notion out there that if people are thinking that, hey, this is a direct proxy, they need to eliminate those optics completely. They should end relation. Even if they exist on their own, that's fine. They should just completely stop support. And they should have done that years ago.
I hear you, but Iran can't say the same thing because United States built military bases around Iran. So that was the main reason to attack Iran. They built those bases for today, for a start, for a day to go with the war with Iran to use those bases. So Iran can make the same argument.
I mean, if I was Iran under Obama, right, I would have said, I want open communication. I want a line so that way the Israelis just don't have the upper hand on it. I mean, I would think tactically on this. Like, I would find it. Hezbollah, if they're there, they're there. We're not funding it. We're completely letting the entire world know we're out. You're done. You deal with them. They're on their own. End it. And try to start some type of line of communication. What that seed that you plant at that time, what it grows to, I don't know. But at that
point,
the
funniest story, let me tell you something funny. On that time, during the Obama, the reformists in Iran was in power, and they had a plan to do that. They had a plan after JCPOA, we're going to go to just give up the proxies. But the reason they didn't do that because United States promised to do something about JCPOA. They didn't leave anything. They didn't help Iran at all. They just give Iran some money. It was the Iranian money. It was frozen in the United States. They just give that money back. I think $2 billion. That's it. They didn't do anything. That's why they didn't go for the next deals. But they had a plan to just give up like a nuclear completely. They had a plan to just reduce helping to the proxies and everything.
I think partly Iran is in this mess for their own reason, and there's other external factors involved. So I would say 50% of it's their own making, and then there's other factors involved.
You're right, but they saw what happened to the other countries like Iraq and Libya, so that's why they didn't want to give up everything.
I do want to ask, so do you really believe that they actually wanted to do a ceasefire if they were giving up the boxing? You really believe in that?
Who would want a ceasefire?
No, you. If a long time ago, if they were giving up the boxes, you really think that they would have done, a deal with Iran?
The U.S.?
Yes.
I think at that time there was possibility, a better possibility than we are probably now, because they were in a better position. I think this deal of just bags and money was not the right approach. I think, but that's a hush money payment that they got, like that was just not the right structure. And I think that time they could have planted some seeds that could have now rewarded some fruit.
Okay, so do you believe that Israel is America's proxy?
Oh, that's an interesting way of looking at it.
So let's go and answer the question. Do you believe Israel is America's proxy?
To some degree, not sure.
Not some degree, it is. Saudi Arabia, is it America's proxy?
I'm not sure on that one. In what sense?
Okay, during the Iraq War, did Saudi Arabia allow the military base to be used?
Yeah, but see, Saudi Arabia, this is a funny thing. They play this Switzerland role in the Middle East, and I don't really know how much I believe of that.
They did. You could go look it up. During the Iraqi War, they allowed America, not only Saudi Arabia, about 5 or 6 GCC countries that backed up America. They provided logistics to America to refuel and attack Iraq. Right?
Yeah.
So those all 5, 6 countries are proxies. So if America can have proxies, Saudi Arabia can have proxies. You have Turkey can have proxies. I just don't know why Iran. You have a problem with Iran having proxies.
I think you're looking at these indirectly when the world looks at the proxy that Iran has directly, and I think that proxy, the optics around that are also.
How am I looking at it indirectly? Go on.
Because if you ask the Israelis, they'll never acknowledge it, and the world doesn't look at.
So you're going based on Israeli statements.
I'm not going based on that. I'm going based on if you stop the common person walking down Compton and ask them, is Israel a U.S.'s proxy, and they'll say no.
They would. It depends on the person.
Right, but if you ask, hey, and anyone that knows the region, is Hezbollah Iran's proxy? They'll say yes, automatically.
No, it's because of what America has done, the mainstream media narrative, correct?
I think it's more than that, though. I think
mainstream media narrative. Because you have to look into the history. Hezbollah in 82.
But I would just also think of it this way. Sure, let's see. Let's go.
Hezbollah did get training. Hezbollah did get training from Iran, got funding from Iran. And it was literally to resist against the occupier. Who was the occupier? The disgusting Zionist criminal state called Israel.
Right. I know you say that often. I'm with you on that, right?
Yeah, the Zionist terrorist Jewish state.
But here's the thing. Right now, let's look at it right now. We could go back and forth on this all day long, right? But right now, to make another potential deal in the future to look like, why didn't this happen, right? If I was Iran, right, and I had Israel at the table, I would say, okay, we're going to stop proxy right now. Done deal. Like I would make that I would just do it.
Why would you call it a proxy? So number one, you're calling Hezbollah proxy. That's a wrong thing to call. You know why, right?
It's not me, by the way. That's actually the definition.
No, media, mainstream media.
Not just mainstream. That's anyway.
Yeah. You like to buy media. I don't.
It's not mainstream.
Whatever you're buying, I'm not. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying. I don't buy mainstream media bullshit. So logically speaking, if somebody is resisting against the occupier, according to international law, they have the right to resist using violence. That's what Hamas is doing. Why is Hamas being called a proxy? What are they doing? They're resisting against the
proxy for who though?
They literally, in the mainstream media, in America, your beloved country, Trump calls it.
You just said Trump calls it. Who are they?
Yes, Trump calls it Iran proxy.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Okay. Now all of a sudden, you don't know what he's talking about.
Amir,
I'll link the source.
I think what's your definition of a proxy?
Anybody that, that's somebody's bitch, that, that's in the Middle East or whatever part of the fucking world it is, and they're fighting on behalf of the big dog.
So was the Mujahideen in Afghanistan a proxy of the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay, but you understand that these whatever you call them, if proxies are not mercenaries. They're not fighting.
Says who?
So you think all proxies are mercenaries?
Just like Israel has its own definition of ceasefire, right? Just like that, proxy can be anybody. Mercenaries, non-mercenaries, killers, contract killers, whatever. They're all proxies.
Yeah.
So my question again to Sol is, if Hamas calls them proxies, and you have all mainstream media calls Hamas a proxy of Iran, right? Are you going to buy into that propaganda?
I have to just look this just to understand that the way proxy definition in the Middle East is defined, and so the way they have it here, right? I know proxy's definition for sure. Right? I mean, come on, who doesn't? But it says here, proxy is a non-state group or sometimes smaller state that receives support, money, weapons, training, intelligence, political backing from a more powerful country in return advances that country's interests. That's the way they define this. Perplexity, ChatGPT, anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me how IDF was formed? Go on, tell me.
Amir, I feel like we're arguing just semantics.
Hold on, Amit, hold on. How was IDF formed, Sol? Better call Sol.
How was IDF formed? I'm not 100% sure. I have to look it up.
IDF was formed out of 3 Jewish militia gangs. All right? And they were the proxy of Czechoslovakia. They got weaponry from Czechoslovakia to attack the Palestinians and the Arab countries that came around to help the Palestinians in 1948. And that's how the IDF was formed. Now all of a sudden you have a definition. Now you're gonna go based, since they're part of the state. IDF is part of the state. You're not gonna use the word proxy. You see how it changed? The definition changes. So the you can we can play around with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, and hold on, I'm looking this up right. I'm sourcing this in a second, but I'm also understanding. So IDF did not begin as a single army. It was created in '48 by bringing together several Jewish paramilitary groups. Hold on.
Not paramilitary.
No,
Jewish militia gang. Jewish militia gangs. Hagana is going.
I will force it to you. It's perplexity.
No, forget perplexity. I'm telling you, I'm going based on the historians. It was the Jewish militia gangs, Hagana, Irgun, Lehi, Stern. All of these Jewish militia gangs played a role, and that's how IDF was formed.
Okay. According to them, they're saying paramilitary.
So they were proxy of Czechoslovakia. All right, and they were proxy of whoever supported their movement, Zionist movement. All right, they were not state actors; they were terrorists. These were Jewish militias. All of a sudden, IDF was formed, became part of the state called Israel. Israel was established by ethnically cleansing Palestinians. All of a sudden, you're not going to use the word proxy. You see the problem there? So just because, if you can't look into the history, I'm still going to use the word proxy. And I don't go based on mainstream media bullshit. I don't even go based on what Trump says. I have to call it spade a spade. So all of these factors.
Hold on, Amir. You made a lot of claims here. Hold on one second. You said they were a proxy of Czechoslovakia, right? Now
they got their weapons.
Okay, so you just said proxy of Czechoslovakia first, though.
Yeah, because they got their weapons.
That's not being a proxy, though.
Okay. Why did the Czechoslovakia give?
I'm looking at perplexity right now, and it says no groups were proxies of Czechoslovakia, so they were not a proxy of Czechoslovakia.
Why did they give them weapons?
Anyone can provide the weapons.
No. America did arms embargo, by the way, on these gangs during the time. 1947 up to 1949, America did arms embargo. And can you please tell us, why did America do arms embargo? Hey, what's up, Mazi? I'm just cooking Better Call Saul,
Better Call Saul.
Just like Samoa, he's actually a
Here's the thing. Weapons were provided, right? Local production, and a lot of it was coming smuggled black market, right? But that does not make them. I mean, that doesn't make it a proxy, though. You can't say that. That's not.
Okay, why did America do the arms embargo?
I'll have to source and look at that. I don't have the answer on that.
America did arms embargo because America did not want them to freaking do what they did and side with the Soviet Union. You see what I'm saying? And what they did. But America was such a biased fucking country. All of a sudden, while they had the arms embargo in '48, they fucking was the first country to recognize the Jewish state called Israel. You see what I'm saying? So it was basically supporting it indirectly, saying, yes, you could have the Jewish state, and Harry S. Truman, 1947, received letter bombs.
Okay, so I'm not sourcing this up right now, and I'll drop it. So what happened is, what the U.S., they actually embargoed all sides, and it was aimed basically to de-escalate, so there was no prevent violence. That's why they embargoed it. By the way, it wasn't the
because they didn't want this to fucking turn into a shit show.
Exactly, that's the answer.
America in '48 was the first country to recognize the Jewish state. After they knew the ethnic cleansing did happen.
No, but I mean, this goes back to, so you asked why they didn't have, why the arms embargo, so they were trying to they were trying to de-escalate, prevent the conflict from spreading, right? So they didn't want the conflict to go further, so they would provide weapons to anyone. So then the Israelis got the weapons from Czechoslovakia on the black market, or however they were getting it.
Not black market, legal, legit, not in black market.
Well, it says on here, it was legal plus whatever. It was a combination of
legal. Literally, me and many other men over legally, they gave the weapons over like 30,000, 40,000 weapons.
The Czechoslovakia was a proxy of them, though.
I didn't say Czechoslovakia. I said Jewish militias were proxy of Czechoslovakia.
They weren't. They got weapons. That doesn't mean they were proxies, though. Because proxy means that they benefit their interest. There was no interest there.
Amir, would you say that, are you trying to say that Hamas is not a proxy? Is that what you're just trying to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Why is Hamas called a proxy of Iran?
I mean, I think we can debate whether it's an actual proxy or not, but
it cannot be a proxy
because it's a grassroots resistance movement, right? Yes.
Bro, it's not grassroots. It's literally for the resisting against the occupier.
Bro, do you know what grassroots means?
You tell me, what do you mean? Because nowadays Israel has a fucking different definition of every fucking word.
It could be considered grassroots in the beginning, but now then it turned into a government. I mean, it could, in the beginning, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Amir, I agree with you. It is a grassroots resistance militia, but it has also received funding from foreign governments. That's not a controversial thing to say.
Does Israel receive funding from America?
Yeah, they all do.
Hamas is not a militia. Hamas is a government.
Hamas is literally a government of authority inside Gaza. That's true.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what we're arguing about.
Netanyahu funded Hamas. 1.4 billion. America and Israel encouraged.
No. So Netanyahu approved funds issued by Qatar
Do you know that America and Israel encouraged Qatar to fund Hamas?
The money wasn't from Israel, though. It wasn't.
It doesn't matter in America. Even if I'm a middleman, if I send $1 to ISIS, I'll be considered a terrorist.
But Amir, that money was to go in for for reconstruction purposes, and
do you know about
that was mismanagement of funds?
Shinbad literally told Netanyahu that this money is going to be used for weaponry. Do you want that statement from Shinbad? I can provide it to you. I can even provide you a statement from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Let me put it in the chat.
Okay, so if your whole argument is that Hamas is not a proxy of anyone, is that what it's nobody's proxy, right?
No. It's Better Call Saul made a claim early on. I was listening. I was working on a dishwasher. I was listening. He said if Iran would have dismantled all these proxies, would have given a proxy a long time ago, they would have made, they would have given them a contract. They would have removed the sanction of Iran. And I'm making the claim it's not. If you're going to call those people proxies, America has Israel as a proxy. America, those GCC countries, they helped during the Iraqi war. They're all proxies. And they, Saul came up with the definition saying, if they're state, you can't call them proxies. And he buys into fucking American propaganda bullshit. And
So I think maybe Saul may have misspoke when he talked about Iran disbanding its proxies. Did you mean just Iran? So I'm talking to you. Did you mean Iran just stop supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis?
Yeah, my thought that exactly they completely stopped funding and have no more support.
Well, I'm going to answer that part directly because geopolitics in the past 20, 30 years have shown that no concessions are really rewarded because the demands on the other side are quite maximalist. Israel won't accept Hezbollah just being disarmed. If Hezbollah disarms, Israel would be like, well, now we can destroy them. That's literally what they've been doing, and that's what they're going to continue to do. If so long as they have these maximalist demands, they're not going to accept concessions, even if those concessions might be in their interests. So that is why West has started, because there are these maximalist demands. I think have been building up for decades from the U.S. end that Iran has to submit to the U.S. as well, and it's just refusing to play that role. And now it finally culminated in this war that Netanyahu has been jerking himself off for, and he finally got it.
I put 2 links in the chat for you. Better Call Saul, Ehud Barak testimony, the chief of Shin Bet, chief of IDF commander.
I love how you give Times of Israel.
And Times of Israel. You know why? To make sure my claim sticks.
Thank you.
You cannot go back on the fucking claim. And that's how I used to debate. I'm a hardcore Zionist debater.
You're a hardcore Zionist? I knew it, Amir.
Zionist debater.
By the way, Amir, what are you doing fixing the dishwasher at this time?
You always fool and mess with
I was checking to see what it needs because it's one of those special type dishwashers. So I was checking the whole size.
You're sending us Times of Israel. I think you're a Zionist.
No, the reason why I'm sending you Times of Israel because it has to do with Israel and Israeli politics.
I think this can get more productive if we move away from labeling everything as propaganda.
No. We're gonna make sure we're gonna talk about Shabby. This is not your fucking room, okay? Stay in your own lane. Fucking idiot. This is not your fucking room. Wants to come and dominate my room. Oh no, we need to move away from this. No. We're gonna talk about all this. And Better Call Saul is gonna get cooked right now. He's getting cooked.
This guy is getting. By the way, Amir, earlier, remember I said in the proxy definition, which you debunked, right? In there it says non-state, right? Now you claim that Israel is a proxy, Saudi Arabia is a proxy. Now these are actually states on their own, sovereign.
Who created these states?
Hold on. So if you look at it from that again debunked definition of the West, how are we defining that makes the proxy definition by default non-state. So there, if you can't compare, that's oranges and apples there.
Okay. So look, you can go with whatever definition you want to go with. These states were literally built with the help of the West. A lot of GCC countries, including Saudi Arabia, was built with the help of British, respectfully. And they killed a whole bunch of Muslim. Well, that's how Saudi Arabia was built over Muslim bodies. And same thing with the UAE and other GCC countries. So these countries were not countries before.
Well, we're talking, I get that, but in this modern sense of the definition of how proxy is being toyed with, however you want to define that, right? That is only used in non-state. Like by itself, it doesn't apply then.
You can use whatever you want to use. I'll call them proxies. It's up to you. You define however you want to define the word proxy. I'm going to define the way I'm going to define it. If Israel can have proxy, if Israel can be America's bitch, and if America can be Israel's bitch, if GCC countries can be America's bitch, I don't know why. Why would you bring up such points when you know for a fact?
Okay, give me.
Hold on. So, GCC countries, they became America's bitch out of nowhere for money. Okay, for whatever reason, for protection or whatever bullshit. But Hezbollah literally was created to defend what against the occupier. Hamas against the occupier. I mean, I just don't get it. You have different type of people, the resistant groups versus the state actor. They're only there for the money, and these are little bitches, and they killed a whole bunch of fucking genocide, a whole bunch of people. Why can they not be called proxies?
We can call them proxies too, Amir.
That's what I'm saying. Well, Alan is here. Let's bring up Alan. He's a big Trump supporter. Just like Better Call Saul.
I'm not a Trump supporter.
You're a Trump apologist.
You're a Trump apologist. Look, I'm not an evangelist. I'm not an apologist.
You're a Trump apologist.
No.
Amir, you're a Zionist. You're sending Times in Israel. You're a Zionist.
Amir, we don't know what he is. Amir,
I knew you were always fooling us.
For some reason, Amir knows a lot about you. I don't know how he knows, but he knows a lot about you. How are you, Amir? How's everything?
Hey, what's up, Alan? You have Better Call Saul. He's on your side.
I'm not on his side. I'm not on his side.
He's been defending Trump like no tomorrow.
I'm not defending him. You know my position is always in the middle to look at both sides. And I'm very clear on that. Yeah, so run now, run fast, run hard, and don't look back. That's my advice to you as far as this room. I'm kidding. Anyway, you just missed a good episode of us looking at the definition. Hold on, we were just debating the definition of proxy in the Middle East, and
my point earlier was, and hold on, I'm going to read it once more since Alan, you're here. We'll get another person to look at this. And by definition, which Amir debunks and doesn't believe, he says it's westernized. Hold on 1 second. Where is it again? Yeah, proxy is a non-state group or sometimes smaller state that receives support, money, weapons, training, intelligence, or political backing from a more powerful country, in return advances that country's, and then we went into this rabbit hole of then everyone in the Middle East is U.S. is proxy.
I mean, okay. Amir wasn't necessarily wrong about that part.
This is what I think. I think the person who cash apps me $20, I will agree with that person's definition of proxy. Because my only interest is how I'm going to make money off of this.
And I will say that person is Black Rabbi. I don't know where he is. Oh, he's here. Oh, he's here.
So, look, I'm still recovering from the fact that last week or a few days ago, there was a guy who hated Trump, who hated Americans.
Wow.
And he would say something, and then Amir would go, Alan, what do you think of that? Alan,
imagine why
directing that guy's hatred towards me.
Wow.
Oh, it was all done in good fun. It was all fun. Yeah, I actually.
Alan, you know how it is. We have to put Trumpies on the.
Yeah. I look. I came into the room because I've been seeing the room titles. I really have no new opinions or nothing new to say.
So Alan, listen, you're in the court of Amir. He's the judge, the jury, and the executor.
I understand that. I've always understood that, and that's fine. I can accept that. I have no problem with that. Amir is a very nice person. He's been nice to me, and that's all I need to know. So
thank you.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's not capable of exerting his power. But,
and by the way, Alan, Black Rabbi is on death row right now in the Amir's court. So.
Oh, really?
He made it clean yesterday, Alan. He got cooked really bad.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Black.
Amir's highlight. It's Amir's highlight. Anyways, I want to ask him one quick question, just really quick.
Just wait for Alan. Let Alan finish. I think he's not finished.
No, that's if we're done with me, yeah, that's fine. In all seriousness, I haven't seen or heard anything new.
So, Alan, do you know what he got cooked on yesterday? I'll give you one example. You're Christian, right, Alan?
Apparently so, yes.
He's Armenian. He's a fucking Christian.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm the original Christian.
So, Alan, they smashed Jesus Christ statue in Southern Lebanon. This was a couple days ago. This idiot Black Rabbi, he became a Jew and lives inside Israel. He's like, Netanyahu condemns every time. He read me the statement. It was just, that idiot was just critiquing some of the IDF soldiers, but he never condemned what that IDF soldier did to the statue of Jesus Christ. Isn't that crazy?
Man, what we were talking about, you do that, we were talking about the settlers, and if Netanyahu's ever condemned them, and I said, yes, he did condemn them.
He never condemned it.
Okay, and when I was corrected on...
No, we started with Jesus Christ statue, Southern Lebanon. That's how the conversation started.
We never talked about it.
Yes, I told you, I brought that up.
Now, I have a perfect way to find out how we can condemn this Black Rabbi. Why don't you go stand over there and we'll have him chop your head off, and we'll feel, and we'll know if it's condemned or not. I'll let you know afterwards.
Okay, Amir.
Only an Anglo-Saxon person would even talk.
Yes, Alan.
Generally speaking, I don't like you condemn this, but you didn't condemn that arguments.
Oh, you love that argument.
So, Alan.
Yeah, yes. I mean, generally speaking,
No, I didn't make the claim about condemning. Black rabbi that made the claim that, we have Netanyahu, they condemned it, and this military official condemned it. None of the Israeli officials have condemned the actions these motherfuckers have done in Gaza, Lebanon, even to Christians. Forget the Muslims, even to the Christians. And none of the actions that they did in Iran, and the West Bank that's going on right now, right? So this idiot makes a claim that, Netanyahu condemns everything, the settler, this and that. I'm like, oh my God, never once condemned anything.
Yeah, well, it may be, now this is not me saying it, I've heard this from other people, so don't say it's me saying it, that Jews view all Christians as useful idiots. But,
that's right, we do.
So that could be a reason why, but, I don't know.
Well, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, look, to be honest with you, I heard most of what you said, Amir. So I got interrupted briefly. I believe I got the gist of it. That they pulled down this, they tore down this statue of Jesus.
One guy. The guy smashed with the hammer at him.
Okay, yeah.
One guy.
And Netanyahu didn't condemn it.
None of the officials condemned it. Nobody in Israel condemned it. They didn't condemn it. Okay, go source up.
Okay, and so why was this an issue with Black Rabbi?
He's the one that brought out that they condemned it. I said, these are the demonic. Yesterday I was making a statement. These are the demonic people. They don't even apologize or whatever. They even attack Christians. And this retard goes, no, they condemn everything. And I brought up the Christian, the statue. Because I don't really care at this moment for these fuckers to condemn, because these are demonic pieces of shit.
Well, if you want my comment, I would just say to Black Rabbi, 90 boo boo, he won, you did there. That's my no. I'll just say.
What was that about?
Yeah, that's.
Alan, can I ask you another question? It's off topic.
Who?
Me.
I was next in the queue, so I was waiting for Alan.
Yeah, that thing. Whatever. What if you want me on it? Yeah, go ahead.
Black, do you want to ask your question before I change the topic?
Yeah, exactly. So Amir, this is a very quick question to Amir. Amir, you live in America, right? And
no, I don't live in America.
You live in India. But the point is saying like this. It's saying, would you rather see the Eastern world having a linear style of governance where you have a supreme leader or a king and a trickle down to people, or would you rather see a horizontal society where the state itself is there to serve the people, we're governed by laws?
Either way, governed by laws is the best way to go about. You're talking about monarch, right? Monarch versus the democratic system.
Not just monarch, just it could be even a friend with theology, where the people are serving the state.
So some of the countries they have dictatorship in some of the GCC countries. Their citizens, I guess, they're happy with the benefits and incentives that they get. They don't complain. They don't rebel against the government. So we just leave it as whatever the fucking system they have. But there is a problem in GCC countries. You can't speak up against the government. If you do, you get arrested.
You disappear.
So I'm asking you.
You go the way of Jamal Khashoggi.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking you, man, would you, as a person who has an American passport, are you in line with a linear form of governance where there is a supreme leader or a supreme ideology that the people of that state or country serve,
Or do you believe that you should have a horizontal-based society where the people, where the state is there to serve the people and their needs, right, and what they want, and it's protected under the rule of law?
This is some horseshit what he's talking about, man. Seriously.
Yeah, and to be fair, Black, I'm trying to understand it.
I understand what
No.
Black is saying.
I understand part of it. I don't understand.
They're older.
I don't understand why you say vertical or like linear.
I get what he's saying. He's saying
I don't understand what the significance of that. I'll just say that if I was the supreme leader, then yes, I would hope that, yeah, if I get to be supreme leader, I'm all for that. But
the old age issue. But maybe you can explain it better.
Oh my God.
Basically, what Black is saying, would you rather live in a system where laws are implemented from the top down, from authority down onto you, or would you prefer to live in a governments where voters decide the law?
The
Citizens, voters. I mean, if you're a citizen, you're a voter.
Yeah.
How about this? How about we take the U.S. Constitution as the model and acknowledge that we all have rights deemed by our Creator, and the state is there to ensure those rights are upheld. But the rights are not coming from a dictator nor the state, but from our Creator itself. I think that is what is unique about the U.S. Constitution, and that's the
which one would you prefer?
I would love.
I wasn't asking Amir, but since you're in a conversation, what one do you prefer for that exists in the Middle East?
Well, I am hesitant to answer because it sounds like I'm choosing between either a dictator or a collectivist government. And I would say...
No, I thought we're saying a style of governance where the people create laws and the state is there to serve them, or you have a supreme leader or a king where the people are there to serve whatever that agenda or vision.
Well, clearly, for me, I would, within that narrow definition, and I reserve the right to alter it depending on where you're going to go with this, then yes, from the one that serves the people would be better.
Okay, so from that perspective, there's no reason to not support Israel in this region.
I knew he was going to go there. I knew it.
Yeah.
I smelled it from a mile away.
Wait. Just hear me out on this point. And I'm saying this as a person who is a Orthodox Jew, right? Us having gay parades in a country is not something that my religion supports, that men should be with men and this type of a thing. But more important than just my personal religious perspective, right, is the fact that our laws in this country protect the rights of gay people.
So does Turkey. I support Turkey. I support Erdogan because he does the same thing in his country. We got gay clubs in Turkey.
Actually, we need to dive into the details. Can you please tell us when was your first LGBTQ rally?
Hold on. Wait a minute. I want to finish. I've been to Georgia. I've been to Azerbaijan. I've been to Turkey. I've been to what's the name of that country? I don't know, but you know what country I'm talking about. I've been to all those countries, and they have the same thing as Israel.
But I want to dive into the Israeli part. This is how I go to Israel, right? Can you please tell us when was the first LGBTQ rally held in Israel, please? Rabbi character?
Well, I have no idea. It's not something I research so much.
Okay. It was in 1993. Here's the biggest problem, Alan. This retard, I cornered him multiple times on this. It's such a democratic land. It allows LGBTQ rallies, ultra-Orthodox Jews, and Hasidic Jews. They attack them every year. And Israel doesn't allow civil marriages. The gay guys that are fingering each other, they can't even fucking marry inside Israel. And this fucker comes up here that he wants to talk out of his asshole. The motherfucker, go learn about the laws of Israel. They can't even marry each other. And you wanna talk about gay rights? Yesterday you were saying about Caleb, the guy that's on this app. He's a reformist rabbi. He's involved in gay marriages. He's involved in gay marriages. This idiot doesn't even recognize him. That guy even has Israeli passport. This retard, this black rabbi doesn't even have a fucking Israeli passport.
I don't need an Israeli passport. I have an American passport. Oh, wow. I'm here. Black just proved that Israel's a proxy of America.
There you go. You see the another person saying this?
No, Amir, I don't think we have to go to all of that. What I would say, you black, is first of all, LGBT. I don't think that LGBTQ rights are the metric by which we need to decide whether or not a country is free or not, or whether or not it is more democratic or less democratic, or more humane or less humane than others. That's the first thing I would say. Because there are plenty of democracies. They have parliament governments like Israel, and they don't allow all of that.
We're talking about the Middle East, bro.
Okay, but still, we're talking. So
have you been to Azerbaijan, Black?
Yeah.
Let the Alex finish, please.
Yeah, and second of all, well, let me think about this. I mean, okay, granted, Israel was formed in what, 47, whatever. 48, and it's got a parliament government. But yes, well, there you go.
Saudi Arabia was built earlier.
But Armenia was formed, Jesus.
No, not 48.
80s. Armenia is a democracy. It has a parliament government.
So was Azerbaijan Islands. So was Azerbaijan.
Yeah. When?
When what?
When was Azerbaijan?
Bro, why do you keep bringing Azerbaijan when you know that they're responsible for fucking Armenian genocide?
Yeah, and well, that's okay. I don't get it.
That's exactly why.
But Azerbaijan.
You did it on purpose. Okay, stop interrupting me. Arash, be quiet.
Yeah, I'm getting interrupted too much.
Yeah, go on,
Azerbaijan is a dictatorship. Besides, so that's besides.
Can we go back to Israel in the Middle East?
There are other democracies
in the Middle East.
So I want to bring something to the table about Iran.
Yeah, but in any event, what did you say, Amir?
I want to bring something to the table. So, the black rabbi made a claim about LGBTQ. The largest LGBTQ rally happens inside Israel, blah, blah, blah. Do you know what happens in Iran if the two gay guys get arrested, right? They get offered a deal. Mute up, man. They get offered a deal. One of the guys would have to become a woman from top to bottom.
No, that's wrong.
Private part. What do you mean that's wrong?
That's wrong. I'm leaving inside Iran. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're outside Iran. You fucking live in UAE. What the hell are you talking about, Arash? So that's what I learned from the Iranians. That they offer to pay for reassignment surgery from top to bottom. One of them, go look it up yourself. One of them becomes a woman. But shut the fuck up. Otherwise, I will definitely move you down. Shut it. Fucking, wants to, interrupt every 2 seconds. So, okay, all right. Sit in the audience like Will's come back. Thank you. That's what you wanted. So, one of them, becomes a woman. The other one stays a man. And they let them out, and they can have that relationship. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right, or right. But
Well. Look, let me say one other thing. I know there are a lot of Jewish people on this app and in this room, etc., etc. You are all good people. And I've had discussions with Jewish people, especially, related to the Armenian genocide, where they will say, I think it should be recognized, and I don't like what the Israel government doesn't recognize it, etc., etc. Now, I bring that up not to talk about the genocide specifically, but to talk about this point specifically. Last time I checked, the idea that the individual's actions reflect greatly on the community as a whole and vice versa was, the last time I heard, that was very strong. And certainly as an American, we didn't hear death to the Americans that funded Israel and are against the IRGC, but the other Americans who have nothing to do with it, they can live. No, we heard death to America. It was, we got all lumped in together. So this idea that you as an and this applies to everybody, including Armenians. I'm not saying like somehow my group is different. So this idea that if you're Jewish, you can excuse the bad behavior of Israel by saying, well, geez, yeah, I don't agree with what Netanyahu did, but we shouldn't condemn it, or don't condemn me. And same to Persians, same to Iranians, same to Arabs, same to everybody. The idea that you're off the hook because, oh, that's my government, that's not me. Well, look, I talk to you, I agree, you're a good person, but I also acknowledge this cultural reference that unless somebody disagrees and says no, things have changed in the Middle East, we don't believe that anymore, I'm going to hold to that principle. Now, Amir, since you're the brightest light bulb in this room, which I say not just because you're a mod and I want to appease you, but because it appears to be true, you can decide if that's true or not. In any event, I'm curious from your perspective, what do you think about what I said about that, the individual reflects on the...
These are mere after you do, I need to correct.
All right,
Alan, I have a question for you.
Yeah, so what I'll say is, Adam, there's certain things I agree with you, certain things I don't, but at the end of the day, all we got is opinions, perspectives on the side. Like, you have that black rabbi, couldn't shut the fuck up, right? And
very respectful.
So okay. Thank you. He wants to come up to thank you. Say to the audience, thank you. Anyways, so this is what happens with these a lot of retards. They come out after 12 o'clock, California. California 12 o'clock. It's like a demon hour. They're either drunk or high on drugs. They can't just shut the fuck up.
California, what are you trying to say?
No, Omid, you're not a retard. You're a good person, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Alan, I'm just going to leave it at that. Omid wants to go, and then we have Mazri. He wants to go as well.
Alan, I'm going to change the topic. Are you pro-police?
No, I prefer lawlessness, and I want everything that I've ever worked for in my life to be unprotected. Because as a white person in America,
you're Armenian.
No, Omid, we sued and won to be declared white in the United States. I get to say I'm white. Okay, now, as a white person in America, just assume that to be true for the moment. Okay, I understand that I have benefited by the systems of racism in this country, and therefore I need to allow myself to be, I need to allow the traditionally marginalized groups to be, to get reparations off of me and simply take everything that I've ever earned, because really I don't deserve it.
Well, I'm so glad you see it that way. I have no further question.
Thank you.
No, my next question.
Okay, yes.
I think Mazri wanted to go chime in on it.
Yes, I am for the police. Why do you ask?
I ask because do you believe police officers should have name tags, badge numbers, and body cams?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And now, do you think police?
Do you know why?
Why?
Because at first the police thought, and everybody thought, oh, this is going to be the people who hate police thought, oh, this is going to be great. We're going to catch them. And we're going to catch them, doing all these underhanded things. Which, in a few instances it did. But mostly now we can go on YouTube and watch all of the police cam videos of numerous idiots doing the stupidest things and thinking they're going to get away with it. If you haven't seen police body cam videos, they are hilarious.
I've seen them. No,
Anyways, all right. You're going somewhere with this. So.
No, I agree. I mean, they exist for both reasons. For people who are acting stupidly in front of the police. It's there to. I mean, it's there to protect both the police officer and whoever is the suspect, whoever is involved in the police encounter. You would agree with that, right?
Yes, however, let me just say that none of what I'm saying applies to anything in the Middle East. Thank you.
No. I'm not. No, I know that.
Okay. No, in case you're going to do what Black Rabbi did.
No. I'm just Persian Rabbi over here.
Oh, okay. Good. Anyways, continue.
So, why should we be okay with a bunch of new recruits who have never had any law enforcement training ever in their life, going against the rules of law enforcement, wearing masks with no badge numbers, no name tags, no accountability, to be enforcements of immigration and deportation?
I will answer that question. First of all, what you're saying that they had no training was partially true initially when Trump came into office, but that has largely not the case. So that complaint, while it may have had some truth, is no longer true. Second of all, in terms of what they are doing, the Trump administration has been sued, I think it's over 60 times, related to ICE, related to executive orders, on and on and on. They've all worked their way through our courts. They've gone up and down. It's gone to the Supreme Court, gone back down, up, back and forth. After all of that litigation, it has been tested time and time again. It is constitutional. Third of all, related to that, he has waited for the court's dictates. When the court said, don't do something, well, then he didn't and waited for it to be appealed or to be judged.
I'm asking why should we be okay with certain officers of the law wearing masks and not having any form of identification abuse their power, whereas we're not?
Oh, very good point. Very good point. Because in this particular instance, we have a certain faction on the left who have openly declared war on them and will dox and target those police officers unduly, unjustly, and unfairly based on their belief that they are operating outside the law. And thus, it is a reasonable response to protect those people. Because the people on the left, realizing that they can't stop the institution, are trying to make it so dangerous for the individual that individuals no longer want to take part in those particular law enforcement activities.
So should we have our police officers wear masks and no name tags and badge numbers too?
Well, that's a very good point. And if the left gets to the point where they are targeting police officers more than they already have, then we might have to do that, and it will be the left's fault.
Wait, Ellen.
It would be too much, bro.
Wait. I'm confused on why you keep mentioning left and right when this isn't a left and right, argument. I'm confused. I feel like a lot of people can acknowledge what ICE is doing, what they've been doing is unconstitutional. Like a lot of ICE, right? So, like, I'm confused on why you keep saying right and left and right. Like, that's not what it's about.
Because it's not unconstitutional, and because it's the left who's complaining.
No, not really. I feel like a lot of people on the right are also complaining.
Yeah, well, you feel it, but it's not actually true.
It is.
You were good. No, you were good.
I mean, I'm on the right, but okay.
I don't think it's a left and right issue either. I really think they're taking it too far.
No,
I mean,
okay.
They're pushing it a little bit, bro. They're pushing it too much. I have a lot of respect for law enforcement. I have respect for everybody, but what's right is right.
Yeah, okay. What's right is right. I'm sorry. Here we go. Clinton, 12.3 million deportations, 0 injunctions.
It's the way it's carried out, though. It's not what they.
Listen to the numbers. Listen to the numbers.
I already know the numbers. I already know they deported more people. But guess what? All those people that they deported have criminal records. They were convicted of a crime.
Not just that, the way that it was carried out was much different.
We didn't have a police force that had zero accountability with no name and we're fucking masks.
The way it was carried out. Well, the way Trump is carrying it out was those laws were set by, let me guess, Barack Obama.
It doesn't matter who it said it, bro. It's the way that it's being enforced.
It doesn't matter who. Barack Obama created the expedited courts.
That doesn't give it an excuse to use.
It doesn't give them an excuse. They don't need an excuse. That's functional, and we understand. And here's the biggest thing.
Is this guy crazy?
I don't want to argue this.
Yes.
No, he's not crazy. He's just not understanding maybe the seriousness of it. That it really is affecting some people. Like, I'm not saying they were all good, bad, or good people that are being targeted.
Yeah, but
it's not all are good or bad. But I mean, there are definitely good people who are being really pushed. Man.
Look, I will speak to you, and then look, we're not going to agree on this. Can we agree that in this particular topic, we're not going to agree? I think we can agree that we're not going to agree. You're not going to change my mind. And let me use the old political anecdote story. And Carrie, I know you will understand this because the person I'm speaking about is Armenian.
It doesn't. They want to make a difference. I'm just saying, bro.
Okay, but it illustrates a point. When this friend of ours, when his daughter was 6 and his son was, I think, I don't know, 10, he left Armenia with his son and came to America legally. He waited 10 years. He did not see his daughter or wife for 10 years because he waited to get the legal okay to come into this country. That's 10 years of his daughter's life he missed out on. Now, for every person like that who waited to do it legally, there's somebody who, because they can walk across the border or get a plane ticket and somehow fly into this country and circumvented immigration, got here, said, oh, I need asylum, which they abused that system and then got to stay and got to disappear into the country.
I applaud the Armenian brother that did it the right way, but it doesn't give an excuse to anyone.
No, but it does.
It does not give anyone an excuse to target and use excessive force.
I tell you why. Because what the left is saying is that we need to have compassion for the people who came here illegally, and that it is our moral duty to protect them, and that we are moral if we protect them.
We are moral. We do deserve that level of
Alan, are we not a country? Are we not a country of laws?
You guys are interrupting. I have only.
Gotta wrap it up, bro. Wrap it up.
Thank you. I have only. Well, I was interrupted 17 times. I have only so much moral compassion in my body, and I'm going to reserve it for the people who come here legally, the ones who walked across the border or who claimed asylum or used the Biden system of USAID to get into this country, knowing that they would be given a free pass. Fuck them and fuck the horse they rode in on, and they did break the law, and they are going to get kicked out, and I will not cry over them. That's where I stand.
Okay, I do want to say I don't think most Americans are opposed to having stricter immigration policies. One second, Mazzy. I was speaking. One second.
I've been waiting.
Oh, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but it takes just a few minutes because I really have to go. Alan, I would like to speak with you and comment on things you have just said recently. But out of what I hear from you is that you speak out of law, constitution, fair, democracy, and all these ideal words. But are you really living this word? Are you really even honest with yourself? How do you say that? And the International Court of Justice and other legal components, or whatever you call, all of them condemn Israel, the Prime Minister and his team, about what they did in Gaza and all those things. How do you say that about Israel and you praise Israel that it is a democratic country, it has parliament, and it's all those things? Well, you will find parliament and democracy in so many other places, but you don't want to see it. You just close your eyes and you just repeat gaslighting. If really America is a democratic country, it is the most democratic country, but it is not really a democratic country. If I say things about Muslims in America, it's acceptable. If I say things against any country in America, it's acceptable. But if I say anything against the Jews or the Israel, it's not acceptable. My visa could be cancelled, I could be kicked out from America, all my family would be blocked from America, and all these things. So you are not talking seriously, or you are not fair, or you are not practical. You say things from just one perspective, but you cannot really generalize. If I say this to America, it means all the Muslims or all the Arabs want this to America. Personally, I don't really agree with that. I have so many American friends, even if they don't agree with me. Joe is an example who's in the audience. I respect her very much. Agreement between us. Abby is another example. But at the same time, if I hate something in America, I hate its policy, which is in the Middle East. And it is not about spreading democracy and all these things. It's about controlling the resources. Because if you are talking about democracy and human rights and all these things, why America doesn't fight China? Why America doesn't have a war with North Korea? So it is not about democracy, simply because they are strong countries, strong armies, strong weapons, strong economy. So it is about controlling the resources, controlling the navy of the corridor straits. It's controlling about the resources. What did Trump do with the Venezuela's president? Based on which right? Protecting America from drugs? Hello? America also already has drugs from different resources, even inside America itself. So it is not about the drugs. It is about controlling an oil in Venezuela. And when it happened, I already expected a huge disaster would happen in the Middle East. And here's what's going on in Iran. And also to control the harms and control the resources. So I'm sorry, respectively, Alan, you cannot really generalize this or the hate of some Arabs against the American policy, be the American policy, not the American people, not the American soil. And you say that Muslims are Muslims. I'm sorry. Don't you know that the Israeli community is already divided? Ashkenaz, Sephardim, and Flashes, and they are all Jews. What about the Jews who were split on the Christians there in Jerusalem? Do they really respect the religions or religious people or other things? This is democracy of Israel. Alan, I'm sorry. You are gaslighting, respectively. Thanks. Thanks, guys, for giving me the chance.
Alan, I didn't hear you say anything like that. Was I late to the room, bro?
No, I didn't hear anything you said. Where did that guy go, Masri?
He's right here. I didn't hear Alan say anything.
Masri, when did Alan say any of this?
It's okay.
Yeah, but Omid is the one that started this shit, man. Omid brought up fucking whole bunch of countries, including Azerbaijan.
I mean, be accurate, bro. Like you just.
He just said that they all have some sort of a system. That's about it. I don't know. I think you misheard him, Masri.
No, I
understand. Let him speak. Let him speak if I'm wrong.
Masri.
I know you're wrong. I heard it. I know you're wrong. Go on,
guys, I understood how some of what he said applied to what I said. And people's opinion, he gave it. I'm not going to get mad at him because he asked me an opinion that I asked for. And he's not wrong either. That's I can respect that perspective. I don't want to argue with you, Masri, but you have some points to what you said in relation to what I said about the individual's actions reflecting on the greater community and vice versa. I think that's what he was talking about. So, yeah, that's fine. You know.
Alan, what do you think of Mahmoud Khalil?
I'm sorry, didn't you just comment on people who say this to America? And of course I disagree with that, but did he say such a thing like that?
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm talking about things you already mentioned. I don't attack you personally.
No.
I don't say things you don't say, right?
It's okay. I'm not criticizing you for what you said in the least. And because I asked, I said, look, is this still going on, et cetera, et cetera. I will tell you, let me make a distinction that as Americans who was alive when the revolution took part and the IRGC came to power, when we heard death to America, we assumed they were talking about everyone in America. Now, maybe that was true, maybe that wasn't true, but that's the message we got, okay? And then as someone who grew up with Middle Eastern culture in my family, I understood it as, and having been taught, well, how you behave, you don't want to shame the family. Heaven forbid you should shame the family. I understood it in that context. So that's why I made the comment. I don't know if that explains it more, but yeah, I'm not fighting with you with what you said. I was looking for different persons.
Okay, thank you. All right. So it looks like the Democrats, it's what the Black Rabbi said earlier, Alan. I did put the link in the chat. If that idiot retard comes back, he can have that link from New York Times about the reassignment surgery that happens inside Iran. As a Trump supporter, Alan, at what point are you going to regret the decision that you voted for Trump?
Amir, when I'm alone at night in my solitude and no one is watching, I cry bitter tears at my support for him. But yet, in my public persona, I don't allow myself the luxury of such doubts. I must be strong and carry on.
With the sword.
That's right. That's right. Amir, I have regretted everyone I have ever voted for. Always. So at some point it will happen. And when it does, if we're still both here, I'll say, Amir, it's happened, okay? But until then, yeah, I mean, look, politicians know that they talk a lot of crap, and if they get in, they're good for 4 or 6 or 2 years or whatever it is. And look, with Obama, if you like your health doctor, you can keep your doctor. I mean, we heard that time and time again, and literally within, as soon as I signed up for Obamacare, there were a bunch of doctors I couldn't keep. Oh no, they're not within the network. Or, yeah, they're within the network, but then they dropped them the network and like bye-bye. So, and remember Obama said, and there's video of him saying, the system will pay for itself, and if it doesn't, these things will kick into effect. None of that ever happened. It never paid for itself, and we're paying through the nose for it. So that's just one example of that, You always, and the other thing is, look, Trump got elected, and let's be clear. Trump got elected because the immigration issue, Biden went over the top with it. He let in too many people. Unprecedented the amount of people he let in. And people got pissed off. And what was our choice? Well, you had Kamala Harris, who was going to continue the same thing, or Trump. And people said, no, we don't want it, Democrats. So that was it. Trump got elected. And here we are. We get the whole package. It's like you meet a woman and she's got a great ass, but her boobs hang down to the floor. Well, you're going to have to deal with it. Sorry to the women in the...
what do you think about this Israel violating the ceasefire with Lebanon, America violating Iran's Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, did I not address that the other day?
Well, they're still talking about it. They're supposed to meet up in Pakistan, but America says yes. Iran says.
Oh, you mean about? Oh, I thought you were talking. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the missiles that Israel fired into Lebanon.
And that happened, but they're still going back and forth. And in relate to the Iran, that they did fire something into a cargo ship.
Yeah. I mean, look, all of this BS. All of it is, they're going to continue to take pot shots at each other, and from a military point of view, I mean, Iran and the United States are testing each other resolve. That's all. It's like poking an electrical fence looking for weakness where you can break in. I don't know. I mean, am I surprised by it? No. Am I upset about it? No, I expect it to happen. And Iran is saying, no, we're not going to go to the table. Let's see what happens. You know? My guess, they're going to say, no. Then Trump is going to threat, okay, well, I'm going to bomb all of the underground nudie nightclubs in Iran. And then, or he does it. And then Iran says, okay, we're going to come to the table. You know, that's my guess. You know, and this is the back and forth that's going on. I think, in my opinion, I think it would be better for Iran to figure out a way to get to the negotiating table, figure out how they're going to give up, concede everything on the nuclear materials thing, negotiate on all the other points, sign the deal, comply with the deal, and say, see, we beat the United States. And that's how they want. And Trump will say, I beat Iran. And everybody will claim victory, and then we can go on and go back to, fighting over Democrats and Republicans in the United States.
I don't see that happening at all, bro.
Well, what do you think will happen, Kevin?
They're going to continue fighting. I think they're just going to continue fighting. Iran doesn't look like it's succumbing to the pressure.
No, it's not.
That's just what it seems and what it looks.
Yeah, but Iran is bullshitting.
I mean, what makes you say that?
Because because if you look at what Iran does versus what the United States does, Iran attacked another country's oil tanker. The United States took out the engine of one of Iran's biggest cargo ships.
Okay, and that still didn't make them want to negotiate.
No, it didn't yet.
Okay.
Yet. But the amount of damage, and this is what seems painfully clear to me, but not painfully clear to the IRGC, is that the amount of damage that the United States can inflict on Iran is far greater than the reverse.
And they still are not coming to the table.
Of course not.
Okay, so how would that?
Since when does someone in the Middle East willingly make concessions or willingly admit that they're someone else's bitch?
You think Iran is US's bitch?
I'm not saying that necessarily, but clearly at this point, I think that's the case.
I don't know, bro. I don't think so.
Look, Carrie, and
if the Iranians were spooked and scared and all that, they would have came to the table. It might
No, they wouldn't.
If they were destroyed like they were destroyed, they would have came to the table.
Yeah, Carrie, look, I've spoken about this with Amir. I understand the close relationship with Iran and Armenia right now.
That's regardless of it, bro. You got when you discussing things like this, you gotta take out the closeness. You gotta look at all of it as objectively as possible.
Yeah,
it's a strong country. It's not a joke. And after all of that, doing it to it, if it's still not succumbing to pressure, that's alarming.
No, it's not alarming. It's expected.
So what do you expect?
When
do you think they're gonna be like, okay, we're gonna do what you say?
Look, I remember. All right, I didn't hear your question.
When do you think it's Iran's gonna be like, okay, you guys are right, we're gonna do what you guys say?
When the amount of their losses overcomes their pride.
But the way that U.S. is saying it, that's already the case. The way that they're reporting is already saying that.
Well, I understand that, but look, I don't know what they're reporting. I'm looking at the actions that have been done.
I'm saying they're reporting it on our side, on the U.S. side is saying that we're winning and we're destroying and we're taking over.
Yeah.
We own it all.
And what's the reporting on Iran?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm just going based on what we're saying.
Amir, would it be, or somebody else, would it be wrong of me to say that Iran is reporting that they're winning and that the United States is
winning? They're calling the regime Epstein regime.
They're calling it what?
Epstein regime.
Oh.
They're advertising it on the TV. They're calling it Epstein regime.
You know what the crazy thing is? The U.S. is saying that too.
They're winning. So Alan, logically speaking, I think Iran got a W and America got an L. Logically, I'm not taking the sides, but if you look at it, I'll tell you how. So America, forced Netanyahu into doing ceasefire with Lebanon. The L on America's side that America had to bow down to Iran by listening to Iran to do ceasefire with Lebanon. That was an L for America and W for Iran. Now Iran, they got removed the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. They completely removed it. They allowed all the ships to go through whatever. America did a blockade for anything that comes in and out of Iranian ports. Now, America violated the piracy laws. When Iran is not violating the law, why the fuck is America violating the piracy law on international waters? So, America is in the wrong here.
Okay.
We may have lost the battle, but we have not lost the war.
It's just not making sense, bro. U.S. side is saying we're winning, we're taking over, we're taking control, but Iran is still not negotiating, and they're even turning it up a notch. We usually bomb them, and they say, "Fuck it, we're gonna bomb everybody."
That was a stupid move when they started bombing.
Stupid or not, bro, it was the show of force was enough.
No,
if you're walking into a bar and swinging at everybody, swinging at everyone, eventually people are going to start swinging back. And they're swinging on everybody, and they're still not going down.
Who's swinging at everybody? Iran?
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. No. When they started, when we bombed Iran, and we used other countries' bases to do that, we thought we had Iran dead to rights. But then Iran said, "Fuck everybody," and they're still not going down, and they're still not coming to the negotiating table, and they're still not listening. So at what point are you going to really say that maybe we really don't got it like we think we got it?
No, I think my perspective is,
how many countries did Iran retaliate? How many countries did Iran retaliate?
You gotta respond, man. You keep on asking questions. You gotta let the other party respond.
Amir, you asked me questions. He asked me questions. As Amir always reminds me, I was born in the 1800s, so my memory what it was. Let me answer. Your first point was, and now I'm forgetting. Your first point, look, you're saying the loss that he had to tell Netanyahu. I don't see it that way. I see it as here, America is engaged with Iran, and Israel says, "Here, we can help. So they help, and then while the U.S. has said, "Okay, we're in a ceasefire," Israel thought it could get cute and says, "Oh, Hezbollah's over there. we're going to bomb them too because now they're a danger and it's an opportunity, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And Trump said to them, listen, bitches, shut the fuck up, stop bombing them because you're going to fuck it up for us. I don't see it as a loss. I just see it as, well, we've got a lot of loose cannons in the Middle East, and Big Daddy Trump is trying to keep control of them. You know, that's the way I look at it. I mean, and the other thing, well, look, I forget all of that, but look, this is the way I view it. 2 or 3 weeks ago, people were saying, look, if America tries to push it, then Iran is going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, okay, which they did. Seeing that, what Trump did is he said, oh, you think you're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz? Bitch, we're going to shut it down. If you think you're going to operate in those waters, we're going to operate there, and you're going to know that we're in charge there. Now, Iran then, seeing that situation, sent the drones and attacked those cargo ships, which of course makes everybody nervous. That's the next step. So now the United States, what did they do? They fired on one of Iran's cargo ships. You're going to fire on one of our friends' ships. We're going to fire on your one. This is the back and forth. Has Iran given up yet? No, I wouldn't expect them to. But the fact that they didn't give up doesn't necessarily mean that they're never going to give up. Germans certainly weren't giving up in the middle of World War II, but now in hindsight, 2020, yeah, they should have given up. You know, again, I'm not trying to attribute anything too great or too small to anything that happens. And that's the way I view it. You know, it's like we're all watching a football game, and it's like, oh, they advanced 2 yards. That means they're going to get a goal. No, you're still 50 yards from the goalpost. So we'll see.
Iran just has to basically play its card long enough and resist long enough to the point where the U.S. just sees that it's not worth spending all this money and casualties.
I think they already
to create another Afghanistan, right? Like it's not feasible.
Can I say something, if you don't mind? Allow me to add something to Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, actually, I have seen, because I live here in Kuwait and I've dealt with so many Iranian locals here. And the fact is, the Iranians have this strong pride and dignity from personal levels. When it comes to political level or macro level, the entire country, like it's an Islamic regime, have the same pride and dignity about their history, the culture, everything, you know? Iran has a very long history, over 5,000 years, with rich cultures, scholars, philosopher, literature, and poetry, you know? So when we deal with the U.S., the U.S. comes make a resolution that is going to wipe out a country with a 5,000 years history by a new established country, established for 200 years. So this is a kind of belittling the history of Iran, you know? And through the war lasted for less than 6 months. They've been for around 6 months in the ongoing war between Iran and the U.S. And this is considered, for the Iranian perspective, it's a big shame for them. Like a new established country for 200 years, conquered 5,000 years of civilization, the Persian civilization,
to eradicate them within 6 months. Can't you see that this is kind of offensive or belittling the Iran compared to history, compared to everything? Iran is a very, very well organized. I'm not dignifying Iran, but this is the fact. Because if you go deep, if you read the books about the Iran, the history, or if you watch movies like Prince of Persia, you see Iran, it is not just a country, you know?
No, I know. And I think, it's my belief, when the ceasefire happened, I think what I saw with what Trump was saying is that he was trying to give everybody a way that they could retain their pride. That he was saying, the people there now, they're not the old ones, they're the new ones, they're smarter and wiser, whatever he said. He actually praised them. He understood, okay, I need to make it so they can go back to their country and say, look, we protected, Iran's pride here.
Yeah.
He gave them, but then what did they do? He was very clear about what he wanted, and it was always, and he said it time and time again, Iran cannot have nuclear materials. Not that way, and they can't, etc. The nuclear issue was the biggest point. And as I said earlier, if they had conceded on that, they could have, and complied with it, they could have negotiated for anything else, and then they could have spun it, that's good American. We don't need the nuclear weapons. We can still kick Israel's ass. Whatever they wanted to say, he gave them the out. They didn't take it. In the same way, when he negotiated with Russia and Ukraine, and Zelensky was there in the office, and he's saying, look, this is a way I'm going to make so that you guys, Ukrainians aren't being killed. This is your best deal. And Zelensky was like, no, he made up some stupid excuses to the point where Trump was saying to his face, you have no cards. This or you keep fighting. And Zelensky said, I keep fighting. And he walked away from the deal. Now, how many more Ukrainians and Russians are dead? Because Putin said yes, Zelensky said no.
Plenty, yes.
Yeah, so, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Look, we're here now. And what's going to happen, I don't know. Whether it's going to be a good thing, I don't know. But here we are, and we're all upset. We're all picking sides. Some of us are smart and don't support Trump and don't try to defend us, and others aren't so smart, and they get shoot up in rooms.
Yes, sir. I say, like 99% of what you said, I totally agree. But let me ask you something, sir. Do you believe, the current ongoing Iranian war?
Brother, I gotta hit the question. Last question, and then I have to end the room.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, Mr. Amir. Don't you believe, this kind of the war, it's part of extology? Extology, the end of the war, this is part of it, because I believe that there will be another repercussion, because Iran is not the main target of Trump. The main target is China. So don't you believe it's part of the end of the war? Extology? Theology?
I'm not willing to go there. I think people are concerned. I think they'd be concerned. But I don't think going to lead to that. I don't know. Sorry. God will.
Yes, sir. I think we're going to end the room. Thank you for coming, guys. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Sleep well. Have a good day.
Thank you,
Mr. Hammer. You're a big person. I really favorite you.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you guys back in 6 to 7 hours, 8 hours to open a professional room. Hopefully, they're going to meet up in Pakistan, but I don't think so. Iran state media said no. American state media says yes. And they're just bullshitting. And Trump has a habit of lying. No offense to you, Alan, but Trump is a Trumpy. It is what it is. Yeah. Anyways, take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care, sweet dreams. See you, bye.
To do this. And even they think that this is a normal thing, that it is normal for them to continue the killing of the people of South Sudan, to promote the killing of the people of South Sudan. Anyone who kills the people of South Sudan is an enemy to the people of South Sudan. An enemy of our people should not be allowed to enjoy the blood and the deaths of our people. So thank you for what you are doing, and continue to do that. Continue to promote what is best for the people of South Sudan. Continue to promote the dream and the vision of the South Sudan to create new Sudan. Thank you very much. Anybody, Ajamala, with a question or remark? Okay, Edmund, you can go ahead. You can interject and then we can let you go.
Okay, thank you. I think in terms of in terms of your question, the reaction, yet there's no official reaction that we have seen from the government over the position of the U.S. in the Security Council. But I think it may take them time to react because of the lengthy actions that have been going on in the country. A big position of government, a very awkward position to react quickly. And specifically, one of the exercises that might have really put the government into a very embarrassing position is when Janet presented to the parliament yesterday their October to December report, and where they have explained proceedings for how to go about the agreement. These have somehow, and I remember the Parliament Minister of Foreign Affairs was there 5 minutes for there. This somehow position us to a very awkward position that what we're doing is too later. And remember, the American ambassador used the word of later decisions. And we've seen our ambassador or our representative in the Security Council making decisions sovereign, and this debate is going among citizens. Is sovereignty only a right, not a responsibility? It's responsibility. But I think they're digesting it on how to come about it. But as I said, we're at a weaker position because we're making actions that sometimes that's not so the world that we're acting as a political leader. That's what might have delayed the government on that. But I think if they want to get the pathway is to go opposite. What's the pathway to go opposite? One, to really adhere to what Africans are helping them. As we speak now, in the 2 days' time, AU Peace and Security Council is coming to Juba. And of lately, if you see AU Peace and Security Council is holding meetings in Juba for multiple times compared to any other African prompt conflict state. So South Sudan is really a word of AU Peace and Security Council. Almost every 2 months they're here. Every 2 months they're here. And I think that's a building up a case. Somebody somewhere is behind this coming throughout South Sudan. And I think that may be a case that US want to play as a pen hold of South Sudan Security Council. And remember that they're also aiding the African Union. Almost 80% of African Union is coming from US, EU, the Western world. So maybe they're on ganging up and pushing them. Then go. So in 2 days' time, they'll be here.
They're there in Juba, the AU Security Council. So I think we're at a weaker position in responding to that position of the United States in the Peace and Security Council. What do we need to do? The government that need to do. Someone speaking? Oh, thanks. So I think that's for me. That for me, Troll, that's a position that fine. But also, Troll, this goes with this approach of people championing war. One of the things I've discovered is that actually the waves of violence going on now is another means of earning income. Because there's no salaries being paid, so the war offers an opportunity for top generals to have access to income. So if the war will continue, the more they get the income. But the question normally I have in my mind is that do they really value the loss of lives that we're losing, being it soldiers, being it civilians, and being it the destruction of the image of the government or the whatever grouping before the international community? Because the international community also is watching. Like we've seen this graveyard or massive graves that are being found in a couple during WAP trying to grade the road because of the flood. Look so that at least there's accessibility, and in the exercise of repairing a feeder road, they landed on a grave that is having so many people that people believe that also those people are killed. The grave maybe are traders from the other ethnic identities and maybe neighbors from within the region, like Ugandan, Kenyans, Ethiopians, Eritreans. They would have been the victims in the grave, and some few other South Sudanese nationals that are not in the front line of that. So there's a quite number of concerns coming up. So those actions all, it undermines the state of saying we're sovereign, and if you demand sovereignty, somewhere there's a dirty games going around the country. People are massively dead, people are killing. Look at what has happened in Wonko. That exchange, this December's exchange of Congo, we're losing lives. You can see videos coming up like we're fighting ourselves as if we have never fought together for the independence. So that's something we can try. But that's for me the reaction towards government attitudes towards the leveling and all this. In terms of the groups that you have said, I know even panel of experts already documented. They ask us to verify for themselves. And my message to you that yes, it is not a threat. Social media is a very good platform that we can use for nurturing very constructive and genuine conversation. But already I'm aware that already also social media, soon you will see statements coming out of good speech and hostile propaganda. And this is getting deeper into the attention of the human rights communities, whether regionally, globally, at UN level, at a diplomatic level. There's already discussion, even there's a discussion around some foreign governments start issuing statements on some of the actions that are contributing in fueling violence back home. Already that campaign is going on in quite a number of diplomatic spaces. I'm aware I attended one of the diplomatic briefings. The UK ambassador saying you need to follow some of your nationals. Seems they should be there enjoying the spaces that we have across the Western world and the fueling violence back home. We have seen. So we say it is a democratic society that we're in now. It's up to the high to think. But already messages and voices are coming out from some foreign governments and from some setups that they are quite of South Sudan. And specifically those who go to TikTok, Facebook pages, voice sometimes in such whom are recorded and then they're shared with them that listen, this person is speaking, this is the message, this person is one of the dual citizenship. So it's not putting everybody, as I said, I don't use the word some, not blaming everybody, not saying everybody is for that, but it's an alert that I'd like to put your attention. The last comment I think is a comment. It's just a comment. I don't comment about it. I'll say yes, we'll stand up to the interests of the country, but also we'll ask everybody, avoid things that may map into an oppression, to marginalization, to discrimination among South Sudanese. Let's all stand up as a nation. I know it's a big, expensive business, and it's a business that also carries a lot of leveling, naming, and shaming attacks. We will continue investing on tolerance, tolerating, and getting harder, and making sure we all move. If all South Sudanese are divided, maybe 2 or 3 people may one day want to unite South Sudan, and we hope that some of us are online working towards the unity of South Sudan, where we don't level ourselves in ethnic line, we don't use our ethnic identity to dominate, to bully, to oppress, to do things that may not promote our unity or may undermine our social fabric. So those are my concluding remarks. Thank you very much. Let me allow you to continue with the whole sense of sorting out the internal crisis. Thank you, but of course,
thank you very much. We encourage you, we support you, because you are the voice of the people, especially the voiceless. And I can see you are speaking out in Cuba. You don't fear, and this is what we want. We want to be represented by people who does not fear, those who does not put the interest first before the interest of the people. So continue with the good work. Also monitor everything online, and if there is anything that you see, there are individual, group, report them. Because we need a nation. We don't need a cattle camp. So thank you very much. Democrat. Democrat, you know? Operation or you know by window. I could be one of the lower thing a minute. You will really know so that. But you will really park it. Of course, the agent of Baki Power not work. Could report him and be one, the report UN is good that big one is here, what you mentioned. Report the United Nations Security Council and be one. A kid and accused. I can think I accused. And I'm really very happy. And they're calling you like Jordan Abel, Chicken Kira, accused in a Bogoro Kayaka. In the name of they want to defend Auntie Jerema. Quite a pain now, and medical lawyer. Kira accused Galaka lawyer, Kira to buy down on them. She buy it, the good Kira and a kilo. I said, we're quite a Yamala, the Yenga Balco. When a yen don't come with the key. Tell with him. The move up like your can get there on Chelo, Bauer. So I can yen the way you know. They do anywhere when the yen and a little bit, you know. When further learn from that report. Can a little yen and a Louis by destabilized. Give a key and a Louis by destabilized. If you are non-Dinka and you always talk about Dinka, destroy this nation, the report did not say it is Dinka destabilizing the country. The report has clearly mentioned an individual who is in charge of the country by name Salva Kiir. And this is what we have been saying. Whenever there is a crime, even if you fight as a group of people or a community, and you have killed someone, people will not come and say we are taking the whole community to the court. They will say who killed the person. It will just go down to individuals who have killed the person, and that person is the one that is going to be arrested. Although the whole community, the whole group has fought. So always accountability is for individuals, it's not for the society, not for ethnic. If you are a GM who is lying here online, that we are under threat, we are being killed, there is somebody by name Salva Kiir who is actually causing all this. And we are not saying Kiir should be killed, by the way. We are saying Kiir should leave the power, and we will bring in somebody who is going to come and protect us, give us the service delivery, and develop our country. That is all we want. When you go why I cannot go there and you all Kiir there for the kill, can you live? Over me. Abu support. Lakin I can live the minute. Into no one why I buy you know. Elo no, these you power Kiir one day, you know, the area thing care and pay with your bandana. Because you will come on to give it in a book on Ben. Yani, actually, you be back. I got here and we have very capable people that can come and live. So we're going to do Yami, the king, Yamda, we can use it about Badu can meet people in India, Java, you can get a cake. Quite a job of Paragon, quite a cool like a little walk you got a Tommy Jones. A killer will go to work with. Ian and Chicorotom, who know a pet, okay, the pet key, and look at them. Ian around chỉ có trong aran lo trong giá là coi coi aran coi trong cái aran tập trong cái SPLMIO is fighting, SSPDF is fighting, and I'm against both of them because I don't want war and violence in South Sudan. Why would you go and say you are accusing me, somebody supporting someone who is for war and violence? This is a lie. Since day one, I had been against war and violence. And the reason why I'm always against war and violence, it is an upper hand to somebody who wants to keep staying in power, destroying our country. I can't tell you, don't buy, don't buy, Yamun because you know better kept it. Cái University dan tenian pan ko bui ko dai tong galil ning tong kon ko ning ma kon ko balik. Hey then Salva Kiir would continue leading us, looting us, killing us. So the only person that will benefit out of war and violence is somebody who is in power and is happy because he's looting the country, he's destroying the country. Until you silence the gun, because the only way you can take him out is through peace. Until you silence the gun. Yet there are people that will come and encourage that war and violence in the name of Nyumi, in the name of, I don't know, White Army, in the name of Equatorian extremists. The more you support war and violence for Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, the more you are keeping them in power. That is why we are always against war and violence. And if you keep accusing me that I'm supporting SPLMIO, yet it is you and SPLMIO that are in war, and I don't support your war. How do you accuse someone who does not support what you are doing as somebody who is supporting what you are doing? So we were I can gain Tijin Sudario. Iran. Political parties within that political party that I take but that the individual and that report one is a good lesson for all of us. Whether anywhere in a mission, I keep on like in a mission. And that is it. So Yagala doing in a buy, and they are Bagamel Pursa, Kamaki Pursa. Where a guy quarter get all para, a call with the way. A call of sending a yammer, you do be. Chicken in book out the thing of the belia. Kulake in a way, I can bagger call you the thing to any channel on the tongue of the belia. I can book on the belia who want you good government, good leader. Kabili on the tongue. It will be done with jumping. It away because of poor leadership. With good, strong leadership, you will not even be opening up room. So come up, join us, and let us target the big issue that will solve this small issue. Solution is not to arm yourself and fight back. Solution is to bring a good leader that will come and stop it. It will come and stop it without even arming yourself. So think big and let us join him. We need to move from tribalism into nationalism. And let us change this country to go away. We are not going to change it. No, it's not going to work that way. Have you ever traveled with it? Completely, you will never use an ID member with our community. Anywhere, even within Sudan, you cannot even show it your identity. The only ID that is allowed is national ID in that country. The only passport allowed is $10. So why are you making noise about identity that has got no level of system? You know what? Go ahead.
Okay, Cholbit, quiz, thought and quiz. Quiz, are you there? Okay, Rooney. Okay, Lee, that way. Huh?
Yeah, but no.
Okay, no, my young, sorry.
Don't like I skip. I'm so sorry. And I should be very angry. You can give the work. Okay. Can I not drink my job? Okay. Okay, now I will speak Dinka and purpose what I think in this one. No problem. So what are the most what green bin? What are the most everything you know you can position the US means for na bicara kalau orang group bin bicara mana sih lu itu beza. Penting. Baru mati tahu deh na. Cari bayar ni yang di bayar ni kita mesti macam orang video community bukan ini bukan negara apa je. Contoh contoh kau jual wei. Tapi contoh kau jual bukan je kan? Kau jangan insert. Jadi mungkin kau ada itu ada di insert sudah. So I came over to violence. You know, on going over we were young, over mid. I told me, but I never got there. I was in play jam. And the guy was very good and well, she never was. But who was in life, you know, and the but young thing when you go there, you call on the corner. What did I keep it? Call one corner, I think I have already the jam. So, actually, we are both young. We are very violent and they will be. Because I think one government are wicked. Anything actually government, they will support it. Actually, get people in the car. You will keep watching a lot. Keep it. You will keep on saying, you will keep on few kids. In the because you are something. Years now, which if you want it, if you feel the water, more good, you wouldn't do a country, maybe you go in your city, you can supply. And leave. The country does support you the theater and she not a charity country more. The country is in oil, when they go, when they lie. But then a few themselves, that is not a big college, and few will be using their water. Color agriculture. According to the photo, bigger tree. But you're going to go somewhere, what can go to take, let it be for the okay, young girl, now people like no. And they won't be encouraged. That government, can go over and the people of them, who can we cannot tolerate it. Keep it. Well, you know, you want to keep away there for that. When the guy even got for a big number, to be getting that. And more than often, I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of he's that. So, can I say it? And I know Kajam, which is on the US, Kikajam. Could an American people, I think the one American. After them will be overload support. This has to them with them. But in more than love boy will not be acting of us. Many families did. And people are still saying, well, and then I should win. When I know the towards us, it's a constant goal. So your mother need and most people are in Kodak, or she was going to watching Malone. Canada, and you're going to change for the American Highway by Chacham. But if you go around the theater in Colombia, you can't put a bit of following in America. And yeah, I don't want to go to it. And a video anything good. The kid I didn't know when we long for. So now keep it quiet. You never really never know. I don't know. I can buy a ring which is challenge when it comes to the young and baby John who doesn't wait by. Anyway, I'm not at the ring. And I'm going to take you.
Ini ngam ngam beri, pokui kapu. Pasti jumbi buat kita nanti kau ini ngam ini dah tu Amerika. Oh ini ada bayar ini tu urut. So orang ni dia bayar lagi. Ini mana juga apa tu? Nah sikur tu dia. Mana ini banyak orang kami tu. Cipu bayar tu orang lagi. Macam ni kau punya ni mana Amerika tu. Jadi so support. Can kita dah ni ben terus dan mau berpun. So mereka yang mana tu tim dia. Mana mereka look like ini macam apa tu lagi. Because kira tu kan ada sana, macam ni ikan mereka. Ada kaya lagi ikan jual. Ini ni roy. Kita yang kau boleh kau kau. Jadi yuan puji. Which is a point of baby, and then I think he never know what it is. I don't know the feeling of what they don't want you know. But I think what I feel my young and your son to them. I quite good, you know, they did it. You know, if he didn't know what I can yet, can you fight one of the country? You think? So, I like one person. Then she young, she not young. Not been addressing South Sudanese, and I don't know whether why South Sudanese like it. So what I'm going to we addressing we want to do a big part with it, actually nothing else. So why do we need someone who doesn't speak, who look our country, who teach what even get up here and you know, it's quite because each có cái vấn đề lâu có cái dính có cái chế gì mà dính cho kia mình có ra cho kia mình cái này nó in the same and then I có cái supplemented then tại chỉ có đi đủ rồi thì sẽ bữa là bán thì mua cái lẻ thì bán là lập cái này là chỉ cái này rồi cũng chỉ có ra đi đủ đó mà nó có ra mạnh với mình thế là những người nói nên trên bức bên cái chào cho người luôn này mấy con bên đây cái vụ quấn của chúng ta sẽ lên trả lời đó có là trên thực tế nó mất thì này chẳng mà nó có gì với con bên này sẽ đi lúc đấy thì anh chỉ phải giảm bao nhiêu cái and you cannot predict the future số thằng nếu có bài quý có ra chẳng đấy và I chỉ có những nhà thôi, cho nên chỉ có cái điều thì muốn thấy very attractive, muốn nghe South Sudan, chỉ đó thôi. Rồi coi cái này mà nên là nó nhiều rồi không thể đến cái gì đó rồi bên đấy rồi có cho mà thôi, cái gì để cho biết cái nào phải những có nhà nó thì nó có nhà nó thì chia đi, có nhà nó thì diêm như đó rồi, rồi diêm cho nó ăn thì nó có, rồi quá phá rồi. Chỉ có những cái why they cannot use the name of the whatever. They say không know what you bet me. Cái đa lưỡi thì cái thằng coi cho YouTube bản này cái nhé đó, có đủ về tiền đó. Chẳng generation nó bên của mấy generation nó bên. Rồi generation về nào coi, ai phải coi thì bet me okay. Then why do they destroy them again? Không phải là gì. Còn mình cái bằng ngô phát, quay bu la cái đặc biệt cái này cho em cái gì là bu lối luôn, đây là chứ. So nó chỉ biết mà đấy có mà chứ. Anh em bảo lối này, anh em có kia rồi nó chỉ nó lối nó nhiều luyện. Bữa đó tôi phản là một con, những cái luyện của mình hay chỉ có phản là điều. Kim coi yêu người yêu lên là có của đùa ra có của và ôm cái đó bố cô chuyện ngồi đi bố muốn được những mọi chuyện này bố cái về thì chỉ mọi người chuyện cái này chẳng cái đi cái này nó có những gì thì chúng ta cần understand và nào nó phải là nó chỉ là cái đấy thôi so anh em coi thì chỉ vào cái
thank you
ngồi bên đây có đâu
thank you and the ban mà của cái cho nên anh kính chào mình demographic
you know 5 minutes about your done. I can do Lois.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, thank you. What about more with the we call it on the moderators with the Lakoi Japan a bit participate. We call it Ping and the Ping to win topic do not get a position the US the United Nations representative in South Sudan to the very known United Nations. So I don't think a United Nations representative in South Sudan can report back to the United Nations what is going on in the country. Yeah, I can and I can care. And I interest the KK unimists to the South Sudan because conflict without conflict then they should not be there. One interest then can. Second interest to the point that Corbyn to genocide who can report back, then some of them can be held accountable because I of the UN, United Nations. So I think I'm a joke report back at this point. I think in the nations rather than is killing people are killing themselves left or right who talking about who can any direction that in government is much bad. So good call but later I actually was about other group but kitchen the broccoli era quite silent, quite jam about the problem in the nation. If you like what is going on, we are monjang or non monjang, because social media did need to bang on chinu kuwaunum, little to be in the country. Kunada kojam, why the carry in the country, you have no right, but you shut down, or but smear campaign law against them. Who call the Kajil or call Kajil. The tongue of Kuyatong the Jane can anywhere. Kayan be Jim below the tongue going a bit Jim Loy. The question can you tell? You could be Jim Loy, where you look at your town. Cook a chilla talk. You're going to have over a tongue here on the new again. We have a Jim Loy, can be Jim with your vendor this century. Come to bring a loy. Checky and the other, I'm a kind of key or loy, Jim, Tom Job, or go to. So, Chile, I look at Chetam Jim that can Akuba, and then the same people get Jim, I jam again on the new again. Can I have a big Jim? Two go a garment on the new again, I can big Jim will be there. To bring a loy, to bring a loy. So this thing I cannot debate for nothing. The issue here, we are embarrassed to the net to the well because now we're batting the kingdom. We are proud about that, and that's what is really going on. If you see one thing, East Africa, Lord, East Africa one higher nations come East Africa. East Africa came with the late. Later came now organization because of your dog. I want to South Sudan nothing. Because South Sudan will be all done with you will learn. What is stupid thinking? Good thing one, the job of Guru all along that you will pay. They are buying in their bill. You know what? All the representatives are paid by their own country. The same thing. This is useless. United Nations of the Guardian who went through oil. Then it said, look, near law, I go around now, go down, Louis representative. Louis can pay because you can't just join membership without paying. This mentality, look at record. If you never been to the Western world, many people look at your qualified welfare, but if you are capable to work, you just don't take it. You go and work. And then call it retirement, never pay. But the cost of the retirement, but they are not collecting their retirement because they already have worked and they have enough pensions. I think enough money that they don't even need because we are thinking it's not your business, it's a people wealth. You just don't take it, these are the unbelievable things to go down. You know, get money. I think you look at a low contract, they don't be your mayor. Then you get the job and then don't go yet to learn the Jamian. Later one and I take it alone, you can look about them. I think a man can tie it because I'm not to go to the Dominican. Near the one, it could be European, could just be it. If you don't feed your dog, that's it, we might show them. You go church, you go goodbye. So these are the issues they get watching ignition. You know, they develop and look at the stabbing low. What is the nation in the about? We are a pattern. And I'm paying them. Who can actually call? But when they go and mention they are useless. Actually, I'm calling. Because I talk about how you burden the people. Because phenomenally, whoever in refugees, your country, because of continent. And we got to the research. You mentioned, you mentioned. Kulula Buka, you're proud of it. Where's the lecture? Are you proud of it? Go ahead, die, go ahead, and then you want out who bird Nanga, what is he? The Chinese, in man, up, in man, who then country lined up by a tribe. Just because in my name, we are man to Nanga. This is nonsense. So, my last conclusion is democratic. Silent. Nobody should come out here so long way to defend as much as you want wherever you want it. But now you've got down. They have the right to say that. Chikamatinga, nation of good and Mayan. Because we're the defendant Kuba can't want that. So if you are defending another non-one young to Kuma, we're going to chill out the Jamran non-one young against Kawai Road. So can you get the to realize among our people what our no. Let everybody speak their mind. If you think that can go ahead and praise it in your own terms, in your own social media. But don't try to silence those who are speaking up. People who think that the way the country is running is wrong, they can like-minded, they speak of one background, they can speak up. Go you think that road in the country is good, then you also go on the other side and then press it. You see, don't attack them. Let them do it because that's what they want. That's the interest don't attack them. Let them go ahead and praise that government. And if you think something is wrong, go ahead and point that thing out, and nobody should side on you. So I will stop there. But take it in and thank you.
Thank you, B. You can tell me within your 10 minutes. Thank you. Well, in 10 minutes, I can take the good 10 minutes. Who can I take that back? Okay. You can pick up a girl and kick in. We're back apart. You didn't get a mobile to alone. Alone, down to one. Going a cut, calling cut connecting Sudan, I alone. I quite you a gap. Young I a gap and then punching tar, punching you contribute, punching parent who cheated you contribute. What that I'm doing? You can took a bit. You can took a bit. What citizen? You can come to the Lord. You can come to the Lord to Congo. To Peoria, Panagin Sudan. You are going to take a little confronted. You wouldn't survive. You took. Wouldn't survive them. That will kill a survive one third and by the third thing. You know, do not kill Chagabo. Now you wouldn't tutorial to the tutorial in the Prona, but the survive them. You are the element. Pick up the way. God will give high psychophants. Take out good liquor. Take out coin win. I hit a camera. A camera to go. Do one in that cake. What? A book bad reading. A good cool to the piece. Oh, would you? Walk by young panic in Sudan, or your citizen would be there. Panic in Sudan, I could tell you my yard. That could be Akada, our own land. Nayapara giggle will, Jacob, Benny Grand Gay. You are the Benko, take up on Codelway. Wait, we could get you away, the bow, what do I do? What did I do? What did I do? One actually Balwa. Because I'm a long walk, one long walk. I can't do it. Oh, Cocoloi, the other day I go. Kulogumi go, a book of jam. I may come a one and tell you a job. No, but I mean, a little more got quite a move of man. Look at that jam. You must take it, man. I will watch it.
I didn't know I live by the King of Gambella.
Okay. Here. Akuma don't get Sudan, can I? Yeah, we're going to join that apparatus. Kuja community. Akuma Jim Sudan, Brio Rungedi. How many years do we respect it? We're apparat, Bakabe, Kulakuma Jim Sudan, Runkata Wali, Bucket, they could have Runkata, Hiki Gakum, Kenyande, Ali, Banalaki, Runkata Ali. Abu Ping and Away Runkati Karake. Kubang Mulosi. We call you Jamakuma Jun Sudan. Akuma Jun Sudan, Kawaja Nachoke. What's your Kotanake? The job by Jaria. What you do, Nilum? Kurane, my hair and Kinorande, Akuma. Meet the one key. Meet the one key, Kaka, one with Sudan. Meet the one key, my yadi. I can't go to Sudan in a Kachila J1, Killa Blue House, sorry. In a Kachila Blue House, what do the Killa Blue House? May you want to kill a Blue House? I couldn't allow right. I
a killer blue house. We could get a good go to a killer blue house. Could get a kid in a killer blue house. Okay, they will get the jolly pay quite money. You wish you could teach Pandit. There's a came with John, who would use Sudan for last 20 years. Can I take a one? I take the theater. Can I fax? Who can I get a pay? I pay in talking. Why can't you pay money pay? You pay them. You won't work around fire. And I work in a good lot of writing 100 million. To a blue house. And I cannot do pink in the room. To a blue house. And I came in a work pink in the room. To a blue house. Give that with the room. To a blue house. Give the president in the room. To a blue house. Give corruption and do it fine. Okay, I think a call, but we don't need to beat the bush. We lost passion and we lost respect. What Kapara Karacha took a damage. They do the kitchen over here. They do the psychophone, bootlickers. They do the kitchen acquire. They do the cocoa with them. They didn't cocoa. That I should do more corrected well. The general well, I would talk. The well, the good democratic, I can wear one. I could move on to another Manaku Akumatano. The Pumakin was a Dantano. A very useless government, one of the very useless government in Africa, not even in the world, in Africa. In the tail, Dokacha Teka, Tagari Aramo, good in Sudan. Who were they? Which did, Grandma so what? Pangina Corbualamon and a Corbudan Willie Yalkeritis. But I'm going to take man job. So what you call it, check? In a kidna. Don't jam up para catch it. They do the kitchen market here. The America didn't think you got in America. Blacka in Europe, they think you got kum. Yet are able kum. Then get a good yard. Then get a one okay. Because nothing answer man Cadalgas who gave a call. Then think you got kum, you get the kum. The other Juliana Yalia, Ecolad Louis Miro, the Miro, the Arab Miro. I can't got. Now you go to market the Arab, I couldn't get a children completely. Maybe I ever got a Michigan kum in America. And you let it Pineta. The Pineta, the Pineta. Who got on political point? What did I come on? Complete that. Yeah, do the Arabian Jaman. You go quite pan, Chalamanca pan, Tim Kitchen Lava Jacket, Kitty Argon Kumbi. Look at that, I had your coming in the Gapa, because you're not Maraca. I had a coming in the position. They are never been kitchen, then think you got to me. Now, what do you want? Africa, I beg it with them. Okay, which video thing recently, one of the men, I just learned my paper. When they bang, one look why Rurko. Can I take a one? And I take a one, I can't have a pin. Wait, you have to keep. You became that time. Sudan. Dike kotia. Yakete. Yego lwele di. Oh, kati mun korku. Fakuma jinu Sudan. Ko korku a fair system. Systematic system in the korku. Ida ko korku ba. Tapi yo ko kiri mayadi karbani. Budi nyanda ni du karbani. Yo karto ke. Whether I'm poor or I'm rich or whatever, I don't care about it. Why do you bring to my head? Being a caring, you might be a grandmobile, they are carrying mobile. Who is mobile? And a carrying grandmobile because grandmobile, in a run a jam one could be a couple of their copio, their kit, their copio can a pandu. Who are actually either what? A pandu who are good on the jam. Their copio, Milakapo. Can a pandu who could do the jam? Grandmobile to ban into the jam. You might be a you then we follow Japan coming and up a little. Look at the book of Guru by Jacket. Okay. You know what I'm okay?
Okay, thank you. These are later the music. Come on, first of all, I would like to greet our audience and people who will go and listen to this video. Well, as you moderators, myself included, and you on the platform, I want to contribute to the topic. The U.S. position on South Sudan. It is welcome because U.S. government play a key role in helping South Sudanese to get an independent state called South Sudan. And it has been our wish for the U.S. government to continue to support us so that we have good system in the country. Now, my brother B has talked about we being the burden to the international community and to the region. We, the country called South Sudan, we are a burden. And that brings international community to have a say in what we are doing. Now, if you go to the neighboring countries, the majority of the refugees there are South Sudanese, who are displaced by war that was created by the political class in the country. And this youth population of South Sudanese is being supported by the international community. International community has also contributed in helping our leaders, the political class, to negotiate peace. Even they let hope bow down the feet of our leaders, hoping that they will listen. But they didn't. They continue with the violence, they are continuing to displace our people. So that position is very much welcome, although it is too little. We want the international community to continue to push our leaders so that they can bring peace to our country. The region of East Africa, my brother has highlighted before, you cannot join an organization that you know is obligation, or which you are not going to meet. East Africa community, to join it, you have to have a membership fee. And our government has been failing to pay just the fee to be part of that organization. Why? Because of systematic corruption. So, without us South Sudanese, we are the laughing stock of the region because of the misgovernment in our country. We, having said that, we in diaspora, we have a role to play.
particularly our brothers our sisters, brothers and sisters in the United States, they must resume their diplomatic engagement with American citizens and all the American institutions so that our people can be supported. The same wherever we are, whether we are in Europe, these people have helped us a lot for us to realize peace in the country. That position is clear, and we must continue to push in that direction so that peace is realized in our country. The other point I want to say, my brother Yakani was here. He mentioned a very important thing, which John also highlighted. The international community is aware of what is going on now in the country, particularly our contribution in social media, particularly Clubhouse. They are listening to what we are saying, and they are also witnessing what is happening on the ground in terms of the tribal targeting across the country. And the government is sitting. Our communities are killing themselves based on tribe or region. The international community is aware. We are teetering on the Rwanda path. During 1994 Rwanda genocide, communities were engaging in insult, accusation, fear. Particularly those who were in government, they were fearful of the minority, that they were coming to take over the government. They were in panic because they know the diplomatic tide was turned against them, and the rebel group were gaining momentum. So they turn against themselves in government, and they start killing themselves, and then they target other populations. Now the region is aware. The ground has been prepared for mass killing. The South Sudan is already there. Based on our language, what we are saying here in social media, our civil population can turn against itself in a minute, and many people will be killed. That is why we say any entity on social media here campaigning to contribute to that violence must be condemned and must be put on record. And there are many of them here. We have the so-called apparat who are pretending to be representing the GM community, which is not true. They represent themselves. They are an entity that has a political objective, and their political objective is very clear. That's why we say no. GM as a society has nothing to do with any political move in the country. If you want to be part of the government, which is your legitimate right, I have no issue with apparat if they don't hide under the umbrella of GM. Because GM cannot be implicated in the violence that is ongoing in the country. If there are people who want to mobilize GM to carry out the violence, we will say no. Like the same way we will say to other communities who might be thinking or who are recognizing that they are fighting the GM. This is wrong. And to say it is wrong does not mean you hate your community. So now, we know the one in charge to protect people is the government. The government we have in Cuba has the sole responsibility to protect all our communities regardless of region or tribe. That is their role. And if they fall short not to deliver this, that's why we are calling the government in Cuba has failed to deliver service to our people, particularly on the security area. And in fact, it is engaging in instigating communal violence, even among the Dinka themselves. That position is clear, and those in apparat must not hide that they are not genocidal in their intention, like other group of the White Army. They are in the same category, and they are calling for violence in our country. We in diaspora, in America and Europe and Australia, we are privileged to live in peace where we are. We cannot be the one encouraging violence in our country. And this position can even be appreciated by the government. Somebody who is campaigning for peace, campaigning for political settlement in the country, should not be hated by any government with a reasonable program. they will say these are the right people. My message to Aparak, don't pretend. We know what you are doing. You are not different from the White Army. You are part and parcel of the killing system in our country that is encouraging violence. And this one will never go out in your record. The international community is there. The UN agencies are in South Sudan, and they are monitoring what are you saying. And some of you are here in America and Australia. You are there. There is no plane you are going to hide. If that genocide is going to happen in our country, you are not going to hide, my friend, because you will be known as somebody supporting violence. My last point, we are all entitled to our right. So long you know what you are saying. If somebody is supporting the government, there is no reason whatsoever to be angry about against that person. It is his or her legitimate right. Can I go a book with clearly? Rajol, the ding agwe. It's a country that actually one. Actually, any part of the part of it. You will then call it cargo, the other line. Call it the bono. Call it cargo, I got you got it. Any cargo of oil, the large in the world market with millions of dollars. And that is like private, like a gift. Then they give. They give cargo to their supporters. So they take it like an investment. Take it on. They can it's really good on. It must be stopped. It is the government that should decide about our oil. Then you will not really individual. The guy taxes are able to. I will go airport, I able to. I will go to I able to. The other taxes are able to. Because you pay a Kuma. Why a Kuma in the look at the alone? Being alone, because that is the point that is good. Our people are dying of hunger, lack of health facilities, lack of education, amenities. Nothing is there because some elements have been given privilege. They can work with us and do the output, and they just decide what to do to the government. Can you get condemn? Why you condemn too? Because the coin, take it down in the game of the world. So, again, then to learn, I learn why one to a man. Why one get done with young people are. You gave a young people I will buy. You don't even get a call because I did the call. Can I thing like that to jail? One of the person is hiding. He's going to use you by involved in corruption. I don't know the general yet. It's a one I think really good. There is a sign proving that our people are going to speak up. I really I think change by you are wrong. Our people are working up and they will show. I say, why do you have to tell to buy? If everybody are yet to, I just got that to move. Why you have to put on general president, you can't New York. You know what I'm saying? 50,000 people don't come. But what I don't think we will let it there. You can watch our party. Go on, get here. You get up. You can be your man. You go. We will do that. I am not going to come to that. No, I can't say. What they'll get in the hour government, you will continue to do. But unfortunately, one of the 50,000. Call it you know, Farage. You can't call it them yet, so they don't walk out with Suli yet. They give Padu in a Pinam Suli. The Tina Yakin and Pum. You want you need it or water to buy it all. Okay, really need service about it. You need to do your hiding, Babadala blend name, Kulaka Chile and my way to it. You're quite legitimacy, but the market who will put on yet. I can't tell you, you will mobilize. If you don't know, you have to Madame, you will do it. You don't have to go to the second. The king went in there. The king up for that ship job. You got a year job with the law. Why do you need to really? So, what government kill him away? Where the judge that, when the government kill him away, you cannot take our people for granted. Our government is government. This government must deliver service to our people. We and God, we are paid. We are you come and lie. I know many of you are to do it. kiri go ga kin ko yi ru wato ya ma kin video yi go kin go ule ta wana be na 50,000 ya kwa ni working go ga kin ga mi adu yi ma yana si wa jembe ke ga mi adu ule wo kin ga yanke kin ga ramu tin social media who are you to come and lie to us okay you're right I think I'm be right don't take our Jain community for granted. Jain is not part of SPLM. Jain is a society. Our members will join SPLM at their own choosing. Who are Jain who learn in SPLM. When SPLM as a party, we are calling for reform, and those of our elders in Juba are calling. We have to unite with South Sudanese and hold SPLM accountable in Juba. That is my message. Wait a minute, thank you.
And operation, thank you very much. Những bài in chatting.
Thank you, operation. Một community, but it's up there. Where operation to, the way thing go, where I'm going. In operation, manager, Pani, the University of Sudan, the entire nation. Actually, because I be at a cool and getting a while, you get your down, you care down, you could get your care down, Buddha. Where are now you care down, but no one canal, upon my noise. Who could jam one no Javali no here. Yena message, Yana, Paralonian message, Yana message, big upon you know, so done job. Nothing the coy bottle.
Imagine Sudan in a missing the Benedict Chalaga.
John Martin and look at. Not only that way, remember John carried out earlier, you go along woman. You just want to carry it out to Jambu, the buy a book, we buy a bit open. But I haven't been meet with the attic. You go meet with a pan in the guy, I meet the pan in the June to direct. The guy, I'm Gapara, which I call my the Gabu Goito government. Yenika really below you because we. Kutokachi Marka, I feel because the Ake Bupan did you know to dance out with the Raven Jodai. Huh? Bukajo is using the resources of the whole nation. The people with the use, they need to be shared equally. Because when go over and we are going to kill a person. But this is the problem with the Parag with the Aguru, you know, who told them this? Who can I actually mean the bind you? I don't know where to come on the Koran, what you know, one young by one. Because I will call you, Louis Bucking, who come and is woman forward. Because you're Louis forward, you're looking, you want to get them another cake, I can't buy that one. Then I came to the working. I said, what can you talk about? You know, Sudan is not a country. It's a country of all of us. All the people of South Sudan. I check it in Gapara. You know, just like a Gapara, my country in South Sudan, because I have bigger John Kid, into Biato Vinci, Jamna, Jamaka, you know, and I just have that privilege. In democratic, where we tell any me. Let me join Ibu. Actually, Bupon, we are moving around across South Sudan. Young Rajana, a ping of money, which I'm the guy. Could be behind him. Light, light, darkness cannot be allowed to overcome light. Over you, Sudan, the Colony, we are true African. And even by that, who fix behind the best country, the Chief and Sudan. You know, they call the better one in Bulwin, big woman, yeah. You know what I am going to my
di Georgia ngal mo bi wona to belo to yo ko le New Sudan ina ka ko New Sudan ina ka dane to woni ngai bu panda ru Sudan they are the best country so aga kira ambi ko to ko kira lu ko bi to ko aku ni kaya boy bu gai ke ayin bi jolo yin democratic din bu kada jolo apa jote
and thank you you know bye and thank you operation kulo road work kapara ada random kelwel kulo yin be careful young nation atau the said it that what's in yara kita be job ban ping na really bad driver kuma nen bad driver kana ochi buda dayo enan kiran ko no mini dida kiran ja ko no ran tol young nation kana akar batin pan tol ko nen ko ba ti de pet ene ko bu no mai wona ye pan tol so ne ko bu no mai ba ja ki bu nyo pi de ba ja la no ko ba no ba ki tiền mang cái bút à ba cha này cặp cái cái nó cút uống cơ vậy cái mà người tôi cho bắn cái con gà mà đi còn thấu ốp đúng cái này cái chỉ biết con confronted mà ngoài cái này mà nó phá để ngã gửi cái cả mấy cái là live cái để nó lên cái bên kia người cái gì cái này ya number 2 pana nyaran ko yang ko mi ti ko en ken ran ko no pidi ba jo dia chi do yang nation man do no kwelan chi mo ba da na le bi careful yang nation ta ben du cha ja ko ga da pe ta so ke ba no ka dai ke ka ba le we pa ni jinu Sudan ka man chi dra mo bi ro to ye lu ka to wa la ko kun ke ma ya di ye mu chi ke lo wa ga ru wa le ke ga la ga na ti ba to ku ba to ku ke no lo ko ku ke no lo ga na la le mi dan ko la le mi ka ko la le mi ta ka ko la le mi cham ke ma ya di ka ka bin ta ye lo ba ye to ko ba to de ko ke ba ko ke to wa te ne ke choi ba ke ta to para ke je ami wan ke wa kan ke yu ka wa ta na wa kan yu ka wa da bu da ya to ya ke na wa tapi ne ke ya to ami din ya ngara ami din ko le lu lo to in life ke ko din ke to no ke na wa kan ke yu ka wa da bu ke yu ko yu ko ta yin da ne ko pur ke ko kan ku be mi kan yu including my dad is kila hitam kena government 1987 when mama kan ya mama jodoh tu kecil hitam orang dek government jadi dia orang nyaru kita lah cuai ye nabi jodoh Dubai beri ya kau orang hitam orang dah kekaya ni dia tu beri nyoji 1991 kedua lagu bogor ingkar kau je demis teremik kau tahu para gembe nak kau dengan pain warga nak pain marga nak pain bisa kaya nak pain kita sih kau resi berpain deh kena kalau benar kelam far tu aku lain kau irut berkecam oh kau kita pun kau kecil justice in the country yang nation dulu para kan naji jam carut dan jam carut tu jamin Anto in Queensland here
này ta đình bắc này đi hay là thì dia udah ranjala này ini demokrat ini banyak bu apa kan itu kau buat apa jenuh kalau farik kau hari ini mau baik yang mau tahu banyak jam ada cari jam dua na repe karbang ini gua ada kau cidur kuai dewi cidur kuai panen jenuh sudah dewi kuai dia kau yang agak karbah yang agak karbah dewi kuai kau karbah kau apa raja kau kuai nak kira maya di dapat tahun ini jangan dia berungkat cewek nak pun berungkat tetap bagaimana kalau dia kawajar dia kemat baca kawajar dia mak tu bicara sama tarik dia berdaya betul ini maka dia kena apa raja apa ada jenis sudah dia kau itu wajib kau nak wajib kena wajib kiran lebih dah mana wajib bapa ben kerja luar pada jenis sudan ada dan first class atau second class ia kau nak wajib dia ada kuai winter mana nyana kiri maya di winter mana atang kormanya nah cakalan tu kucing ia tak penyakit mahir lepas bangkit ia wajib amal luar kau ibu tu kormanya kinyok kormanya kekanuan roga itu je bopol mud bayi ni mud kuat ada pel cakap mana yang mana yang dah pel apa je tu kau ikat
Mungkin demokratik, mungkin.
Aci berboy. Terungkit di kotor. Kerana campur pindang leadership. Yang leadership ini biko yang tu dijip, yang aci kita pandai mana pun. For generations, centuries, decades. Yang aci kita pandai mana pun kau yang abu kan. Cakap perak, cakap pelakal kekai. Misi jo, kuke, warga nak you awada, nak kempiria. You warga kau you that some abasset groups. Bukan cakap. Banyak mengumumkan what do they know about South Sudan? Nada yang ini about South Sudan kini banyak kui, kumur, mereka kun lebih ini kuat. Panjang Sudan, you put it back, apa ya di? Yang awal kuja, doa cakap baik. Kini dia punya bukan kau pelamu. This is very clear. Doa cakap berapa kita tahu kau ben. Kau boleh nyirkan cakap ke? Kau boleh nyir kau itu apa mai? Wala itu nor dia tu aku mai walan ku ngawen. Aku mana? Lagi itu. Aku makan ben. Ini ni aku mau little pay. Aku malu ni little pay. Kau kata aku, kau istri tu kan what? Kau macam kau real. Siapa tu kau respected? Jika you respected jadi kira maya dia ke bank ke bank. Wartawan Malacca dia bank. Yang baru jadi ada orang yang dengar. Jika orang yang kena jenuh ni awak kerja. Kerja kerja makan afar. Paling jenuh sudah nak kena review kau dah baca cari country bicara. Pada country kena otherwise jenuh. Academic to think about 40% or 30%. Kalau beri pada muhui, beri lot pada mana kena hui. Yang ada siragan, siragan dia. Yang orang dah, kalau jam ni kalau farik nonsense. Wawat apa lah? Well, kun na je kalau rumuni. You don't even hear kalau jenuh bingkau. Kudun ya kebicambas. Kukut mai kau nak cakap itu. Macam kalau tu ini fee. Makin lebih ko ne yetini ne ya tamana ko yetini korban dede yana ku kibita renga ran man kichamali man nyani kiri me jori the special program in special program of daf ku jawo yolbas ko kito wace ki kito fara jiru zuwa kilbitin wuju don horo ta pan kene wajin ni wi do ko jamu la ka bajala dan to kiri me yadi ya pan kene ko ken tamba na ki pan da ya kan mu kine rana mai pan de ye ko bulen family de akeli ko raf in ka ci den a ci garan de na bure tilo ko to ke ne man ako yu be ko wu ako ci ke be ko wu ko ka ko ke na ke ko ke ga ci ko bulo ko ci la no ye kir ma ya de no bulen ko to panda akin ci wo di ni be wo di kin de ci ko gudu ma yana wo kin ci ye wo kwal ci la bulo house akudu lo la rai kinchwe kila bulo house adulu kirma yandi kinchwe kila bulo house gudin ki gadu the big ship kila bulo house nayi wo ko korke kami de ko ke la ka bulo house nam misken wo korke lama kuna ke the top ship in the country kina che golwen whether matjuga yi awana channel nyal ke pede den kin kijama re dictor ala mapor wel che golwen ke awana channel nyal ke lolo wo chenwa even the family the first family chinge ko one community will be able for life but or later on she even said that ko gode le baye le jingi ju cham ko ke da do how prevent looking will prevent ngaben ku ke ga bana ide jor no wo do da pra do ga ta tet ko apa ka ko chi wo chi ke this class far nonsense they cannot blindfold whoever I call them psychophants I good lickers I elwe in Sudan I got to a gam I call it pure I call Bukandin Limpia there they're not in Pana Kolmanyang won't Kolmanyang in China Kolmanyang Reke Baba okay Manyang where China Union anyway Baba who let the other back who Kolmanyang the other day no just keep it Kwa generation na ko go dit so ye ki do ko ta tit ko du bur ga na ye mu ko ni wa na lu ko ya mo ni ko ma nya ko mo ni ta be ra mo ni mo ba ta ti ta ma ni wo lo wa ye ko dan ke kala far ta ka te mo ba bra mo ni ta le ran pa ra no mo donc ci bu góor akol kenn dama ko doon teg woo bu ko bu muru nga di ci bu ngoy ñu woon weke ak ci be one go lock, they go then lock or you feel. Never. Kill a little one. Who went king? When you come in, or a dog. Look at your kid got nabble or region day. Could you do one nabble or region day? Tongue is not all about being tribe. No, tribe is not important. It's very important ally. You have to be aligned with somebody that you have the same interests. I check a call Jenko door Kumapuna. Can I call it Bukum Taroki? Kuban Kumtar by. What you call them? Markena Chilmarqua. Kokena Chilcoqua. Markena Chilquaqua. A pindin, 12. Takin Mayadi Jelamo, a cooler power. I ban one, Yankia, rotten person. In a Kubugaping, Kebumiadu. Manaka Bantija, to make a Wajado joke. Kawajada Jal, one two cost. Now go back the other dollar, but I'll be done to Trump. Makawaja Kawaja. What Jim, for Transudans is Transudans. What do you mean? We call your jam Bagatardia query. You have it. What you pay? What you pay? Let's go head and head. One by one. They get on away. We do not clean. Here may I did Tagabe thing, didn't go away. You got your one I know Kenya. Junubin. Got your Uganda. Junubin. Got your Ethiopia. Junubin. Tagabe thing around all the rage. The bono. Done. The bono. In the war. And then get the reality to move it down. What a rocky got to the man. You don't wait no one can do. Have a job with a big deal, Pandi. I don't move. I don't have my I don't react. I don't move. I'm killing our corner with that. You know, Sudan. That one opinion, who got it banal, but they get your back. It is banal, I call the day, get your back. Take a year, call the way, call you know. No, do not to me. Take a pure name, which I mean me. There are by Raymond. You get them one, while in a day and there are people no. Well, I Simon D. That little person, there are young man. Have a call to Kubalina Quanabe. You are a net power role model. Children of you. Man, Pirogin of Sudan. King and law, I love Battle of Mulay. As I be the soldier. Who lay them tap, no like it. Law. Had to tell me, had to what? Had the journey. Desperate journey. Well, desperate journey. I will not brought the Europe. Man can elect. A banyasal. A ban. Kaban, I am a balloon beat to Urunga the Tam. Kuriadin and Musukulitas. Pane. Simon D. and a bell bread. I've been liberated for booting winning. Then the tragedy of Sudan. Kaila, I learned to before and it took Kai as a PDF soldier. Well, already had been. But I will put jail. But a desperate gun. About the Algiro. One more to the Puritan of Sudan. Dr. Jamapat. Simon D. and a grandmother.
She became good.
No. Simon D. But now, master hold up who could baby, Paniruf, could do both in Sudan. When I let baby, someone did because I did. Good and polite, love, and no, by juice, I'm the down to it. Hey, now, don't buy the least of marriage joke. Got in the door, okay? Got one. But I'm thinking of another answer, daddy. Keep the near daddy. And let Africa, while let European, while let all the entire world. Quran, a chimon to white. And a bleak. Because then one around very useless. That idiot person. That's not a call. Makay, I'm the pride of the nation. Oh, we had the mouth, but little panda didn't need leadership. Kirmaya did move and job calafar, dancing it away. They are not get young. They are citizen. Apparat, get it, Nanda to room it. Jojola Prakake, take our red with the Nusudas. Young witch are quick one combo, wherever they are. But Lantal young nation to the Jamara Bracken. Pantal Maruka, I wait but over Brisbane. Let's suppose what our step. Can the boat of it? Can the Angelo do not carry young nation? That will be good. A young nation. The boy could in a cool one of that. Jomoran. What you could work, we do more what you could work. For justice. In terms of an achieve within Congo, they big up all of it, but they are big up all of it, the entire community, they are education and could go, we love ourselves. Question Sudanese. I look at Paul and allow in the law lane because they're union. It's not violent. Wait, they can't be that way. Telling the Sudan Korea. Diety, in the Sudan thing, then in the Sudan of the Korea, the job in that town, how many years? We are not away. Check it back around a baby. You would away. Get on to the yard. Then we told them. We can have been Jamaica, one got and one will have a letter and one will. You wouldn't need no good at a PhD holder. Yeah, from classic to PhD holder. Democratic. And they call it. Yeah, they were doing that. Hey, you know, the Kanaka black above. That's yeah, Pantano. What is it? Okay, I can't jam one of them. And I told the king and Ben Chen. No one actually look at your own in a very calm, in a very silent. Okay, I was a bit busy, and you can't bend them. Yeah, okay, jam. Yeah. Thanks for your opinion. Because you jam. The bank jam and what the which you jam what the night. Now you will not tongue with a lot of go with killing eight, where the benefiting eight could never inform. What you are a judge, the judge, I'm a query chatting age to the girl reaching a little bit jam thing we are in what it. Never need, never in tongue in tap. Nagaya woman, what you? When I go park, Kawan, Yang to keep to get the piano. When a boom at the cock, cool a different cock, yeah, tonguing it up. A bulky koi getting to a garum, koi john wood, koi a john, parak. And I'll go and teach out away. Kulegamat. It would lamat. Legram pinical, the Lurnia, we really ram, Kulea. Kulaga for differences opinion. I hear. Taman
thing. We jamre will pay Tagania is. Who can there and then we're going to ping. Open the game. He gave me my cage and Latin well. Kabino Adela ping a jingle melody. Kichi Jima Matim, and we will too much. The Tony Jim, the Tony community, South Sudan, nation South Sudan, one young mission, no matter melody. And I will can ping the and I will never get jam to again. Who big ping Davis? Because we took a muddy with John. And Monday, the one majority of them, I shall we have a terminal. When they are together, then they might go to the whole of the Pied and Opera. Who not ever out of them. We beckon you because I do work around and get you will got a chain can do what Kabu Logan. And I call Bero and now on chicken and cube. Chiban jam could I see in the yon album by jam a bunch of chill them, but you need to be jam with a jam. What do I get? What a cooler. Tabanaco goodness solution, when came here himself. A call solution there's not been convincing. It's also that is convinced that there is a solution. Non binder came here. Canadian. Chima teaching it is not a solution beyond law. A complete shilling. The Kina Kennedy Yen, when I then engage with Piap. The solution to the problem can be unfortunately too late for the people of South Sudan to believe in the president, that our president within the period bye. People are fed up, people are tired of it. And I don't see whether there is a hope that even 3 days more, hope a week within 3 days, be patient. Majority of South Sudan will never say no. Nigga right of the people, though. And the right of the people, though, the majority of the South Sudanese, they will say no. The only people that will say, yeah, they're going beneficiaries. Going Tanaki and Piden, Tanaki and Chamden, Tanaki and Kenyamu Wicken. These are the only people who are one year. Buying and going supported. The Koya Banya supported when a car was Kumati, Mania Kumaramai. The Patu Banami. Paga Banami, Paga Banami, but Akuma Canada date. Chan Banya Koi Tongi and Koi Takia, Koi Lucia. I think the solution in because quite a bunky or quite to me or quite to get me to quite. And that's where the problem lies. Because we tell a Kuma, a finance, and get a buy, and Gary a buy, and I will cause my mother buy in my total here on each channel. But they think you can name and a pit that will be that on one around China. And they say, I say, and then she went by, I didn't say by buying that you knew already 10 years ago. I don't know how in a real will command that ocean. This time we went around a minister to defend our own by again. And a jetchery. When I woke up, be cutting a dish, call it by it. Can we chat many times? Yalabaja whatever room or a year go down. Ukagataiko, medical control over enemy number 2 of the Israel, the Kegel and your Jalava, could go by Sharat, cool girl, Umar King, cool Ganapato, one and Kokaki. The king binder key, in Kokaki, he never put it. You want to see internal struggle on Jiba within any Chankagataiko, because somebody was in, Target was in. Okatago put them near cut room by. He didn't put his copy. A credibility and we are the one day. I will die, the one going up and I die in Pitumura.
in what they went to. So that day for me, Nachomer Kavita for that time, Kirlan Kavita. I see how you went out one, a tongue was in, Chingurum Randa. She ran into a Jorwan, getting to done it. I keep Benny, I think I'm lawyer and Kin Benny Baby Chirango. We get a Junubi, I told you. And the Junubi Chiban, Junubi to the Chigay. Watch out of be in a child. Nara would have been very, very clear that we were putting the camera on because by our room. The killing of my own. The killing of my own. I don't support the idea of war to Mantawana until now. I mean, they want to make a call to me. Now, I went and got it. The Banajin came in the Kachi by Marial. China did on young come at night by the lot in the region. I learned from the region. Kyokan, Manuan, good example around Rwanda. Lunching my at all Facebook, the cover in Iran, can I just say, when a lot around Rwanda, a very foreign nation, Kitover. You are now on the platform with your bandage a lot, is your union. You join you in working to join you other opinion. Tira and a tapuira and near Palun. Can I good bit to the nation? A very embarrassing things below nation don't tear and Palun. And right, it's a bit binding with that nation. Will go another region where Latin the Kaniko Yaga supported because supported a Jack nearby Iran and the Argo, Panon, by the Argo. Kikray by a more Elkanaria by Pana Buradella. When I already supported because we are the Argo. Kawil Kaija, they come like the other course, will when you will go to Ben. When I call you a useful idiot, the nation. Economy of a useful idiot. And then I'm going to ping this to Kachalwell, Manachil, but I will internationally. Where are you? South Sudan president, a useful idiot. Contain meaning them. Hello, Pierre. Useful to us for South Sudanese, but idiot internationally. Useful for us in Yahoo, or useful for us, useful. Man, label international pay idiot. And then you sit back with your knowledge, with your promise. Kiladaban, a chill data. And they don't know by the head of the state. Now, let go bara. The Canadian shameful thing nearby into the nation. The nation in the Canadian go and go on the tea. When our tongue is a chip. And then, I can observe by getting a hair on a jammer and get on a government actor. National government. Government can with the water keep it cool. Because I thought I would go to Tom and got my when I got to that keep in the hope to any old jam. The kid got it over Tom because of the SPLA. I said, no. A good to one. I can cover it anywhere. Tonu and Togram, Koyala Motoran, Koyaka, because Tum died. So that means Ginubi, I love Ginubi Corpus, Ginubi NIF. Ginubi NCP. Fighting the car of West Cage, Ginubi, then any question. Again, Ginubi to Buzzin. I am eager and you go on. Where we go? Which is a problem way in. A good Ginubi on NIF, which is on in the system. Now, I have no problem with them because the past errors are past errors. I should not, at this time, when you get to NIF, is still now, when we're bending now, we're going to we don't want to bend by Jamga and SPLA or Lay and SPLM, who bend by new thing, come with it, where I want it. we don't see this routine change. Nang man, nang running from Pyogan, this is not true. Which so, for you, and then got the cut. Could the Kajirani Quenco, Iran, Mulum, because you Iran by Iran could buy highway with a buy highway 2017. Only 1 year on a quadruple. It's all my feel on around a gab or something also. Minister for different minister for finance. Quite like the money more at all on my Facebook. I let it out live until 2017. Then away. What I can win 1 year on about 2017 voting. And what could you talk will I give renewed until 2030 or 2035? Or 2027. It 2027 in only 1 year to go. But after 2027 or 2027, you couldn't sit on the general walk. We call it general, call your town, peer, a bite, do a mess, the corner. Now I go in bank here, calling in orders. And then degree, and then a lawyer, degree, and I'm going to degree, or I'm going to cover degree by year. They shall get degree. Can't they? They shall get degree. We will degree no McKenna. We can degree no McKenna. Upana be Ben in this time to that time, I can know in a question. Charity Juba of the wow. Highways, the 4 lanes each side. Kubalego, impossible. Share of the job from wow to Malakal. 4 lanes each side. We shall the job from Malakal Juba. 4 lanes each side. It can be impossible because we need resources to do it. And then it can be down this major town court. One of you connected Chagaga about who can enjoy job, Church Java, getting Java state. Instead, the connection between your town and your village is up to you. But how would you kill you up? 10 years is too long. I mean, 21 years is too long. Look at that fail, the nation. Because I didn't come to my own come. Manuane, it's all Marani, the one in Angola, it's all Garanga, Paragadango. You look at Untui by Yen, Untui in Cabo, Yen and Tui Cabo. I jump by theory and get Untui and Jama. Kunyan Tui and Jama. The common name, the Yutin Yanuku, Chanina and Dawson. Either Yanupin and Ankle, Monublum. Does it? A connection day, or it's a job there, or it's not a day. Which a damn day, or it's a grand day. Then Yin and Tree, 1 tree, and Manukas. Does it? And when I see a woman sing a job, it's something Nachi will go with young colleague. Quickly, the book. Here you are distilling. Everybody that by this question in the phone of my topic. And so solution to the problem in Bandutan. Well, I agree with you on some form of solution to the problem. But anything is different in a way that key or effect is true. Okay, even whichever in 20 years and another 1 lane near 2005. Whichever in another 20 years now, we are 40 years. You don't know what failed kid it cannot do anything. The true kid cannot even manage anything. He is just a failed person and it's for good that is a failed leader. The only thing different, you're not different, a replacement is key. Replacement is PLM. The solution can catch a lot. Can I would amend that way. Solution IO in alternative or what it is now. Yari much in alternative or what it is now. We're going to or that opinion or would you see that opinion again? But to me, very much I don't tell the block here, I chatting in because do the same problem. Problem that was thinking, and we won't do work in 1 year or two. And because Koikan, I see Koikan, whatever called, tribal. Majority Jingman Halian, a good guy and never go to a gun when at a time. Like in because this is the policy of the nation now. It cannot be denied. Anytime it can come. So majority Monjang, for example, I say Iran, the okay, we are about kill a good guy can be affected. And we can follow you anytime, and it's 0 hour, and it's 0 minute. And so quite okay, I'm Monjang, leading came Monjang, the doctor. Can you please support it? Quite very much around one where can we support it? Could the support we call you been a chin and jam building of the nation? I can't think a jam about education, chicken one ben young jam about education of the nation. The Bible tragedy, meet the tragedy. So agenda came we are again the groom and one jam ben cool, can you have it? That's the agenda of the nation. Agenda very much a radio. Jena baga furnace ku jena baga loy kana kantingin ga tawani me baga pinyarun me jena baga loy kai la dum jena kina nation ko lui ko correct nation je dama the nation ya kana will be responsible of this nation can I be responsible of this nation for good care don't think I problem kai solution to the problem one thing what on your national dialogue more people chola bramolic and one thing we begin to be cool because supported peaceful uprising in blood now jo kuma ya ko ga no bi ta yana inda yana community ja bentin jo ga ti mun ko ga ja me da chu ko ku ki chu ko e wani ne lo da ke cho national dialogue ade Tinian gini kan banden kaget banden uprising. You can kill me, you can watch it. Achiboga yen, Kochiboga, Abuga, you know, pay Corpal back. In the jobs of Litmacha and the jobs of Kirwaya. One thing. Second solution is army. The end shell travel army. I'm the wicked tribal. You're chief captain by Brian Tour. The Gadam, Riendam, Don, can support and can be in and then Marian Kulu. Cable Kulu, Kulu by Lidam. That was in 3 years or within 1 year, I should say, within 1 year and 6 months, let's say. 18 months. Within 18 months, after 18 months, election Lamia. And calling Kulu by Depo. Shabai free, call me Brana, Yaman, a bankana. Then 18 months, young in, who ordered by Bran for chapter in Winkle. Buran, a court, we are caught pan court, the region, then which are region in any case, came clean, watch on the Buran, watch on the Chara. The Kana orders get on near Pan, then Chili, the Brian Tour and Vinia and Jilga. Don't go corridor. Make it. I think nothing culture never binds it. So when I buy that you never buy no chicken. I said, what you do? Big your total. This is two solutions. I think the begin to begin to buy what the king I could only agree Charo by don't real. Who came here a carbon, a carbon could back and forth. A back and forth because you never go Yamakul, not living at Yamakul. You at Yamakul and you do about Yamakul. Now, don't you go Kito? The key is off, okay, the king can't give everything and then look at it. They are looking at it for another. Couldn't the double. That is it's true. When I don't before can get river cross, river cross into the other side of Juba. Where you go there, and access to remote, had to go to die. I been remitted. Kichana ka solution because both of which anybody hit him, whenever she name a week, Kawan go away with him. Legacy I'm gonna Anakana later. Kakanuri. We're gonna carry you, can't give a gun and kill. It is a solution to the problem. A shower solution was South Sudanese people. The solution is to stop these people. Get their gangs, who make it, which is bear ban, who support Kunaito. This is the only way. It's a thing, it's a Chanchaloki, which is a thing to eliminate it. But I did a painting, Kayan and Gidon, Riamma, Child, okay, for a fair for the next 21 years. 21 years of John gone. 21 years of Kenya after Guru. Pedro. Will pay better. 21 good job will pay better this year. Because there's no solution and there's no future of South Sudan in the next 21 years. If Kenya is being supported or if Kenya is continuing to be supported. These two, we keep on supporting them. Okay. For the next 21 years. I don't think you can long. In one nation. You can look at the piece that on the table. Put it on a little kid and now. Put it on a little much I love them now. But I think peace on the table. Could peace can make a bed together. Could peace run the main actor of the peace they kill my hand. Getting a channel can buy. When you kill people, could they are preparing for the war? You will think you call below. You have a Bible. And I just why don't he implement it? What you can never. Very good. So good. I'm very, very short. You've been in excellent because in the peace then keep peace Pirani. Peace a bit quite young educated from the college on Damanon. Red dog in Jackie Launum, or in Kilaunum, going to do an impact, going to go to Kilaunum, Chichi Dor. They are completely good thing that we are hoping for. Well, Dor Chiko. Number one, Chico door, Unako door, catching the first door, Chiki, lawyer can read much and door, Corpuman. Kir can read a pay door, by Chamatuk, cook, tell go to the young and town I choke. Or my daily everything with them. They give me anything. On chicken and door, which is a real barn, pounding a wiggling. I'll take a mother, which is a lawyer. It is a bit out in there. Even with them when you're a kid. Kid a brain and a bay, whatever you could go out, quit to the gory. In a you know, in a Chijaba diamond, and call job by Jamad or Yaki, we are very much a big good. Neran Koniko, bring me an extension of the election. With months after months, year after year, until all of them are no more. So, then, Nachika Madador. I know because I just want to do by cham to be a cham. Do the deal with. But I already know whether I'm saying pan a bay. Bayanu, Kubay window, Kubay Tundu, Kubay Jam, negative item, Bay on Yanku, Bay on Yanku, the which by Donotan, Pano Jalway, Pukuru, or Chap, who will get extended. So the Riki Maya, Kurim Machadoria, Mugri, I can buy it. Because you enough. Ben would lose could told by it. One thing. Mishla then chicken cake, he read the pin, chicken cannot get a pill. Anako, Norato, Kujimato. The cat then could order a chamber by. You won't need a coin with enough Bunkura in general. You won't need a coin, you won't need cake. Why jam about them? Why good example? pull I can lose a chocolate. What I benefit which he didn't know. What I benefit which he can't know. The door didn't you which you know. You can't do which you know. Why do we dwell on problems? Why do we go to the Sunani Akupana? Which was a solution? They will be in job bramology, which will be there. Can I collaborate? So I don't know. Some of them are very fast. I don't know. Everything I will roti, and whatever that bay, whatever that bay, we will call it off. Collaborate. I should might the kilo in this by Brawara. Young she will do collaborate. Who could win the bramology? Quite how church have mentioned, quite my animal, but quite how much of an agreement. The name will buy, and you will not quite it. What am I? What you could have been again. Do I got a good one, Zambia, and my blood out of it? What do I got to think and work of the kind of the arty?
National dialogue by what nation? National dialogue.
Thank you. So national dialogue in Canada. You can group on it, get the only that. When a bit tribal, the Major only, which was South Sudanese people. We're one nation, like the flag that like the flag that I brought up. We're one nation, we belong to one nation. Who call upon a very good example in the whole head, you call it. Who call Yamatko, Benenko Ben in East Africa, Benapan Panda, Nenko Ben to nation, Benapan Panda, Yamagibo, Yamawa. Who call us a part called the Dina Benenko transfer, but Indian and Ben Panda, who better like you Sudan. A call, okay, possible. The criminal call. Now, do what are you? You would have by Monichi the chicken and Monichi the Morgan. As feeling, way, sham. As feeling, the Panara and Espin, I am going to be in the cover by it. In the areas of South Sudan, Kakajil came with what I don't know, man, that's did that. What you don't okay. In the Espin. You may not have a spin and you can never. Espin, I hope I reach it. Go in and walk by the town, lady. Oh, you can't get pocket javelin, ginger lion, you can't. I don't think I'm holding gun, like ginger lion. Ginger. Oh, shit. I thought you had to we can talk to a pan of young people. To young me and may I live. I thought they should have got up, down top. The people can never eat to be. I live by a car. We're parting I part of you. You move her by, quite a sheer, I part a room. Walk on walk her at 10 young and where you reckon. The thing one young, they actually at 10 young and wearing my depot. Let me get up, Dominican. Neither you let a chance to be a Neither can do shit. The Angela Band and even came up. And I get to down a Kenyan way be it. Gentlemen. Now let's take cook. Now you doing it. Go out away the question for you. We have them with us. Now you will be a cool and kill me a number of video on one point. One of example. The only person here remain that among the top people, among the top 5 people. It was our off. What did you kill me? She gave me 10 people, what you have 10 people. And you're on to do by the while they buy the band, we go get it up on the deacon. Kill me like the water. Down to the good do. Upon the wheel, she doesn't be a danger. On one. Down to the woman, I do. The kid where I do. What you buy, the baby one, you baby. The next thing is to give back to our people. It's the only next thing to give back to our people. Personally, book of left, book coming there, and we can get the Jalian, can follow me up, or when I could. Who can get the speed up and good? Look at our baby in opinion, the way I kill the cookie one in the last 21 years. This is where we are today. That was in Kitover, one of the today, what our next round, Kabulogika. You go to Lupin, Pano Victory, Turkuna Loy, to Kurkuna Yip. Was a Papa Loy, want. We can learn what say. That's what they want. Sharkan Karim, Jupo, Malakan, go up free. That's what they want. The thing we didn't do it. We didn't call it a UK chum by. We didn't rate it. We got some by, but I get that. Kiwi and Pandom, never came here, one Kiwi. The Paris condom, look at toxic condom. The Yankee. Quite really, but they don't like to chicken meals, chicken meal, but chicken meal, quite you thought. Dear, I thought any the jump. Could I call that? Walk a corridor. We are going to look at personal. When you talk, Kia Kaki Gaya Gam, you know, Chicken, you know, chicken, you look to a woman. When you talk, you talk about chicken, you look to a woman. Kaki, never learned and you know, we will go up here. When it's young, but because my minority are you quite jump by. One thing is funny here. I'm sorry to say, but it's truth. One thing is so funny. You know our people, especially quite a Arab state. I mean, I'm going to make it be going to make it but you would going to make it Kinasili buying us in the government. Into the one support of the government, who call you going to make it we not see the guy check it. Should be some percentage, quick labor. When I see going to make every application. I check out that you have to apply because it's going to make it because government doing it and it's going to see. That's so funny. Government is taking government is taking Sudan, what you can we are but back bay. We are by that's what it is. Kuna jambo la shirana. Wako trade na guys. Na chigoro mkiwa ya security, national security. I don't understand that point of it. I don't really understand it. Because you got to make it, you got trade and get on national security. Because in John Wayne Baladan, you got trade and get on national security. I don't get it. That's why I don't get it. Because Kira Banya Panda, Church in Sudan, I will leave Banya Paladan, will leave Banya one channel, one pound of being a jam. Will leave Banya Key down one can buy. Now you try to lay in Key in the Mitchell Award. Okay, go on to Pali, one chin panic, the panic eating at being editing. Chipania. The Quanto Benwan, and got a record well, then look at the yield, but Kurantia, the Queen will tell you. Once you were kid, you will be able to keep good at your leader. Chucky will have lawyer, Manicha lawyer, you go and keep good. The judge in the region, the chin in the eye of thousands of these people, the chin man. You got to go Pali, right? So, my conclusion, Rana check it out upon. Rana check it quite upon. Ring a wood, putting a far. Could you quail Kulu, a deal quail? You can open like a wood you want. You quite deal with any land, we deal with way. Okay. When you quite around to hotel away, Chiran, Lincoln, Rampo. When you quite around here, Tora and then check, room could they check what you want. A dildo. I get all eating a dildo. But India can be a part, will see each other. You cannot refuse them because they can't quite apart. They wouldn't quite. They wouldn't know which are carrying apart. In each and every element, we're quite. Well, I spend a year watching Kenyan, but they could have belong there. A young boy. We are part of it. We call it better with Piat. And we are part of this film. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. Kuna pingana ni lugari ile chiko ya banki read that for the film read the want to know visualize film ayo ukimya visualize film aji so na pingana ran chon one chile jamra na film mama read for this film read film ayo kuranga ni film aji and film baraki jo dia to koni check it I will check it, why you check it, but I spell them. The carbus, the correct SPM than can it did the low the chopping this. Clear eating while you kill with support us. And you course, Ian, we am care. One nation, thank you very much. We'll tackle well in it then. Getting Ian, could turn a man. Oh, could turn on Kongan. Actually, could have with you. We know what I could tell. We told a young, what I could tell. But bad. Getting a bit bad, and what do can wait. Panajin Sudan could have to put there. Leadership, but in the Koyam. I think a market watching woman with check go young, you go well. Woman with check could be made with or adapted for young, then you drink it there. That will go down with it. Can I carve on the way you win? What a bra bag. A bra bag, what you be made. What you be made. As I pretty kicking my to go cardamom pan and Apana, Benjamin. It's in a juba. You would talk a cat. Make Panajin Sudan, who call the death of Kawada Brapi. A potato when I go originally, Quabato. Could well have been a bogoto. And Kodachi by Biba Yang, could never call it a Benja. I mean, Ukodai, Urungataro. Runkataro. Rantu Urungataro, that they go. Makenum do a chili. Rante are patient for 20 years. The day of 20 years time, a 12 months. Yoke 20 years time, 12 months. 12 months per year. You come? 12 and 14 months. Then I live a good Quamudu Billion. A chicken, what she peace, the she yoke, what she read pande, one I chop, a credible cotton. Oga, who made a pig, who take a nap, and would he not? You have lived a patient for 20 years. The period. Pandem. Pandem give eating. They would eat for quarko. A pet. That is in Sudan to the whole Gaja. Continue Sudan to baby. To the whole Gaja. Panajin Sudan. Panakan Sudan. Jaja. Can it? Being a kid at your lad. Continue Sudan baby. In Jaja. Young door, young or no. You know, Sudan can't baby in Jaja. Here would check on it for the way to make. I have a young, the poor will be very young, going to the brain. Here would check up in Tagabuberry or Twaba. Here would you turn one, you will go delta or younger. There was a buy job by Van Yan. If a Van Yan could die, I can't get him to. The Panajin Sudan are quite a diamond. That's an uncooked funny in a. Thank you. Don't get down by the water. You are Canada for our culture.
Democrat
đi tiêm tục quay cho nó vấn đề thì chứ chứ tôi yên thì chứ cũng đâu quay cho nó vấn đề thì chứ cũng đâu khi nó mới ra nè nè đó đó là chi nè đó mà nó chứ cái đó là điều chứ cái đó là đó chạy có làm đại ra này chỉ ra đi để comment đi là tiếc cái chú bảo hoàn thao anh chú bảo của lôi lệ thì anh cái điều mà chả lôi là cái government qua cho rồi cái government thì nó chỉ bài này đó là anh đi tới position as well là qua gió ba em của nhà lôi là điều mà chả đấy mà cái government điều mà chả ache yana rama nenge yenga kito yenga to ga chima na lwa rai bi ku ko ba de ka yeme to ko lwa ku je chwar we ka lwa ga ngai jo cha ba je rai cha je rai dom ye ma cha re nge ke yana chwar ye ne jo ba de jam ji no su dan de yenga chwar ji no bin ku kan ji no bin to kan dai da wa de majority of you pato kaya duang lo the mountain jela jago to jo ala democratic mountain lo yo to di to negaran pan to nyabe ka te ka ko te on ka mi te go jo te ko da to kun yo mi jam ka jo ko da to kun go to ko da na ba ja duang go jo ba tin ko ba da ro ba lo ra ba ja duang Gojo gorane pada jote ja dono. Golera doang era chilo lu echin ke dedi jabi. Echin ke ko ba dedi. Bima tim ko ngai mana ra ba chira na ji doang. Mana jo doang wan ke Nigeria. Kumara doang ke mo. E ko jo mu. Ba ni mu tu na chwa de ma chare ngai chwa ga na na chwa de jeni. Ula ko ka jen yur. Very good. Jogo me to lo jogo me ana ba to ni ga chi ko cho ga che bai ga che jo yo ga chi bai lo limit bai chi ko yu kai mo ba ra na chi ra me to ko ri ma cha re ga lo ka lo ri ku chi ma na e ko ba ba plan ro ko ri to si ni ga do jan ba la wo ko len ri ga rai bai ma ne je mo ga cho dong da ko to ti ni ga mai Riyama chara ma the government. E ma the kiri ma ya. The jamba di ni na ku ni dawan ko ne rama na 2013 ku ni dawan ni hanya. In democratic jaga ba de ni waji robi. Ye wa ro to yo ngo ke juro jo ji. Chira ni kondom juro jo ji na ja ke ma ya. Yo ndo wa ya ma pin ya. Pa ni juro to dan juro jo ji ne ni. Budon ke bili budon Riyama jaya lana kuiri tawa na 2013. Kuiri tawa na 2016. Na ga kiri 2016. Ukalo kiri ye ni tangara mu gore ga ye kupen. Ye wa no ga ya ga ma ta ko ye lo wa ye ga ye riyama jara ni cha ta ra 2016. Na ye bili mana re ye ni cha ta ra mu ku gore ga ya re ga ba polu di na le ya ni cha ta ra mu na ba ya itu. To bana guji ma re ma jara to wato ko wani kiri ma ya doctor ma da re ma jara ko ga kwane ni kiri ma ya to ban ku bai to ba lo kai ya re ma wa ya ra bai le pa ne jo tong ne ba le ki tong di lo wa ni jo ko no ku den jo wan e kana achira me ka tong na ya ni abu ko tong ga jo ku lu wo ko ju Sudan be ga yu so ba ja ko ju Sudan na lo lo ke yu so ko ya won benefit e wona na cha a chan bu pa ni ju Sudan be nan do manda do ko ga bu ga gon pe nyam be nyam be ga kreti bu ga chin ko ne bu ga ai representative of the people on planet Earth They are bringing our people into abject poverty. Sickness, I can't manage. I don't want a daily basis every day. It's simple sickness every day. Panajin was on. Yeah, madam. I want to have a democratic to what you are there. I can't remember what I thought what they thought of you. Yet, this is of that. Let me accept it. But when you may I am blue and Bapanabu. I can't go anything and what I'm seeing. I can't know. What a light, what a evil, what a light. I can't know what a light, evil and a light. I cannot. They are in a Louis. So, when I cheat, I can't quite on. Canadian tongue and get to the Canadian Congo. Bye. Quite I chill a book. I'm so near the Panama Sudan. What do you manage? Even more than the government building now, can get the Juba. A community, Yamajuba, Manabella Lerga. Okay, yana bayin to pe na yen ran tol ku ta kwa to tene ku siya mata ko professor wati ko ka ka jaman ka de ku ta kwa ri na beben ku ka te ne ko le ko mi ka pa nai a chu ni dong pa na jinu Sudan de be te to ke pa ke ben be ka che wode ni ku ko de kwa wo ku ru de ko la chu ti ye da wo ku ke yo ko lo unity of Sudan, of South Sudan. Chẳng cần mà biết hòa đồ hòa cái đến cái bài cái chuyện nhân quậy alim kriya juga alim talagat alim war but alim uniform alim kebicam alim tiaga era anjingin kwanya de ko kutamana ko yake kete ka bo bai be kirma ya dire gaban gaban a tuni dan buguru be threatened in the country. They only found out you baby when a little judging a pioneer. A little judging a pioneer in Sudan. The book come, who learn I did a nagat, who I did in a kinga, I did a nagat, I did in a kinga. Taking go what go away. Go ya, ran a jam with an egg gat, who I can get a joy. The jockey, a jockey could get. Yenito. It's quite a thought. You wish it all was in a country, but it's a reason he can remove from the position. Be Chaka will take that. In a kitchen quarrel or in Kolo Cruise the Louis can't get the case and remove position in Kong chicken just a fire. So in Jalani Jordan, a quick query.
Hey, you do okay, Bara, you can read it to Queen Woku. Ian, welcome, okay,
Democratic Party Jodit people in an anachibajam. I could say, I'm not going to be young, Jam, and a big in a making them younger jam. Baba, you got it. Now, no, Pusaka, but then everything.
Okay, Kala, the Vajo, Nachana, nothing. CM. CA, Vara, welcome.
Okay.
Okay, quite on the ground, especially quite more part of the Sudan. I can feel by in the by where one key and the journey. Karangabur, Karangabur, and we were quite over there, we were quite Karangabur. Where one and really away, we quite to make it quite to do on the hour, like in Kitover. I keep by now. Nothing in a man by. I ain't a cow in the bigger by a got to take away. Panapan, a call by. None of the people you buy can jump later. We get on your little lane, your body. Even a bay, don't you know?
Tongjang, Malay Chodi didn't call it Tongjang comment. Tongjang, Bargatala Choco Charlie. What's your Bargatala? Queen a chill warap that. Getting what I'll quite you. Yaka been away. Yaka been away. Paka Jama Back will about God. Which you know, Sudan command, a good one after working with a man. Which a child.
Ý tổng giang ngã tay lẹ luôn tay mèri cái này là lá tay mèri anh đang video tiếng chứ giảm cái tiếng à quan trọng này nhá à coi chắc cái giảm được đi cái
Esto que tengo que pagar, tu ya re.
tao đã gà là cái này chỉ tiếng à quan trọng
Ting de.
ai giảm cái lời thì
Cái quán giảm này á thì muốn giảm cái doctor Lato mà còn chỉ cần để giảm để có quan trọng là để giảm này những cái giảm theo rồi cái này thì cho quê các bạn
tổng giang ngã tay mèri cái là tập ra được tập trung cái gì cái này đâu có mà đi mà đi tổng giang cái mèri nó vô cái làm sao cái nó cái tổ cái với cho lui lấy à brother si bài kia bà lên cho mà nó quay đầu thì cái nhà đó cái bài vô trong mình cái càng qua rồi nó mẹ nó tổ cái trái của dân đối với cái bài bà ngoài trong mình mua đi vô tiêu
Pulang mal dong we.
Pulang mal dong we mua đi vô tiêu cái đồ ăn mal của tao thì ini là do German lấy do UK lấy do India lấy do cái bên bên tiêu của tao rồi cái đó là cái đang đi game để đi tiêu đi nó chỉ là cái nó bây giờ tao ăn có cái tiêu tao cả nó có cái tiêu mà chính cái tao rồi kulu cái aku juga call ni deh cái có cái tiêu tao bài đó so tao luôn đi nothing is done brother lakin cái jalan là good point $5 chiên cả Quran chamin da de rana tamo $100 ka tamo 2000 3000 ya na mai do 2000 ku ina mai da rana tamo $5 ne juba da pecha e ku kan go ke di ke o kilo lo la juba ma le baran yo ke tamo 5000 ina le bin ke de yo te ke yo iro yo agira 2000 lakini ni rana 2000 ina ran tamo $5 ina da la di le ke de go lo ko ke de la Pani kena pa lote.
kalau jam profesor Jordan.
Okay, sí, kin mana ati ni kumai le professor lote ngede. Ko ko cham bai di. La go ngede. E ke pian mo cham ki. Ko ka ri agwa we mo por kada. Ko kiro lo we jela korban ni bi bana silent.
Duga led personally. I will not talk. If you start insulting me personally, I will not talk.
Internet personal. Yeah. In like in member government support and you silence those who want to speak out against the party system. Right? It has nothing to do with well and then a little with Kambai. Because you are the people that are running around here on social media trying to silence us. We, the people who are saying,
we share our opinions. We don't silence anybody. It is impossible for anyone to silence anyone on social media.
Mapur, I'm getting attacked because I'm government critic.
You attack people. You attack people terrible. You are the one who started attack on people.
Anyway, go ahead. It is your time. The king tell us the reason to why you guys are attacking those who are government critics when they are speaking out and they are saying things that we are fighting. Go ahead.
Okay. What I want to talk about, it's like an interjection to issues that came out in your discussions here, especially the submission of one nation. I picked three. They spoke a lot, and actually there are issues that are always discussed here on this platform and other platforms. So out of what I heard, I've been listening for a long time now. Out of all I heard, I just picked three points.
What Balwell Kingan, Tavan is CA Chibet, I'm not going to get them yet. Or what theory she see alien, I think man good with that. The kid, she right, don't see air on but cannot she know bad way.
CA. I didn't even mention the name of CA. So just listen to me. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to talk about. The first one I want to talk about is national dialogue that was held in Southern Sudan in Juba in 2017. Second issue I'm going to talk about is the mandate of Kir Mayar. The third issue I am going to talk about is what Joel was asking me now, the government beneficiaries. So these are the three things I want to talk about, very briefly. On the national dialogue was initiated by the president, and the national dialogue has a consultative powers. I mean, it has consultative powers. So, and therefore, the resolutions of a national dialogue depend on the person who commissioned it. The person who initiated it is free to apply them, the resolutions, or to discard them. They don't have a binding power, constitutional power, because the national dialogue is not a constitutional body. So, number two, about the national dialogue 2017, it came out with a lot of good resolutions, but one very irrational resolution was inserted there. It was inserted by those of Awolij, Rajab al-Muhandis, who were in the secretariat of formulation of the resolution. They inserted a very irrational resolution which says President Kiir and Riek Machar should not be part of the political dispensation going forward. I am just paraphrasing the resolution. I say this is a very irrational resolution because if a body is is initiated and formed with the consultative powers, you cannot come and resolve that we want a political dispensation without the person who initiated the same body. It is irrational. It doesn't make sense. You cannot do that. So that is why the president did not apply the resolutions of the National Dialogue 2017. I am done with that one. Coming to my second point, which is
Mobile, wait. Are you saying that the entire document was discarded just because of one statement in the document?
Yeah, because it was meant to be applied by the president, the person who initiated the dialogue. It was meant to be implemented by him, by his government. Because the government was asking
one recommendation. Who commissioned that inquiry?
It is like this. Let me use this. It is like you tell a woman, guests are coming. Cook for us a very good dinner. And then after she cooks the dinner, you tell her you are not going to eat. You are not going to eat in this dinner. You know, before she presented the dinner to the guests. It is like that. It is a very irrational. Irrational resolution.
Can I talk about the dinner point? Interjection dinner point. Someone comes in. Exactly that point. In Professor. Can you change the point of where we are to? I will argue it. No.
The problem is you cannot say that an entire document was thrown away.
I can't work because of
one recommendation. Just because of one recommendation.
Okay.
You cannot say that. What do you mean?
It could be wrong. You can judge it as wrong, but that is what had happened. I'm just telling you what had happened. Yeah. And by the way, quiz, Joel Badir.
Can you use my name there?
Because you are using my real name.
No, not a John Professor. I don't think you're a John Professor. That was your name. There's nothing to we are talking. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whatever you say.
Real name. Sorry, I did not mean any ill intention. It's just to honor the name I know very well. You are my friend.
Okay. That's okay.
I was trying to honor and show also that I know you. You are my guy. That's all. It is not for the national security to track you down.
Professor. Remember, I don't know quite the jam. I didn't want quite to treat my yadi that be quite can. Quite one thing I will be quite can. You're gonna dog. I got a dog of the alcohol by now.
No, in a bit of the
people are talking everywhere. Quite a jamu. So down no quite do I intimidated Yauka.
What is the intimidation here? That is what I call gaslighting. You want to make me feel I am guilty of something that I am not guilty, really. Yeah, I'm just stating my points. Where is the intimidation here?
I went to a room in all of it. You were moderating.
Yeah.
Now you but I'm going to talk.
Before you spoke, and died. Even I was trying to tell the girls just to take it easy with you. The same thing with the Magot. I was struggling with the girls because the girls are angry at you guys because of your room here. What you say in this room, the girls over there, they are very angry with you. But I tried my best when I was a moderator. I tried to protect you, you know. But suddenly my phone died. That is the context. That is the context. That is the context. Okay? Let me go back to what I was saying. Yeah, so that is what had happened with the national dialogue. My second point is Kiir's mandate. Kiir, as all of us know, has never been an ambitious person throughout the liberation war. He ended up having some problem with the Garang, but it was not about that he wanted the leadership of from Garang. It was about he felt that he was not being treated well. He thought he was being mistreated by Garang. It was not an ambition to take the leadership from Garang, but it was sought by the people. So when he took the presidency in 2005, after the tragic death of Dr. John, his mandate has two periods, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 was from 2005 to 2011. The mandate was to prepare for the referendum. And that period, he ran it successfully. And the referendum was held successfully in 2011, and South Sudan became an independent country, and he hoisted the flag. So that is phase 1 of the mandate of Salva Kiir Mayardit. Phase 2 was after the independence. Is that not true? The person who is giving his thumb down. Is there anything wrong there? Is there any lie there? What I said? Write it there.
Just go ahead.
The lie. Yeah. Write it in the comment section. Write it. No. Don't interrupt me. Write.
Hang on, you want an answer? Hang on. I have the same view like that person maybe, but let me answer you why it is wrong.
Yeah.
Especially you, those who are loyal to politicians, you always attribute everything to politicians. What you are saying, CPA is not for Salva Kiir. CPA is for South Sudanese. So when you refer to Kiir phase 1, this is not the phase 1. This is the mandate for Junubi. They wanted to vote either to be first-class citizen or second-class citizen.
Junubi under his leadership. It is a leadership.
That government does not belong to Salva Kiir.
I didn't say that.
Listen. You are telling us it is phase 1 and phase 2 of Salva Kiir. But to me, even Garang told the people that I have brought you CPA in a silver plate. It belongs to people of South Sudan. So whatever you are saying here is rubbish. It's not for Salva Kiir. It is a phase 1 of the review.
On top of that, you need, on top of that.
That is why I don't reason with these people.
On top of that,
you are starting to abuse now, right?
One minute, Jody.
So you are starting to abuse me now.
One second, Mobile.
wrong because the CPA has not even been completely implemented. The ABI protocol is not implemented. The popular consultation for Southern Kordofan was never done. The Blue Nile protocol and even the Nuba Mountain protocol, they have not been implemented. So nothing, the CPA is halfway implemented. The borders have not been demarcated. And yet, Kir has already stopped talking about all that and he wants us to talk about the issues between different communities right now, between Nuer and Dinka and all that.
Right.
And that is what you support.
One thing, sorry, I have to interject here, Malish. Why don't we give the down to what is said, like, can I ban Kirchin, leader? So why don't we just say, okay, go ahead, you go one. Okay, pay the kid, we just ban and other pay the kid, but we just to be Tienen, game can that better without that to go to the kid. Phase one was good. Phase two now, what is in phase two?
Okay, one nation, when we don't use the right language for the people of South Sudan, this is where we start neglecting ourselves. We don't neglect because of mentality of people like him or Bor, who are only loyal to politicians. He's here to promote Kir. He does not have any interest to talk about the interest of the people of South Sudan. And this is where we don't agree with him. Anyway, go ahead. Speak the way you want to speak.
Save your commentary to when I'm done.
PPA for Genovese. All what we are doing was for Genovese. It has nothing to do with the politician. Go ahead.
Okay. Of course, is because I can win in 2004. I can win in 2004 go and get a lawyer on the wiki. I can win who can win here the team go, but I can get in go. Because the two John and Ambit. Why did you John a Louis and a bit? CPA, they did go on Japan in Sudan. It is not a small thing that I can back on Mobile. I said what I believe was the cause of it. You have the right to disagree with that. You might have your own interpretation of it. But the only thing I denied, I said Kir was not aiming to take leadership from Garang. Kir was disgruntled, just disgruntled for feeling that he was not being treated by Garang. And then the community and the SPLM leadership and the community of Rumbek, they intervened and then they solved the problem. So there is, okay, let me go forward to my next point. So phase two of Key's mandate, I'm saying phase one, if there are things that are not fulfilled or not implemented in phase one, but the most important thing has been achieved, which is the independence of South Sudan. That is the most important thing in those things. And it can be a stepping stone to continue struggling for the rest. ABA, Nuba, wherever, even the Nuba people are happy. They are happy that now South Sudan needs a backup for the Nuba people. A lot of Nuba people are in South Sudan now. And if they are opposition of Northern Sudan, they can be hosted in South Sudan and they can be supported. So the most important thing in phase one, as I marked it, has been achieved, which is the independence of South Sudan. Phase two of Key's mandate is a transition to an election, to democracy, preparing for election and transitioning from a transitional government to an elected term government, term presidency, democratic one. And then, so just shortly after independence,
something interfered with the Masira or with the progress, which is the impatient ambition of some of the leaders of the SPLM. I call it the impatient ambition. People who wanted to drill the government leadership from President Kiir, and they want to become, everyone in the SPLM want to become president of the SPLM, leader of the SPLM. Those of Riek Machar, those of Pagana Amom, those of Mama Nyandeng, all of this, they all want to be president. They all want to be president of the SPLM. Is that a problem, brother Professor? Is that a problem? If one want to be a leader? Yeah, it is a problem because that is what brought conflict. Because there's a transitional period. If I were to be in the shoes, if I were a professor, a constitution is also how many terms for the presidency. I think it's 5 years or 4 years. I will check it. Okay, up to now, how many terms Tauki get in power? I will explain that. How is that impatience? Are we talking about impatience at the moment? After how many terms? Watching election. The next point will. So what is the impatience? Impatience, Dr. Norton. Okay, why I describe it as impatience is because it happened just immediately after the independence. And if I were to be in their shoes, I would have waited for the elections. If we think the SPLM has lost their vision, I can form my own party, and contest that election. If Riek Machar could have said the SPLM has lost the vision, has lost the direction, now my party is this or that. He had a sin before, South Sudan independence movement. He should have used the South Sudan instead of clinging to the name SPLM. He could have used his Democratic Salvation Front that he adopted in Khartoum, and go to the election with that party. That was all within 3-4 years. Only the 4 years that it takes to prepare for the elections. All of them, they should have formed the parties to be the beginning of democracy in the nascent nation of South Sudan. But they all stupidly cling to the name SPLM and they fought over it. They are fighting over the name SPLM. I find that as wrong. So that's what caused the war of 2013. Another problem with the war of 2013, it was the Northern Sudan proxy war. It was the Northern Sudan that was behind the war of 2013. Supported it at least. Because the Northern Sudan, they like it that South Sudan will not be stable. So all the wars in South Sudan since 1983, they fight over leadership of SPLM, the Anyanya 2, the Wada Sadiqa, the Nasser Declaration. They are all supported by Northern Sudan. They are all proxy wars of Northern Sudan against Junubin. So it has become complicated. So the mandate of President, I'm coming to why now, what prolonged the tenure of President Kiir. What prolonged the presidency of President Kiir? It is because the external powers, which is like the Northern Sudan, have now initiated a proxy war in our country and threatened the integrity of our country. So the mandate, instead of being a transition to democracy, it has become now how to keep the country together. are still in war 2025, 2026, 2013, 2016. Peace doesn't work because the masters in Northern Sudan, they keep instigating Riek Machar is their permanent agent. It is their permanent agent, so they keep supplying guns, supplying him with ideas, and fighting, keep him fighting, and him also, he mobilized his tribe, and now he's waging a war of terror. It is not a war of liberation. It is a war of terror, a war that kills civilians, women and children. So that is what now it has become. President Kiir says no over my body.
Brother Professor, war killing women and children, bombing and terrorizing kids, children, and women. Now you are mentioning it. Quite a few So when I was growing up, Professor, when I was a child, Khartoum used to bomb us. Khartoum, I get toward everywhere to bomb us when we were children. In a very civilian populated towns, Antelope, which we don't really forget now, used to go and bomb us. They go into cattle camps to bomb cattle. Now you're talking about who is bombing, who is terrorizing women and children. Who is doing that now? The Gorial. Who is doing that? The Nasser. Who is doing that now? The Akobo. Who's doing that? In all towns in South Sudan, who is sending all these and my brother, you are even preaching. I will make it quick. Sorry. And you are even asking now to bomb towns where some of are really critics. You are now asking for the government to send these antelopes, these Mitch, these whatever airplanes to go and bomb where we came from Aparak, then you are one of them, Mobile. This very, very point you are talking about.
The issue that I'm saying, the is actually wasting our time.
Let him finish his point.
Why he's wasting time? Because what he just said is totally wrong.
Let him finish his point. He was a good person. He was a very, very good person. I know. He welcomed me to Australia. Very good person. We need to change him, my brother Nyenbach. Maybe he has just been indoctrinated, but he has been a very nice person.
Yeah, he said, brother, he's waging war. He said, is waging war. How can you say Machar is waging war at the moment when he is in prison? This is a complete dishonesty.
Do you want me to go being feeded that are intellectual, but you need to let your bodies are being feeded. Other South Sudanese intellectual, what day? Because these are intellectual, heavily intellectual, they will respond to them. We will respond. We are getting down in his point. Anyway, you can time me.
I will let him know.
You can time me. Believe. Continue.
I'll let him go. But how can he say Machar is waging war now while he's in prison?
And I'm announced
se mantenga el calor que tuvo tupi. Que ba now ni chol kirka wa kan ya ke ben right now. In the can where Yamujirat law agent, so Kichi Luen Gala the Bajian General Assembly of General in that negative Pajon, and that should be on Sunday. Who be Banelwin, I can cut the Akatwin, completion of the executive office or dissolution of the office. Kidero Gala challenges facing the young people in South Sudan and around the globe. Kid ya Gala how to bring about the unity. Kan in a kitchen galway, and a Diana were being informed about Delta Vigil, just the Oracle was then, the July in up, in Marat, the lad, one of what unit, one of what peace. So, I think you have to very jump in it, come more about Delta Vigil. What are the motives? Jericho law when others are not interested. So in the message and announcement, then Ian Bapeluel about Delta Vigil. Secretary General like Bola Berjagat, for the other team members, the picture live on Sunday. So we're back to them by much of left and then Brand, Chopu Baby Jam, who really were they were jam and a kitchen phone. We are still waiting for a month.
Tamzun, a cover part of course, Sunday different from other regions.
One nation, before they will timing, this instructing and he directed. Manuel came.
We will be trying to sit down with the Barilla, Brian and Pijatan book here, General Assembly, which on one jam to tell them. Now we can be John Bellen, a property in Lloyd, Puka Kaka, Yaga, the point to the
Before Kenya giving a green light, meeting the instructed with your agendas. But again, what you need to do now is for you to open a room that will be instruction with your directives. Initiative in going together. We need a better agendas for the accept. They discuss to bring together. No other persons within the General Assembly or outside the General Assembly has the mandate to set the agendas and the time for discussion. We are going to below it. Apart from your leadership. So, statements instructions whether they will be accepted or they will not. One day taking on Republican. Actually, we will discuss it. So the king of the man, you know what we will discuss it because now you can judge them they accept. The package timing you accept. Then obviously they got in that kind of right to be independent law. So you're discussing until the train. Message you like your life and your convenience when you discuss.
Thank you very much. Banyabenago late for the information. So go and talk with your executive. You go and discuss technical legging with the executive. Because and you have powers. And we can approve the executive. Because we are just General Assembly members. Okay. So like in Kijaniara, point can you get the unity, which is okay. Yam the unity. I can't be a like in Kaga, let it Luel, Bakala Ben, we class, the King Kilula Barrett. Natural of him Mutamdu, Pananga Jagala Gam, Colas, Tim Danton, Tim Danton. So, Kiran and Biko Yen of Bay, I've been with the Naturally, Jam Jam, along always discuss the Mutamdu with the executive and then come to us. Kada we begin a Jari Mutam, otherwise, Jari Jam Unity. We tell all the Jam. Thank you. Well, we are the team down again, so at the given time. Shukran.
Some of you just Kuyen time, in Jolie. Some of you just Professor Charles Kuyen time, can Chirunda and Chivran below Chirunde, who they never trapping the Kemso in the time day. Charles of I when I'm going to go to injection deal, go to the jam. Not in benefit.
They can control a period down, Papa, proposal, Benial. Well, then I was expecting the man, particular Nagajan and the Dugu Boom Day, where he has absolute control. We young low and then it's not that gap. We need a year guidance by the situation. The kid, when it comes to room, you have a freedom of expression. We need a children where the Marat said, "Jam." Kujalama to the Yara Jamakul, Queen Grace, end up being a good jam. So, freedom of freedom of speech. Charlie did a good pull a kid and I got put it for. And when you are here, and Kakamwanja. So on Sunday, we're feeling wrong and we got up on a John. Last Sunday, Kapitilia, Sunday, Rakim Makama, Goragoro, a busy Kakakelo, a TikTok in the food, when Macrude Lichiban, Biaye, and Kialala, the Secretary of Information. And a blood for Basile, who was one who called it Chupra.
And I am a boy, Yala drink it at work, Yala drink my boy. I'm just going to I'm almost done. Because this is my second last point, and I'm almost exhausted. So I said, because of the impatient ambition and the Northern Sudan proxy war 2013, the mandate of President Kiir has shifted from being the transition and preparation for the transition to democracy, preparation for elections 2015. If these people, these SPLM leaders, if they made the wise decision of staying quiet in the SPLM until the election, or they wait until the election and then they form their different parties, because they said SPLM has lost the vision, form their separate parties and then landed in the election, the country would have been safe. The transition to democracy would have been safe. But because the element of treason and Riek Machar being an agent of Northern Sudan, that's why people got stuck in the wars since 2013 until now. And that is what dragged the transitional period until now. It would have finished 2015. Kir Mayar would either be elected. If he was elected 2015, he would serve for 4 years, and then another president. So my last point is
saying about government beneficiaries. You accuse a lot of people unfairly by just, accusing everyone, girl, you are a government beneficiary, you are getting paid by ball mill, you are getting paid by national security, everyone that has a different opinion. That's what you do. And it is false. For example, John, you are one of the people who told me when Paul Mill was appointed, and there was a debate about people who support Paul Mill and people who don't support Paul Mill. And you told me personally that I have been paid, which was a lie. That was a lie. I never got paid from the government of South Sudan in my life, I'm not going to talk about other people, but I'm just talking about myself. If you could dare to accuse me of being paid by Goldman, then I really laugh very loud. I laugh very loud, and I become certain that you are a liar. You are a liar. So, Professor, I have a quick interjection to you. Okay. I would allow B, but yeah, let me finish quickly. Yeah, because it has been dragging a lot. Yeah, I don't want to be long. So, beneficiaries of the government are the people who are in the government. That government is a national government, and it has everyone in there. I mean, people from all the regions, all the sections in South Sudan are in that government, including the people of the very people who accuse me, for example, as a government beneficiary. Their people are there in that government. They don't see their people in that government. They only see people maybe from my part of the country that are in the government, and they think these are the only people who are benefiting in this government. But if your people were not benefiting from this government, why are they there? What are they doing there? Why are they still there now? If they are not benefiting actually from the my answer, I think quiz or nearby, I think I have answered your question about. Yeah, I'm just answering the question. Yeah, I'm finished there. Because my last point was the beneficiaries from the government. I have answered the question of the transition, how many years, and the impatient ambition as the impatience of the leaders, SPLM leaders, who wanted to be leaders very quickly since 2012. 2011, 2012. That's where my question actually is. Professor, thank you. I'm going to answer that. You are repeating yourself, No, I haven't answered that question. I haven't answered that question. I have to. You're repeating your point. So let me give you a question. I'm just answering the question. Let me answer that question and learn it. No, let me give you a question in that statement. Yeah, there is a question of quiz and a question of nearby that I want to answer, and then I will listen to your question. No, Professor, listen, you already answered that. Here is what I want to ask you. You said the cause of the conflict of 2013 is impatience of leaders. Is either you don't know or you are intentionally refusing to tell the truth. This is an open book. It is known by everybody. The cause of the conflict is a reform within the SPLM party. SPLM party, when they were in the bush, the chairman
the convention or members of National Liberation Council or political bureau, whatever they are, 5% of those members, chairman has to appoint them. Number two, if the people are voting in the party, they always do it by the show of hand. These two were about to be reformed. Before people go to election, you have to reform this thing first. The members of the party said, every voting in this party has to be done through the secret ballots. We will not do the show of hands. The chairman will not have a privilege of appointing 5% of the forum. These were the two documents that were trying to be reformed. And if these were reformed, then people will be free to do primaries in the party. The president plus those who are with him refuses this. And this is what caused the conflict. It has nothing to do with infections. It is the president that refuses the reform.
What year was that? What year?
It was 2013. I mean, within the 2013 when people were talking about reform. So this is the cause of the problem. It is the president that is resisting, like the same way that is resisting implementation of all the agreements. So let us not go around.
And what brings violence in that? How did the violence come there?
It is the president refusing the reform that what caused the violence. So that's what.
So the reform was to be done by force?
Not by force, by just free will. But he refused to let those be passed.
No, let's say the president refused the reform. So the solution is the reforms to be enforced by law, by force, by violence, through violence.
Who caused the violence?
Who caused the violence?
Yes.
If
you are the one silencing people, then what do you expect? You the chairman, you are silencing everybody. So what do you? That is a violence already. That's a cause.
Let him answer this question. What do you think?
Thank you, B. Thank you, B.
Yeah, we can't really look at the more person. They could call and she and at the German Togo will live a king and will relevant. And get to a German Togo. So, questions about teacher, checking a problem. I would let everyone to go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, yeah.
Let me quickly,
This is the point. So, so when people had a discussion about free will, like freedom of speech, the same way we do it here, he calls it indiscipline. Okay? And the security agent pointed people to be causing coup, like the greater accusation of just people were saying, hey, let's do it freely. And then it took it as an indiscipline. And that indiscipline led to coup accusation. And that coup accusation led to violence. Okay? So that's the point this guy was missing big. He does not understand the mechanic behind the war.
Thank you, Isaiah. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Quickly, let me take this chance to respond to some of the points that were raised by Professor whatsoever or whatever. year, which were not agreed upon. I think you are terribly wrong on that point. First, the definitions or the points of reference of National Dialogue 2017, which was initiated by President Kiir, you right on that. But the point of reference was that the National Dialogue is both a forum and a process through which the people of South Sudan is both forum and process, through which the people of South Sudan shall gather. They shall sit to define or to redefine the basis of their unity as it relates to nationhood. By redefining state and belonging and restruct the state and renegotiating social contracts and revitalize the aspiration for development and membership in the community of nations. About our tribe are being held as nations. That is the point of reference or the definition of the national dialogue. Now, for this process to be realized, it must be seen as credible and genuine and open to all South Sudanese, and it should have reliable guarantee, underline that word, for its outcomes to be accepted and implemented. So for this process of national dialogue that you are talking about, that it is a task for Salva Kiir to implement it as a person who has initiated the process. It must be seen by the European as credible, genuine, and open to all. And its outcome to be accepted and implemented. Whether Salva Kiir agree with it or not, the outcome of this dialogue can be accepted by everyone, including President Kiir, and implemented. In which, after the conclusion, President Kiir did not accept it, the outcome, did he accept it to implement it? The process that he himself started, without anyone advising him, he disregarded and shut it in the bin. Now the goals, the main goal of the dialogue itself was to provide recommendation for the constitutional process and national reconciliation, which it did in that final document, on how the constitutional process will be conducted and how reconciliation will be conducted. And the point that using the sectarian of national dialogue that they have been saying it is the point that opened the reconciliation. The point that for our country to move forward, President Kiir and Dr. Machar has to move out from the leadership to allow the reconciliation process to move ahead and our community accepting each other. So Kiir disregarded that. In fact, it was the main reason President Kiir rejected the whole thing. The idea for him to move away from the leadership so that the reconciliation can be allowed and accepted by our people was the reason we rejected the whole report, the national dialogue. So you are wrong about it.
point that you have raised today is the mandate of President Kiir. You Maburas asserted that the President Kiir was mandated to implement CPA, Comprehensive Peace Agreement of 2005. And you agree that he did it successfully. First, foremost, he failed terribly to implement the peace agreement at 205 successfully. He did not. And you have heard example from Yinbai. So that is very clear there. Now, the mandate itself, the mandate that you talk about, that it was his mandate. And I'm quoting this from the CPA. It said the mandate to implement the 205 Comprehensive Peace Agreement, CPA, in Sudan belongs primarily to the two signatories of the accord of the agreement. These two signatories, do you know who are they? They are the government of Sudan both, dominated by National Congress Party, NCP, and the Sudan People Liberation Movement, SPLM. These are the two signatories of the CPA agreement. And these are the parties that are given the mandate to implement this agreement and not individual within this party. So it wasn't President Kiir's mandate, nor was it Bashir. Bashir would have gone, and Salva Kiir would have gone, and the agreement would have continued to be implemented by the parties. So that is not his mandate. Now you talk about after referendum, that the prime mandate for President Kiir was to lead a transitional period government for the next election. First, I wanted to tell you this. Articles 101 talk about the functions and the mandate of the president. Among the mandate that has been given to President Kiir, I'll read you two mandates. First mandate, A, under the Article 101, is to preserve the security of Sudan and protect its territorial integrity, of which we did not do well in it. And the current situation is a testimony to that. B, to supervise constitutional and executive institutions and provide exemplary leadership. He also fell terribly on that. Salva Kiir on his mandate, the actual mandate that was given to him by the interim constitution to 2011, he also fell terribly. So he did not even succeed in his given mandate. These are two mandates, prime mandates that was given to him. He fell terribly. He did not preserve the security, nor did he shows an exemplary leadership in guiding the institutions and the executive of the country. Now you were asked about the term of the president, and your response was, you will go and check. And that is equivalent. 4 years. It's 4 years. I said it. To you not knowing. Is equivalent to you not knowing. No, let me know. I came back and said, you said 4 or 5. You say 4 or 5, and I'll go and check it. Well, what is so wrong about that? Yeah, that is true. Well, I'll tell you what is so wrong about that.
I can, even I have the conversation, I can just open it. I didn't have time to check it
Allow
now. I can,
you open it now and let it read together. Let it open it and read it together. Let it open it and read it together.
It is not a big deal, my friend. Don't make a big deal.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal because when you are misquoting things related
you're not finding a point, so you want to cling to the little things.
No.
No, I can open it.
It's not a little thing. This is our constitutional matter. You open it so that we read it together. Go to Article 1.1. 101. Now,
read it. I will trust you. If you open it, read it.
Oh, okay. The Article 1 talk about the term of president, the term of the office. Article 1.1, Article 1 or 1.1 said the tenure of the office of the President of the Republic of South Sudan shall be 5 years. 5 years, huh? Article
okay, thank
101.
Apologize.
No, I'm coming.
Hold on, Barad. There's no constitution where you have personal army in your quarters where you live.
Exactly. He's not even abiding by constitution.
By military.
President Kiir is not abiding. He has violated constitution.
Forget about constitution. Don't read. That is a waste of time.
Isaiah. The old man has felt terrible. He even violated the constitution entirely. Yeah, I'm just answering to Mobio because Mobio is trying to mislead people who think that are related to constitution.
I asked that question. That's why I said let me go and check it. I didn't.
I asked that question when Mobio was saying that there was impatience. Impatience after how many terms in a failed government? That's why I asked that question. Yeah.
I was not allowed to because someone said
that's where I'm coming.
And I was not allowed.
That is where I'm coming, Mobio. Now, talking about the impatience of Victoria Machar and the others who contested for the leadership of SPLM is also a false and misleading information. Because Articles 1 or 1.2 talking about the term of the president, it says notwithstanding Article 1 above, during the transitional period of the tenure of the office of the President of the Republic of South Sudan shall be 4 years. The interim period, when Zaman are independent, Yom Tisa, Saba, and Femi Dasha, can be 4 years. That is the date that was affirmed to be when his presidency starts as an interim or transitional leader to until 2015. So when the leadership of SPLM said that in 2013, they said in a very important meeting at an important time to prepare themselves for an election which is coming at about 1 year ago. So the party need to organize itself. And by organizing itself, they will have their own candidate as a party. And come 2015, they will go for an election because President King was given 4 years to lead a transitional period time.
So I will not know I said 4 years.
Well, you were wrong. You were wrong because that is related to transitional period.
Yeah, the period of Kir. Yeah, I was talking about the period of Kir.
But also you were wrong in saying that people were impatient because no one was impatient. People waited from 2011 all the way to 2013. As the election was nearing, they have to prepare themselves.
How long is that? 2011 to 2013. That's 1 year, my friend.
They said in December. They said in December 2013. So it was a year away.
Yeah, 1 year. So
yeah, 1 year away. Right? It's not a long time.
self-organized without that. Now, what I'm trying to say here, Mobile, things that are related to constitution and to this current conflict, they need to be defined well. The current conflict has been defined and the root cause have been identified. And nothing is related to what you have suggested. So let us be open about that. We can talk about other things and build them up, but things that have been documented, let's not mess up with them. It does not look good on your intellect as an individual. There are people who are intellectual listening to your conversation. And for you to present information in a way that you are present, I think you are even disrespecting your own self. I'll end up there. If you want to interject or if there is any other moderators that want to interject, then we'll allow them and then have a discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to elaborate on, thank you, Marat. I want to elaborate on that point of, impatience. And now,
after Professor finish, can you move the line? Yeah. Because there are so many people waiting. They want to contribute.
Yeah, so even me, I want to stop quickly. Yeah. The impatient I was talking about is that they should have been patient until 2015 election. The reason now Kir has been in the government for 20 years is because of the wars and the instability that Northern Sudan is behind it. So the mandate has changed now. Instead of being a transition to democracy in 4 years, it has become keeping the country together. Because there is a lot of people out there who want to divide up this country into 3, 4, 5, 6 countries. And with the help of Northern Sudan. That is what dragged the tenure of President Kiir until now. My last point, please, it is accusing me as Khartouma who did Naskede, like we are traitors. You know, if you talk about Khartouma number one is Riek Machar. NCP number one is Riek Machar. Norway number one is Riek Machar. It is Riek Machar who fought the SPLM for 11 years. I didn't. I was a supporter, even though I did not carry a gun. I was a very staunch supporter of the SPLM intellectually and diplomatically. And I think there was a time I wanted to join, but some people went ahead of me because I had not finished university. Those of my colleagues who are also supporters of the SPLM, members of the SPLA itself, we raised money and they went and joined the SPLM. Those of us who have not finished, we were still waiting for the right time to finish and go and join the SPLM. So, but some interesting news happened. During the convention 1994, we sent our representative Mohamed Agudo because we made a paper to contribute, and we sent Mohamed Agudo. And then those of Uncle Arthur and Uncle Mutiarok, they went to go and participate and join the movement. But when they arrived there,
Mobile, wait. What you are talking is not very important to anybody here.
Okay, I will start.
It's not very important. There is the message I want to tell you.
I was accused that
No. There is something wrong with the way you talk to the There is something wrong with the way you talk to the people of South Sudan. You think that they are very stupid and they don't know. You think they are very stupid, but don't do that again. Don't talk to the people of South Sudan the way you did before. The people of South Sudan are not very stupid.
Are you the judge?
You are very intelligent. No. Yes, I am. You talk as if
you are my
you don't know anything. Yes,
are you a representative of people of South Sudan?
I am a representative of the people of South Sudan, the best interest of the people.
That is not true. You are not. You are a representative of yourself.
It comes down to
you are a representative of yourself.
Leave it there.
You are a representative of the people of South Sudan.
I think the way in South Sudan, don't talk to me.
What you saying is a lie. What you saying is a lie. You are not a representative of South Sudan. You are not a representative of the people of South Sudan.
Don't talk to the people of South Sudan. The way you talk shows your stupidity. It only shows your stupidity. I only allowed you to talk because of
what about your stupidity?
Some other book.
What about your stupidity?
At the highest level. It's stupidity at the highest level. Bajaja Makelo wrote 2004. Do you know what 2004? Do you know what happened in 2004?
I know.
It was something that was done by a politician. No. 2004.
You are very stupid.
You don't know what
first of all, I don't reason with a lot of opponents. Simply because how they reason and how they speak is very low. It's very low. They don't even talk according to the interests of the people of South Sudan. You'll find them talking as if they are at the command line of SPDM, or as if they are even at the decision-making table of South Sudan. But they are just somewhere in the truck. They are somewhere under the tree, on the bus, somewhere in public transport. So if you look at how Mabiro was talking, calling CPA as phase 1 and phase 2 to someone that is loyal to, when in fact Garang himself told the people that I brought this CPA in a silver plate. It is up to you now to decide whether you are going to vote as a first-class citizen or a second-class citizen. Garang did not even have a CPA for himself. He knows he brought it to the people of South Sudan. He brought it to the people of Apia. He brought it to the people of Bangasana, which is Blue Nile. That is how a leader speaks. But when you find a leader and supporters that speak on things that are only for that politicians, no longer citizens of the country. They are slaves of that politician. So it's very unfortunate, especially when we have people that are members of certain form or terror, and they are even in the West, and they will speak like this. Very surprising. Now, this blame game for is not true. He has mentioned something about Awolit, Rajab Mandis. This is a lie. I was expecting Rajab Mandis before to come up and tell us what really happened. Because even without that part, that claim that was added by Rajab Mandis and Wolit and the rest, even without that part, Junubin has already spoken that they don't want to see Riek and Salva Kiir in power. And they agree that every 4 years, the power is going to be rotated from Upper Nile to Barkazal to Equatoria. That alone is enough for a wise person. It's not something that you can go and accuse some individual that they have invented something. And there are videos because it was something recorded on SFPC live. The opinion of the majority of South Sudanese who came from the grassroots does not want to see Kiir and Riek Machar in power. They should go home. They will be given their own retirement package. Simple. It's not something that you want to go and accuse others that they have go and insert some statement. No. They have already made a decision to the point of saying this position is going to be rotated. But when someone like him will come here and talk very shallow like this,
I lost appetite of trying to debate, try to reason, or even talk politically about the issue of South Sudan. So what he said before about a young mind is not true. It was just an accusation coined to let them be arrested. So the interest of Junubin was to see both Kir and Riek out of power. It has nothing to do with Abraham or a job.